Focus, aim, ready. Focus, aim, ready. Speed up in the race, fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass, gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight, target inside. An eye for an eye, gotta level to the sky. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I pull the trigger. Higher, let fall. Higher, higher, let fall. I pull the trigger. Higher, let fall. I pull the trigger. Higher, let fall. I pull the trigger. Speed up in the race, fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass, gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight, target inside. An eye for an eye, gotta level to the sky. I dream bigger, that 10 figure. My aim is quicker, I pull the trigger. I dream bigger, that 10 figure. My aim is quicker, I pull the trigger. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof,
from the edge, show me who I am, made me who I could become. Raise me from afar while I pick myself apart. Oh, my war has just begun. Sunk in silence, fake or science, what have we begun? I could tear these walls down or rise above them all. Look how far we have come. Da-dee-da-da-da-da. I'm a survivor, rascal of pariah. How far we've come, you and I, for eternity. Put on your war paint, let it show on your face. How far we've come, we as one for infinity. We as one for infinity. We as one for infinity. Pouring hand grenades, only one remains. You're the one that stands alive. Deep into the night while you're fighting to survive. Focus has a state of mind. Sunk in silence, fake or science, what have we begun? I could tear these walls down or rise above them all. Look how far we have come. I'm a survivor, rascal of pariah. How far we've come, you and I, for eternity. Put on your war paint, let it show on your
สวัสดีครับนี่วันนี้เราอยู่กับทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports นะครับต้องบอกก่อนว่าปีนี้นะครับเป็นอีกสุดยอดอีกขั้นหนึ่งของวงการ Esports ของ Free Fire เลยเพราะว่าปกติแล้วเนี่ยที่เราได้แชมป์ใช่ไหมก็จะมีเสื้อนักแข่งเข้าไปอยู่ในเกมแต่ว่าทีม BRU เป็นทีมแรกนะครับที่ปีนี้จะทำเสื้อพิเศษซึ่งเป็นการร่วมกันออกแบบระหว่างทีมดีไซเนอร์ของ Free Fire แล้วก็ทีม BRU ด้วยนอกจากเสื้อเนี่ยก็ยังมีของอื่นอีกนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นปืนเป็นไอซ์วอลนะเป็นผ้าคลุมนะก็ไปดูกันได้ว่าจะเป็นยังไงเดี๋ยววันนี้ก็จะมาคุยกันว่าBRU อยากได้อันไหนแล้วก็ Free Fire เราสามารถทำอะไรให้ BRU ได้บ้างนะครับเริ่มกันเลยดีกว่าแนะนำตัวก่อนสวัสดีครับเจมส์มาโตะนะครับวันนี้ก็จะเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการของวันนี้นั่นเอง
สวัสดีครับเจมส์หมิงนะครับเป็นคนออกแบบของในเกมครับ
พี่หมิงนี่สุดยอดมากๆนะครับใครที่ไม่รู้จักนะชุดดังๆอย่างแบ็กก็อดนะครับชุดไวท์ก็อดนะชุดนักแข่งหลายๆแบบเนี่ยพี่หมิงเป็นคนออกแบบหมดเลยนี่ก็เลยได้โอกาสในการมาออกแบบชุดนักแข่งใหม่ให้กับ BRU
ก็ฝากน้องๆติดตามผลงานด้วยครับ
สวัสดีครับผมBRUเด็กหลงครับ
ผมเกตไฮเอ็กแอลครับ
ผมโจนาครับ
โมชิครับโมชิ
ผมวาสนาครับ
เริ่มแรกเลยดีกว่าสีก่อน
นึกถึงบุรีรัมย์ก็ต้องสีฟ้าครับ
สีน้ำเงิน
สีน้ำเงินสีขาวสีดำก็จะเป็นเน้น3สีนี้ได้นะครับพี่หมิงคิดแบบเอฟเฟกต์บ้าง BRU พี่มั่นใจเอฟเฟกต์น้ำ
สายฟ้า
สายฟ้าสายฟ้าแนวชุดกันบ้างดีกว่าแนวชุดอยากได้ชุดประมาณไหน
ล้ำสมัยครับ
ตัวร้ายครับตัวร้าย
ไล่เวียนหมุนครับ
โหมดอีสปอร์ตใส่
เป็นชุดแนวอีสปอร์ตนิดนึงได้เลยเดี๋ยวจดไว้นะครับงั้นเดี๋ยวทีมงานขอตัวไปออกแบบชุดสักครู่หนึ่งนะเดี๋ยวกลับมาดูว่าจะเป็นแบบไหนมาครับตอนนี้ชุดก็เสร็จแล้วนะพี่ทำให้3แนวด้วยกันนะครับชุดเนี้ยมันจะมีการอิงกับความเป็น BRU ด้วยชุดแรกเนี่ยจะเป็นชุดสไตล์แบบเขาเรียกว่าคอนดักเตอร์ที่อยู่ในวงออร์เคสตราบอกว่า BRU เนี่ยเหมือนกับเป็นคนที่คอยคุมจังหวะเกมทำให้แบบได้แชมป์มาชุดที่2กีโจบอกว่าอยากได้แนวแบบจอมเวทนิดนึงนะตัวนี้ก็จะเน้นเป็นจอมเวทนะครับแต่ว่าเป็นจอมเวทที่มีความสมัยใหม่หน่อยนะครับส่วนชุดที่3อันนี้เอาใจโมชิเลยตัวร้ายก็จะเป็นแบบแนวแบบเทพสายฟ้าตัวร้ายนิดนึงนะเดี๋ยวให้ดูเลยดีกว่า3ตัวปั๊บนี่ขึ้นมาอันนี้คือตกใจจริงหรือแกล้งตกใจจริงก็มี3แนวให้ดูนะครับอันแรกก็จะเป็นอย่างที่บอกว่าเป็นแนวแบบคอนดักเตอร์ตัวที่2ก็เป็นจอมเวทแล้วก็ตัวที่3เนี่ยเป็นแนวแบบนินจาตัวร้ายหน่อยๆวิเคราะห์วิจารณ์ได้
สำหรับผมก่อนเลยก็น่าจะชอบตัว A ครับตัวแรกแต่แบบอยากได้หัวของตัว B ไปใส่
อยากได้หัวสีขาว
ใช่
ผมขาวไปใส่
แน่นอนครับผมก็ต้องชอบตัวที่3ครับเพราะผมตัวร้ายหน่อยใช่แต่ว่าผมไม่ได้รองเท้าเป็นแบบว่ารองเท้าไอตัวกลางครับ
รองเท้าตัวกลาง
ใช่
ผมชอบตัวที่2ครับแต่ว่าชอบชุดตัวที่3ครับ
ตรงไหนของตัว2ที่โจชอบทรงผม
ทรงผมครับใช่แล้วก็ชอบหน้ากากตัว3แล้วก็เสื้อ
แต่ว่าชอบหน้ากากกับเสื้อตัว3
ใช่ครับ
จริงๆผมชอบทุกแบบนะเพราะว่ามันมีความหมายทุกแบบ
นี่เหล่าพระเอกว่ะ
ใช่แต่จริงๆผมชอบอันขวาสุดตัวร้ายครับแล้วตัวร้ายแบบว่าเห็นดีไซน์ชุดครั้งแรกแล้วแบบโอ้มันเหมือนนินจาตัวรู้อ่ะพี่
What
คือเหมือนแบบซิกแซกได้
ตัวนี้ก็ไม่ใช่
ผมคิดว่าผมใส่ผมน่าจะเล่นพิวผมอยากได้แบบว่าเอามาแมทกับหัวนี้หัวตรงกลางหัวตรงบีครับเอามาแมทกับชุดที่3ครับ
ได้ใช่ครับลองปรับดูพี่เป้บ้าง
ผมชอบตัว1กับตัว3ครับถ้าผสมกันนี่คือแบบว่าหล่อเลย
โอเคทีนี้เดี๋ยวจะให้ดูเป็นส่วนๆบ้างนะเมื่อกี้เห็นบอกว่าชอบทรงผมตัว2กันเยอะแต่ความจริงก็มีหัวขาวสไตล์อื่นด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวไปดูกันครับนี่ชอบอันไหนกันบ้าง
ผมซ้ายล่างเลยครับโอ้โหต้องเป็นมงกุฎโคตรเท่เลย
ผมชอบไอ้หมวกอันที่6อะครับ
อันที่6
ดูเหมือน
ตัวร้าย
ใช่
ผมชอบหัวดำแต่มีมงกุฎครับตรงข้างล่างข้างบนหมวก
ขวาบนพี่ขวาบนสวยใช่เหมือนกันป่ะขวาบน
เหมือนกันครับตัว3เลยครับหล่อ
ข้างบนใช่ไหมพี่
ใช่
สีดำเฟี้ยวกว่า
ใช่ครับ
โอเคได้พันหน้ากากบ้าง
ผมชอบแบบที่เป็นแมสครับ
ทำไมช่วงนี้
ขาวบนใช่
กลัว
เพราะว่าช่วงนี้กลัวแบบคน
กลัวฝุ่น
ใช่เป็นห่วง
กลั
คน
ฝุ่
ที่เล่นฟรีไฟครับกลัวติดแบบติดโรคติดอะไรอย่างงี้
ผมชอบไอ้สีขาวครับแต่ว่าอยากให้มีเอฟเฟกต์ตรงตาอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ก็คือเอฟเฟกต์เป็นสายฟ้าทั้ง
ใช่
ตาเลย
ใช่
ผมชอบอันที่สองครับ
อันที่สอง
ใช่ดูแบบว่ามีเอฟเฟกต์เยอะดีแล้วก็มีแบบมีลาย
ถ้าชอบจริงๆก็ชอบอันที่ 5 ครับ
อันที่ห้า
แล้วก็
สีฟ้า
แบบใช่เอาตาของอันที่ 1 มาใส่
ชอบอันที่ 5 เหมือนกันครับ เหมือนป้อนเลยครับ
ต่อมาเป็นเสื้ออันนี้เสื้อเป็นแบบอื่น แต่ว่าเผื่อแบบอยากลองดูแบบอื่นหรือว่าชอบสามอันแรกมากกว่า
ชอบ3 อันแรกมากกว่า2แบบที่พี่ท
อืม
ำมาทั้งตัวแล้ว
โอเคได้งั้นเดี๋ยวเก็บฟีดแบ็กของ BRU วันนี้แล้วเดี๋ยวไปทำชุดมาให้ดูว่าสุดท้ายเนี่ยชุดจะเป็นแบบไหนนะครับแล้วก็รอติดตามกันได้เลย กลับมาแล้วนะครับก็หลังจากที่เก็บฟีดแบ็กมาแล้วก็พี่หมิงก็ไปวาดเรียบร้อยนะตอนนี้ก็ออกมา 6 ชุดนี่ทางนู้นวู้ฮู้
ด้านขวาสวยจังเลย
เฮ้ยเป็นไงบ้าง
ในบรรดา6ตัว6ชุดนี่ที่มีผมว่าผมชอบตัวขวามากกว่ามันดูแบบว่ามีแบบไม่อึดอัดอะใส่แล้วสบายตัวครับขาสั้นด้วยขาแตะอีกเกือบเนี่ยครับแล้วต้องหมวกด้วยพี่เป็นสัญลักษณ์เลยตรงหมวกอะพี่มีแบบไฟด้วยมันโคตรเท่อะ
อันนี้ชอบชิ้นไหนที่สุดในชุด
ชอบขาแตะกับกางเกง
โจชอบชุดไหนที่สุดครับ
ผมชอบขวาสุดครับชอบเสื้อครับชอบเสื้อ
ชอบเสื้อ
ใช่เต็ม10ผมให้7เลยเนี่ย
เราถ่ายไปอีก3
7ว่าดัด
อ๋อจากวันเด็ดพี่เป้บ้างดีกว่าโค้ด
ชอบตัวขวาเหมือนกันครับ
เฮ้ยใช่เหรอเริ่มกันหมดเลยเหรอเฮ้ยรู้ได้เตรียมใช่ไหม
ก็กูชอบเหมือนกันนะ
บอล
ผมว่าผมชอบทั้งหมดเลยครับเพราะว่ามันแบบมันเป็นสัญลักษณ์ของแบบบุรีรัมย์อะไรเงี้ยมันเท่เดี๋ยว
งั้นมีชิ้นไหนที่ชอบเป็นพิเศษไหม
เป็นส่วนของกางเกงของอันที่ 6 ครับ
กางเกงอันที่หก
มันดูโดดเด่นอันเดียวเลย
อ๋อเป็นขาสั้น
ใช่
แบบสบาย
ใช่ครับ
อ๋อมีเขียนด้วย
ว่า
BRU
ใช่
คนสุดท้ายชอบอันไหนครับ
มันเพื่อนๆนะชอบอันที่
ชอบส่วนไหนที่สุด
6ชอบทุกส่วนนะชอบทุกส่วน
อ๋อคือเอาไปทั้งเซตเลย
ใช่ครับ
โอเค
ลงตัวแล้ว
ไงก็ฝากหน่อยว่าแบบชุดนี้มันเป็นชุดแรกที่เราทำแบบโคกับ Esports เลยไม่เคยทำมาก่อนครับบุรีรัมย์เป็นทีมแรกที่ได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทำให้ขายของ
ฝากซื้อกันเยอะๆนะครับ ก็ถ้าซื้อกันเยอะๆปีหน้าก็จะมีอีกนะครับ ก็ฝากด้วยครับ
ครับฝากด้วยครับผมว่าขอบคุณคนออกแบบครับผม
ครับ
ครับ
Hello survivors, this is the runway for the teams from USA to the global stages. Welcome to FFWS USA 2026 Fall. My name is Lucifer and I'll be your host, and joining me on the desk are two familiar faces and my amazing friends. That is going to be the Mustachio AJ and Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. And they will also help us take us through the journey of today, because today, as we kickstart the survival stage, we will get an idea of which teams will make it to the group stage and later to the
Absolutely fine, Lucifer. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. We are in for yet another edition, yet another installment for Free Fire World Series USA. This started off way back in 2025. We had the Free Fire USA Championship. We saw T-Rex Gaming stomp everything down. And it's just so reminiscent that the very first competition, we had the dinosaurs roaming around, right? But the dinosaurs went extinct pretty soon after that. And we've seen changes after changes, season after season. And we can expect more of that this season as well, Lucifer.
Neptune, what about you? This is the survival stage. Some teams familiar, some players as well, but maybe some newer faces and newer changes as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we love about the USA scene in terms of Free Fire is because all of those shuffles that we are seeing out of the teams who are participating in this tournament can give us a lot of preview of what USA has to offer in terms of meta shift as well as the strategy that they can introduce. But hopefully they can catch up, because there's still a lot of tournaments, especially for those who are part of this competition and eyeing for the top spot, because I'm really looking forward to them to step it up.
I just thought of something really crazy to say, right? It's like getting into a marriage, right? You want to date a few people first before you really decide. And that's exactly what these teams are doing.
Add on, AJ.
This is exactly what the players out there are doing in the USA because, again, Lucifer, season after season, we've seen so many roster shuffles. They're just not settling in with one team. I think teams like MiaCorp have kind of like held that one lineup for quite a while. We don't know exactly what their lineup is going to be for this season. We'll have to wait until we get into our group stages. But as for the rest of the teams, when you just take a quick peek into the teams that are sitting down here in the survival stage, quite a number of shuffles have happened already. So very excited to see what the chemistry is going to be like.
But before we jump into that chemistry, let's quickly talk about the recap of what happened in summer, guys.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, regardless of whatever happened in summer, all know that Zeus Esports was upset by the end of it. Because teams like DZ, teams like MiaCorp, IND, everybody was stomping the ground. But in summer, regardless of whoever had won, it resulted in no qualifier to a big stage. Unlike what we had in the spring season, nephew, where we saw MiaCorp be the representative at the Esports.
Will be a motivation for some of the squads, most of the squads right here, and about Zeus Esports, well done, and they're so I guess there's a few like a moment will be plenty of way for those in survival to study this opponent, these kinds of opponents, for them to improve. Otherwise, like even grand finals will be the same team over and over again. Zeus Esports will be topping board and getting all those elimination.
And obviously, a majority of these highlights, Lucifer, we are only seeing the teams that had been invited over into our fall season because they topped the charts on our summer season. And pretty much they were stealing the show game after game.
And very soon you will be also seeing these guys in action. For the audience watching is later in the group stages. They'll be adding on to the lot 24 we'll have, and we'll talk about it. But clearly I think this is a major highlight of Zeus Esports, who managed to get themselves the booyah and managed to become the champions. But it is also them looking forward to the global stage, as initially you both also mentioned, right? When we ended up seeing MiaCorp at EWC, Zeus would have wanted to be there. So now they have an opportunity. So hopefully we get there.
Oh yeah. I mean, thank you for bringing that up, Lucifer. This is the road to the Free Fire World Series Global Finals as well. And this time, Zeus has got another opportunity. MiaCorp has an opportunity to prove themselves that was no fluke. This was a setup. Because, you know, we did have the theory, right? I keep getting confused which side to look. We did have the theory, right, Neptune, as to exactly what MiaCorp was up to, whether or not they were going to go all out. And they just didn't show us their best at summer. And unfortunately, it wasn't that great of a run at EWC as well for them. But this is the tournament format that we can look forward to, Lucifer.
Yeah, starts off FFC and it's already done. Teams have managed to qualify, and we are starting the last weekend of August, the survival stage. 24 teams, but they've been put in brackets. We'll talk about it further. But after today, they will look forward to going into the group stages. But before they head there, let's talk about how the survival stage is going to pan out. And I'll bring you guys in. We have the double elimination bracket. That is what makes it even more interesting, as these teams are split into two halves.
Yeah, unfortunately today 3 teams will go back. Neptune, tomorrow we will see another 3 teams leave the competition as well. With the 24 teams, we've split them into 2 groups. So you will see technically your upper bracket as well as your lower bracket squads get into battle. And there's very little risk for the teams that participate in the first 5 games, because the worst case scenario is the bottom 3 teams will have to play in the survival stage 2, which is coming up tomorrow. But the 12 teams that play the remaining 5 games of today, this is where the danger zone is, because even from today, we will have some teams eliminated from the survival stage.
Yeah, and for those who don't want to be eliminated, hopefully everything that happened, we were talking about MiaCorp as well as Zeus Esports will be a motivation for the squad. And I guess we are also going to introduce some of the motivation for the teams, because here is a prize pool for this competition, Lucifer.
A big pot of $35,000 is what these teams managed to get, and the major chunk goes to the champions. That'll be $10,000. Zeus will want to look forward to getting themselves this, but I'm pretty sure the others will be eyeing for it, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they did manage to get that in previous season, some of which might have gone to their improvement as well. And this is like for some, especially for those who are new to the pro scene of competitive Free Fire in the USA, this is a life changer. But let's not forget about some of the bonus prizes that we have here for most elimination as well as MVP, and we also have that most damage prize.
Absolutely. So the most eliminations, this one starts off at our group stage where each and every single day we will see the teams with the top eliminations. As for the most damage, this one goes by the phase of the competition in itself. We will measure up and see exactly who takes that one away. And obviously we're looking at the MVPs for the grand finals as well. A 35,000 USD pot, definitely bigger from when we first started off in 2025, Neptune. I love the fact that the competition is growing with the teams, with the prize pool, with everything, right? And at the end of the day, what we want to see is not just growth in the prize pool, but growth in terms of the skills of these players as well as their consistency in each and every single one of those matches out there. Because it's not just about dominating USA. It is also about finding that one representative from the USA that heads on to Bangkok, Thailand. We've got the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2026 heading our way as well.
Yeah, reach your prime is what these teams have to look forward to hear from USA. We also saw in the prize pool plus bonuses, $5,000 and more to grab when they head towards the global finals in Bangkok, Thailand. So this is the entire goal, right? We spoke about Zeus. They managed to miss it out in not going to a global stage, but now they have an opportunity. Miyakop could be going for a back-to-back. But do you guys think there is some other team in the mix who might steal this opportunity and take it away?
Oh, there's just so many, right? And in the USA, Neptune, I think you'll agree with me when I say that there's just no putting a finger on exactly who's going to be dominating, especially when you have something like the champion rush in play, right? We did see Miyakop get it done, 2 seasons ago. We saw Zeus, and Zeus obviously the more consistent one. But with the roster shuffles, that's going to be the biggest question mark. Because again, I'm very welcoming of these roster shuffles. It's just all about which squad has managed to get their chemistry completed, right? Because we know some of these games are extremely fast, right? So mistakes are obviously going to happen out there with all of that chaos. Which team has got the best teamwork to stick together and get it together as a squad down to the end then?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, roster shuffles at some point, it depends on when they started those changes and how much time they have to practice and work together. Because in the survival stage, or for those who are jumping in the survival stage, it is very crucial. You did mention about the breakdown on who's going in and who's going out of the competition and double elimination that we have right here. And even in the get-go, for those who are starting it off in the winner bracket, the winner bracket is a good title to take, but you don't want to be in the second half and being pushed down the loser bracket.
Yeah, I hope teams understand that there is, the threat of being eliminated today as well, for the teams who manage to be in the loser bracket, starting their run from there. And if they're in the bottom 3, they do not get an opportunity to move tomorrow. But this is going to be 2 days of action, guys, where teams have to play 5 matches, and that is going to be giving them a result if they're in the top 18, moving towards none other than the group stage. Will they be doing it? We have that question very soon being answered. But before that, the questions will be here in our map schedule, starting it off with a Bermuda. And do you guys like this with Kalahari, Purgatory, Next Terra and Solara to end it?
Now, I love the fact that we don't have a randomizer here, Lucifer. It's just a 5-gamer. But, it's as from the perspective of the shoutcasters, obviously this is great. From the perspective of the teams who are looking to not get relegated, especially for the round 1 losers bracket, this is going to be a tiny bit of a fix, because you need to make sure 5 games, in all 5 games, you perform decently well. You don't have to be the best of the best of the lot. You just need to make sure you don't end up in the bottom 3. And I kind of like that, right? Because the survival stage is exactly that. We want to weed out the teams that cannot survive a savage lobby like this.
But to take this lobby in their favor, they would have to play by the rules of the point system. This has been etched in stone for ages and has not changed, Neptune. So the name of the game, is about Booyah, but we know how much it counts for eliminations as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, especially in the US, are racking up a lot of points. When in the introduction of Free Fire competitive scene from FFWSA, as you did mention, AJ, we've seen a lot of those. I think they have held the highest record in one match, but we also understand the fact that these are just introductory during that time. And
Yeah.
little by little, season after season, we're seeing a little bit of balance of both elimination and placement point, and they're smarting enough. And if they don't want to end up in the place where Mia Corp was in AWC, they really want to catch up with some of the strategies that's being done in other regions as well.
Yeah, just so Lucifer has a little bit of context here. Lucifer, we used to see 40 bombers very frequently in Free Fire World Series USA. Sorry, even before it became the Free Fire World Series, it was the Free Fire USA Championship. That's where we saw monumental numbers all the time. And yes, Neptune, you are absolutely right. It has petered down. It has kind of stabilized over the past 3 seasons. But do I miss those bombastic moments? Do I miss those insane matches where we used to walk away with 35 eliminations, close to 40 eliminations in one game where a team was clocking in close to 50? I absolutely miss it. Are we going to see it in this season? I highly doubt it, Lucifer.
The whole reason I came in today is to see those games while I was watching you guys in summer, and you tell me that it is not going to happen today. I'm hopefully expect that it does, because these participants in the survival stages, we spoke about it, they'll be split into 2 different groups, the winner bracket and the loser bracket, and starting it off at Group A, we have our first 12.
I mean, one thing I would say out of Group A is I'm expecting a lot out of GCT Arrow, 1NT, as well as Caesar GG, because these are the teams that rake up a lot of those elimination from the previous season. For the rest, well, Mastering, or aka Zam team, also managed to pull off a few of those in some instances. But for the rest, that would be the game changer. I mean, they would be the ones who would be shuffling all those strategies right now. But for Group B, I mean, they will be here because it didn't make it that much on the qualifiers, but hopefully the time that was given for them to prepare gives them a little bit of similar result from what we are expecting from Group A, Lucifer.
Now let's see which teams take an advantage out of here. And as you guys mentioned, right, it's a mix of some returning teams, some returning players. So if there are any hot picks, AJ, I would want to ask you, going into Group A, because that will be the first 12 teams that will be playing the first 5 games. We already saw a map schedule. Who are the ones that maybe would cause trouble, and maybe hopefully what you said wouldn't happen will happen just because of them, if there's a possibility I can witness in the backside?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm hoping Fisher Tiger are going to be the troublemakers, right? Because it's not like this team does not have experience already. We did see a lot of them in our summer season. They could not rank very high, but I'm expecting that disappointment from the summer season to come through as, you know, that exact thing that has spurred them on to train day and night to get here. It is good to see them inside of Group A, because technically there is no very big issues for them if they do not perform, and the fact that they have managed to get into Group A tells me that their standings in the survival stage was good enough to have them in the upper part of the 24 teams. Obviously the focus is going to be onto Group B here, because the teams that are going to get eliminated today will be coming through from Group B. But Disruptors, to answer your question, Lucifer, Fisher Tiger, I definitely have my eyes on them.
Let's see if it's going to be Fisher Tiger, but right as now, the meta also I would want to talk about it, as we've been stepping into USA. We've seen the double sniper meta recently play out in C, in India, all the regions almost stepping into it. Do you think that is also going to be seen here in USA?
I'm really expecting that will happen, because we've seen phenomenal snipers out of some of the squads right here. And also, you were talking about Fisher Tiger. One of the strategies that they have is just like keeping their distance from the rest of the squad. That can be something that they can carry over if they adjust to the double sniper meta, because you need those distance if you want to land those shots. But one thing I'm looking out for is 1NT, because in terms of placement, they know how to keep the balance of placement as well as elimination, especially when we're talking about Bermuda. So that's another squad that might not have popped off in the early parts of the previous season, but I'm expecting them to make those change right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Now let's see if this changes works out in their favor, because this is the very first game. While they played the qualifiers, right? They played in-game. But right now in the survival stage, they're here on the stream. Everybody is watching them. So there's an added on pressure, and they would have to make it into the next stage. If they're in the top run of the 9, they'll be able to make their way right into the next stage. They don't have to be worried about it because they're in the winner bracket, direct entry. But if they're in the bottom 3, they have to wait and play tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure nobody would want to go to the round 2, but it's a part and parcel of the game. But however, the top 12 teams in Group A have the advantage. Do you think that safety net is better compared to the Group B teams?
Well, there's a little bit lesser pressure on them, right? And worst case scenario, again, whichever team that's currently in Group A, clearly they placed very well during the survival stage. So getting into the survival stage to tomorrow up against teams from the side of Group B, I don't think is going to be a very big challenge for them. Again, the risk is for the teams in Group B. There's a great big reason why they are in the lower part of our 24 squads. They'll have to figure out exactly what they need to do out there. And to the meta question that you brought up earlier on, Lucifer, that's where the focus has to be on, right? What's your setup going to be like? If you want to go for a double sniper setup, that tells me that you're going to be splitting up on the battlefield, you're going to be thinning your numbers, and that's not the best idea to survive, especially when your mechanical skills are not up to par just yet, especially when your chemistry is not up to par just yet. So we don't want to be seeing those aggressive setups in terms of the meta. You want to be seeing a little bit more of the electrotherapy. You want to be seeing those chronos out there. You want to be seeing them playing for survival, because as long as you get to that final circle, top 3 maybe, with 5 eliminations to your side, that's average enough points to stay away from the bottom 3, my friend.
Now, bottom 3 is where everybody is going to be worried about, but as you clearly mentioned, the Group A teams don't have to think much about it. They have a little less pressure. However, if they do end up in the bottom 3, they have another 5 games tomorrow, another chance to make it into the top 9, and that's where we'll have our best 18. Now, Group B, yes, their matches will be today itself, so you don't have to be worried. Group A and Group B, we have 10 games on stream today, and we will decide one set of 9 teams who will already go into the group stage, and the other who will be making their way into round 2 tomorrow. But before we jump into the game itself, the map schedule we've seen, Bermuda is where we are starting. The clean-cut favorite and standalone standard map of Free Fire that we've been seeing for a long time now, and I'm pretty sure everybody will be used to it. But I think this is also the better opportunity when we were talking about the meta to stabilize and get an idea about the other 11 rivals they'll be fighting with.
Well, what worries me about this is everyone's used to it. Like it's very crucial that they pull away from what is common out of the squad, because that's like it's like in a talents test, right? You have your signature. Yes, your signature would be something that pulls you apart from the rest of the squad, and that's what Zeus Esports has brought in. DZ Esports has brought in previous season. Even Mia Corp, they have a little bit of their own panache in this game. Thus, they did manage to get that championship in the earlier season. So, again, being the standards, it wouldn't cut it if they want to be on the top 6.
Yeah, man. You know, what's savage about the survival stage is for a majority of these teams, you just have that one opportunity, right? There's no homework possible. There is nothing at all for you to kind of learn from. And even if you want to look at the previous season's WODs, you want to watch the whole live stream, there is no guarantee that they're going to go for the exact same strategy. This first day, regardless of which map you drop into, I'm expecting all-out chaos. I'm expecting multiple hot drops. I'm expecting teams to just not go out and challenge other squads purposely, but just for the fact that they have no idea whatsoever as to where their opponents are going to land. They can just hope for the best. And today is going to be that day where we weed out the teams that are not good at the mechanical skills. Because regardless of whatever that situation is, you go in there for the drop. Those mini Uzis need to be hot, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing. I mean, it's like the saying goes, you have to break some eggs to make an omelet. And that's what you have to do in the first few games, right? First few games, you can make some mistakes, and then later on, that's when you cook. So we'll have to see if this is what's going to happen right now. But again, upper bracket is where risk is a little bit smaller compared compared to those on Group B, wherein they can really play around. And it's a good thing that it's Bermuda as well, because it's familiar for them, but all they have to do right now is go with survivability. And here you are, AJ, talking about some of the squads not pulling off a lot of elimination, and then later on just going in all aggressive. And it's not wrong. I mean, it's right for both instances, because, again, we don't know what to expect out of this squad, especially in this new season, and we just want to see everything that would work and also, at the same time, wow us at this pace.
Yeah, true enough, man.
Who's going to wow
survival
us?
stage is literally... Tell me, go on.
Yeah, Jay was saying. I was just saying this is the frying pan, like how Neptune was mentioning, literally a frying pan. Whoever
Don't
fizzles
make me
out, fizzles
hungry
out.
early in the morning, please.
Yeah,
Some
but I'm pretty
eggs
sure
and
the ones
bacon.
who are watching this, it's around 3, so for us, it is early. But nonetheless, it is about maybe then figuring out that they shouldn't fizzle out. However, because it's Bermuda, even if they fizzle out in the very first game, they still have an added advantage and an opportunity to recover, because there's still 4 more games and then moving into Kalahari. However, the pace of the game instantly changes from Bermuda to Kalahari. So I think the name of the game for all these teams is about adaptability. Is there going to be an added on thing that you would think about, that it's not only adaptability, you already mentioned about the gun game, but is there about strategy as well?
Yeah. I mean, strategy from a very deep perspective, right? Because I think we're going to see very different approaches between Group A and Group B. Group A, since there's no repercussions of technically losing, you just have to play an extra 5 games. And what's 5 games for a Free Fire esports player, right? They'll take this one any day, anytime. So I think Group A, we can expect to see a lot of hot action. Group B is where we will start to see the safe place, because, true survival is well needed for the teams who are going to be playing in the final 5 games of the day. So I think we're going to get a good balance of just high octane action in the first 5 and then a little bit more strategy in the final 5. And, for the teams that mechanically cannot cut it, we talked about that meta aspect already, right? You just have to focus on the active skills that allow you the highest rate of survival. And of course, it's not just the active skills. The passive skills come into play as well. You got to have the Susie on your squad. And if you want to have multiple Susies, be my guest, because you're going to need a lot of those coins. You're going to need those tag markets. You're going to need those jump pads. You're going to need everything possible, maybe even for those revives. Those coins are going to be very, very important, right? So you've got the option of taking it very aggressively or passively. And I sure as hell hope, Neptune, that it's going to be very passive plays for Group B.
And there's one thing that I'm seeing right now, especially on competitive Free Fire. Economy is being part of the mix as well. Like the players out there are being smarter and smarter. You did mention about Susie. So it's more of an investment out of an active skill that you will, or passive skill that you're going to pull into this fight, and as well as some utilities that is, I'll say, being underrated. So imagine we have Team Boosters, Tactical Market. Like usage of those requires a little bit of coins. We also have a few of those in terms of strategy, movement, like Launchpad. Bro, it's so expensive. 1,400. Just getting a Launchpad. But it gives you so much of potential in either dropping or escaping any battle. And this is one thing that probably some teams or some players are not looking into. Just the aggression, just the mechanical skills. And that's where some of those homework as well as strategies from other region comes into play, Lucifer.
Yeah, see, I think clearly what teams have to understand within the game is about managing finances to get better resources, better utility and artillery. And if they do manage that, their finances will get better by the end of FFWS USA 2026 Fall. That is all this is about. That's what teams need to look forward to. And the discussion that you guys were bringing about in between, right? The Animal Kingdom. We recently saw EWC almost commanded by just the Animal Kingdoms. And LATAM as a region taking this opportunity to become the champs over there, and we heading into the global finals. This is the road to the global finals. So this is another opportunity for maybe an Animal Kingdom to finally strike in FFWS Global Finals. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, dude, I think it's a very high probability, right? This is something that Neptune already pointed out as well in our survival stage. We've got quite a number of animals. And for those who don't understand the animal kingdom reference, if you actually go back into the history of the winners of the Esports World Cup or Free Fire at the Esports World Cup, you will see that they are all animal emblems. You had the Falcons, you had EVOS, the White Tigers, and then, of course, Lions in the most recent EWC. And we have a possibility of that starting to happen here as well. We've got Fisher Tiger, Rhino 6, a ton of them. Do we have Red Eagles this time? I don't think we actually have them. We got the Sharks out there.
Boys.
So Shark Boys.
The Pumas.
Boys. The Pumas. Yeah. But is it going to be the domination of the animal kingdom here? I think it's going to be the domination of wits, right? It's going to be the human overpowering the animal. Yes, it unfortunately is in the real world as well. Because yes, the animals have got the savage muscle power, but the human beings have got the IQ to use tools, and those tools are what we were talking about in terms of those active, passives, and those jump pads and whatnot. The bolt maker needs to be thrown into the equation as well. So lots of factors to consider here, Lucifer, before we jump on into this first game.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial game. Bermuda, it is, as we already spoke about it, in the very first game of the survival stage here in FFWS USA 2026 Fall. To kick things off, teams need to understand, especially that it is round one and the winners bracket, they have the advantage handed to them. All their efforts in the qualifier stage that they put, they have a safety net, but they should not be using it right now. They need to head to the group stage. That's what their intention should be, but it's not going to be an easy run at all. And this is going to be where you guys will be taking this game over on Bermuda. I'll let you guys enjoy the game. I'll join you guys once again when we get back after Bermuda for the post game.
Yeah, thank you, man. But you're not getting rid of us. Oh, no, you are getting rid of us. I thought we had you for a little while longer. But yes, we are setting up this Bermuda game number 1. And this is going to be for Group A. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have got 5 back-to-back games for this group. And again, there are no severe repercussions of the teams that do not do well, because the bottom 3 teams do not get eliminated immediately after these 5 games. The bottom 3 teams of this Group A will play again tomorrow. They've got 5 games waiting for them. It is the Group B that has to be worried about what happens to the teams that don't make it in or make it out of the bottom 3 then.
Now, one thing that Group B needs to probably identify is how Group A will be playing it out in the first 5 games. So hopefully they are not like just laying around waiting for their opportunity. They need to have their eyes peeled on these first 5 matches that we're going to witness right now. The first one of which is in Bermuda, because there's a lot of strategy that probably is already part of their plans, but might also give them a few more of those, ideas or a few of those suggestions that will fortify their plan to make it in the top of the leaderboard once they are introduced. But here we go. The flight is ready. And we were just talking about Fisher Tiger. I remember these names, Q-Tai as well as Quaxi. Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to them.
Oh, no.
Bro, that skin. The skin that you love the most, bro.
Why would you bring this skin in? Quaxi, from the very start, okay, Fisher Tiger, you are not getting my vote, man. As we hop on into Factory, it looks like Fisher Tiger is not going to be having too much of a thing to worry about at this point of time. They've got the whole compound to themselves, but it looks like Zam team is already in a little bit of a pickle. And it looks like it is the PE Sports players and PE Sports Academy, I have to say, that's taken them on.
Hell, let's see. I mean, PE Sports Academy, familiar brand, and in the US, I'm really looking forward to them performing. Whatever PE Sports from Southeast Asia strategy might be trickled into here, and this is good for everyone, not just for PE Sports Academy, because if they can catch up to what this squad will be doing and has been doing on a winner bracket or on that qualifier, then they might be able to catch up before we head into global finals. But speaking of some of the players of PE Sports Academy, they're going against SC right now, and let's see if they're going to win this fight, because Geosin, despite of being damaged, is now recovering, and they're setting up a trap for one of the players.
Let's see the show crew. They want to put on a show. But in the meantime, Rhino 6 getting into a little bit of a battle for themselves as well. We have got the one and only 58 Nation taking them on. And it looks like Rhino 6 has got a big advantage here for Rhinox. How do you not get that with the caught up close and personal? Rhino 6, the first team to get annihilated by Finn.
Well, let's see if they will be able to continue this on 58 Nation. I'm really looking forward to most of this engagement in peak right now, wherein it's quite quick, because this is where champions champions of global stage has been chosen as their drop. But I think no one else is going for this engagement, trying to take them out just yet. But they have 5 eliminations already, and they can stay here for a few moments because it's only less than 10 seconds until the shrink happened from the first to the second phase of the circle. But going back to show, they might have a show that will be coming on, but unfortunately the show crew, Geocene, will be taken down. He's the one who was damaged earlier, but good payback on Godwin. Now here comes Nando, who might be able to trickle in as well as eliminate another one out of PE Sports.
Yeah, beautiful revival here. So PE Sports, even if this one goes south, they still do have one final insurance policy available to them to make their way back in here. Show crew have been doing absolutely fine. And the final player from the side of PE Sports in the compound hops on out just to get annihilated, but the job was already completed for him on that revive. So a fantastic showing here from the show crew. And we talked about the setup of the active skills, Neptune. That Valiant Dash, that Oscar definitely giving Ivan a major boost in that battle.
Now, what worries me for Ivan is that he does have the Oscar, but he's also using a Maro. And this is one thing that we often see out of USA.
That's
like
true.
They're not sticking to the roles and active and passive skill combination. I know it's good because they're trying out different stuff, and they might be able to pull it off. But if you are aiming for the global stage, just go with sticking to your roles and then make some adjustment, a few adjustment based on your play style. But let's see on the side of Nox, we're seeing Negrito already moving in for that elimination, and they might be able to get that.
Yeah, there are some compounding interests, or there's compounding advantages with certain passive skills comboed together, right? And I feel like there is a lack of guidance here in the Free Fire World Series USA platform, mainly because a majority of these squads are not full-fledged pro teams just yet. So there's a lack of analysts, there's a lack of a coach on the other side. They're just trying to figure out the works as they go along. But one team that has definitely gotten a hold of what to do out there is Team GCT Arrow. Here comes Patty with the Mag 7, a sliver of health though, and he meets Emmy King of all teams ZT, taking them on, and Emmy King's Drogon was more than enough to snuff them out. They took that rush against Zam, who were at the Arsenal, and that just was not the best idea on the side of GCT.
And that's one thing. I mean, Zam team, from what we've seen in the previous season, is one of those aggressive kind of squads, especially with Emmy King in the front lines. Whether it's a Trogon, whether it's an M1887, as well as M590, he will be able to land those shots. And look at the spread. Instead of the usual 3-1 split, they are being led by Neymar right now in Plantation, and they have a good way to wait for a few more moments until they head in. But speaking of heading in, Show Crew still introducing themselves in the battle, and this time they're knocking in the doors of not only PE Sports Academy, but we're also seeing Caesar from above.
Yeah, I think Caesar obviously has got the vantage point here. Do they want to take the full-on battle? Because obviously the show crew has got a massive advantage with the vending machine being right beside them. But Caesar does have an opportunity if they are able to set up a 2-2 flank, but the squad is sticking together. There is a UAV on the approach from the back as well, and it is courtesy of the show crew. And Caesar is going to bail from this battle. They do not want to take an early engagement, and I think that is a fine move coming through from them, right? They used the binoculars first before going in for that jump pad rotation. What they were looking for is that vending machine, and having to fight a team before they are fully ready with their equipment is something that Caesar understands to be a very bad move. So they rather play their chances a little bit later on in the game. I like the discipline from them, and obviously this is exactly what the veteran experience brings your squad. Longer survival time on the battlefield.
Yeah, and keeping themselves distance, just like, I guess it's more of an information gameplay. Thus, they're sticking their necks out in there, looking for some other squad. They want a position of most of the squad within the vicinity. But now, as the zone will be closing in 30 seconds, we might be seeing a few of those movement right now, move more in towards the next phase of the circle. But look at Show Crew just going in the edge. I don't know if this is a hunt mission, but I guess they're just giving a little bit of leeway for Ivan as well as Diosine to get back and probably loot up. But it's still early. Second phase doesn't hurt that much, especially if you have those team boosters and out of zone buff on you.
Yeah, like we talked about in Group A, I did expect to see a lot of aggression, and Show Crew is one of those teams who are bringing out that aggression, but it's not just them that are putting on a good show right now. ZAM team's out here with the 8 eliminations to their name as well. In fact, they are the ones with the most number of eliminations right now. But Caesar being scouted out here by Gyozin, Show Crew's member, P Esports in the vicinity as well, but Gyozin might just be all alone in the situation. He's got the double revolver. He wants to take a little bit of a closer angle here. What kind of a death wish is this? Gyozin Mag 7 looking for one, but he finds 2 instead. Does find Pianito. But all he will get is a knock, and Caesar will be able to take him out of the equation. I'm not too sure exactly what the plan there was.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very difficult to say in that situation right now. And what's deadly is also Pianito with M79. If you rush in the compound, making it difficult really to get away would be those grenade launchers. But here is Caesar, or with SD, I think it means sure death. So hopefully it's not their own death that they're looking for. It's more of the death of their opponents, and they are now going in for a chase. Now, as they prepare themselves probably close to peak, we might be able to see more of them and adding to the 3 elimination that already have.
Caesar on the rotation. Show Crew's member being revived right above their heads here. We also have twists right on the screen. I told you, it's all about the skin, Q-Tai. Shouldn't have brought that in, man. Crawling around on the battlefield, using the inhaler just to survive, but still outside the circle here. Let's look at the HP. It is being topped up little by little, so the team boosters are definitely active on the side of Fisher Tiger. So good prioritization in terms of where they spend their money early game. It is going to give them some extra time outside the safe zone so they can continue their looting progress and perhaps look to fish out a couple of teams as they make their late entry into these circles.
Well, seeing at the other squads, though, who's already in the next circle, they might be finding a few more of those elimination coming in. But like Pianito with that M79, I think I don't know, he might be good at it in practice, but not looking good at it in play, because he most of the time takes himself out, if not put himself in the open. And Hayate is one of those that you don't want to be careless. But we are seeing another squad being eliminated. It is Twist right now, and they got twisted in this fight. ZAM team, one of the prime position, I would say, in peak, and also in the edge of the circle. So this might lead to more elimination that would add up to that 10.
I mean, we've seen quite a number of eliminations already, but it looks like it's either we're missing some of these eliminations, or alternatively, the lobby is just extremely silent, right? Some teams already on 10 points at this stage, Neptune, but we still have 9 teams alive and kicking. 32 players within the lobby. And by the way, you guys can be expecting the Buriram Champion Bundle that's coming your way very, very soon. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw on the crawler 10th of September to be that date now.
Oh, well, it's getting closer and closer. Make sure that you save up, because you want to have this champion bundle for your side. But as we are looking into some of the squads being eliminated, we're now down to 8 teams right now, and we might be eyeing in some of the squads that would be potential champion, and hopefully they can bring that over into the global stage. But I'm looking at a little bit too forward at this, because we're just in a survival stage, and some of the squads have movements as if they can go against some of the top dogs in that scene.
Okay, Fisher Tiger needs to look behind here because the show crew is on the approach. And as I say that, Ivan with the car 98 takes the shot from afar. Nando with the VSK finds Gold Ken as well. Tracks with the follow-up. And Fisher Tigers being flattened out here by the show crew who made a late entry towards the circle. Coming across the Fisher Tigers squad. And they wipe the floor with them. Back-to-back eliminations. And the show crew put it on a show for us.
Oh, definitely a show is here, and I was not expecting that much because on the hot drop that they have in the beginning, it seems like Geocene is the ones always in the front lines being taken down, but now he was just being the distraction, always in there, and he is the support of the squad. And if in case he falls for a few traps that's being laid by a lot of squad, he does have the time turner to play with in terms of survivability. But as we look into Nox, they are knocking PE Sports Academy at the moment, and Easy King spotted, but not shot it just yet. But look at that pinch, and there goes elimination. PE Sports left to the final leg. D-Kang, hopefully he will not be spotted, otherwise PE Sports Academy will be taken out.
Yep, stuck between a rock and the blue zone. So it's not really a great spot for this guy. You know, we talked about the double sniper setup. The double sniper meta is one that is no stranger to North America. Free Fire World Series USA is very well acquainted not just with a double sniper setup, but a four-man sniper setup. And PE Sports, unfortunate, stuck between the rock and the blue zone, and of course the player shooting him from the back as well. There's no survivability in that situation. Barely had those glue walls on him. Didn't want to lay it out because it would pull too much of attention, but either way, that just didn't help the guy.
Well, let's see, Caesar, already 7, but it's still half from, or close to half from what the top dogs, the show crew, has managed to pull off. Zam Team, though, goes for a full revive, so that's more opponents in the field right now. But the only question, though, for that team is, will they be able to gather some loot? So hopefully the final player will be able to get a few of those eliminations, and it's spread across for the squad. But Zam Team receiving some of those damage, but again, a quick revive as they try to fight their way in. And this is another team that they need to go against. GCT Arrow, just an arrow to the heart of Nox Esports.
Man, URX just does not have the grenades on him. Has to fall back to pick Farney up from the ground. But a great positioning for the squad of GCT Arrow. This is the prime spot on Salon. Everybody's stacking it right now. We're all very familiar with the circle. But the movement of the zone will force every single squad out of the Salon and to make that open rotation. So the first teams to sneak their way into that first circle, the next circle probably has got a massive advantage. But if you want to be the first team that moves, the teams at Salon will be able to take those shots against you unless there's just a lot of distractions on the battlefield amongst them in itself. GCT Arrow being one of the first to make that move, and Zam Team is out already thanks to Draken and the AWM.
Well, let's see if they can survive. Here comes Lively Zone being triggered by GCT Arrow. Now, they have prime location earlier. They didn't get as much, but Nox Esports like tethering in the edge of the circle, and they might be able to go through, but this will bring them into the open, especially with those on the high ground, puts themselves have a target on their back. But engagement overall, and 58 Nation being brought down, as well as a few players from GCT Arrow. Nox Esports might be the ones capitalizing in this, but from afar, we've seen a few of those steals happening, and Nox right now in trouble. Forney trying to play in this a little bit safer because they will be meet up with the show crew.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why the show crew is still alive with so many numbers is because they were not part of that Salon battle. We talked about the team that moved into the next circle first. It just happened to be the show crew. GCT Arrow, on the other hand, went running straight towards the Salon, and that just gave the show crew a massive advantage with numbers. GCT will fall, and the show crew walks away with the first booyah of our survival stage.
Yeah, it's not as if it is a dull booyah. They did rack up a lot of points in that game, and really looking forward to more of a show crew. Really a showstopper at this point from the get-go, and this is what we expect. This is what we love. It's not only getting as much elimination, but also making sure that they get the booyah out of this. But let's introduce Lucifer back into fray right now and hear what he has to say about that match.
What a show to start off. I mean, show crew. I initially thought that maybe it could be Caesar because they looked very composed. You mentioned talking about them of how they hold and play out. And towards the fight, when it was brought to them, they were able to hold their own and also get the eliminations. But towards the end, I think Show Crew, especially starting it off with Fish Tiger, that is where things turned out. Fisher Tiger, unfortunately, did not look their backs and backlines completely bursted out. I think that's where Show Crew knew that this is our chance.
Yeah, and they were very aggressive, right? They were going out there hunting for eliminations and, you know, just kind of splitting up on the battlefield a little bit later on. Once they knew that, okay, this is the minimum number of eliminations that we were aiming for. We are already past the threshold. Let's try to get a little bit cheeky right now. And I think we did see that a little bit. It didn't work out for them. And the switch from being cheeky to being safe once again together as a squad came through instantaneously. So you can see communication on the side of Show Crew is really strong as well. The read of the circle was a thing of perfection for Show Crew, where everybody else, it was a very familiar circle on Bermuda. Everybody's heading towards the salon. And Show Crew was the one that thought, okay, everybody will be going there. Let's head the opposite way. And they had the bet right? Because nobody else was around their compound. And like you pointed out, they took Fisher Tiger out of the equation already way too early. They didn't have to worry about that. And because of their positioning supremacy, they walk away with the Booyah Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot that that they have put into the aggression together with a strategy that they managed to pull off, like pulling away from a lot of squad. And this is one thing that we often see top dogs do, or like top dogs in other regions do, in the beginning of the match, not towards the end. But if they can pull it off, especially if they can secure high ground, like Peak from what you mentioned, this is something that they can do over and over again. And judging from the other maps, another part where in Show Crew might be popping off would be Kalahari. So they are still deadly because that's a back-to-back map that they can take advantage of.
It all started here at Peak. We saw battles unfolding. Rhino 6, unfortunate, they couldn't hold their own. But Show Crew also had trouble, as you can see, their early fight with P Esports. But I think that gave them the confidence to build further. But GCT Arrow, if that's alone, going back, rewinding it, the fight between Nox Esports and GCT Arrow, one of them, if they were able to end it a little early, maybe it could have been their Booyah. What do you think about that?
I think obviously the possibility was definitely there, and it's not like it was an easy run for Show Crew all throughout. Ivan and Gyosin lost their lives very early on, forced on the revive. Gyosin got caught out again, but it's all about how you play that game of recovery. And how did they recover? It was the team boosters, because we saw Show Crew spend a lot of time outside the safe zone, and they were not really being hurt by the blue zone at all, right? All they were doing is just getting their extra health topped up, and gave them a lot of time to recover their utilities outside of the circle, away from the watchful eyes of the other squads, which was obviously a very big advantage for them, Lucifer.
Yeah, with that, I think there was one more team who had a really good start, and we saw them early and very close to getting to double digits, was Zam team. But after that, they almost went completely silent. So if that was another opportunity for Zam team, it could have played out better. But unfortunate that these teams are the ones who missed out their opportunity to start things off. But we said Bermuda is where you test things out, and testing it really worked out for this MVP. That is going to be Show Crew's Ivan.
Yeah, so Ivan with the 4,253 on the damage, 11 assists, 9 eliminations, 6 headshots. And I don't think the Woodpecker was all he was using out there. If I'm not mistaken, we also saw the Kar 98 on him. So one beautiful thing about the USA, again, is the fact that the double snipers setup kind of was born in this region. And as a matter of fact, sometimes you see a 4-man sniper squad, right? If it's not a 4-man sniper squad, it's the snipers together with the marksman that's just wrecking squads out there. Many of these players are flex players. They're able to play in any role, either as the rusher or the sniper or the bomber, albeit we don't really see a lot of those bombs. And Ivan's just one of those superstars, right? If you look at his active passive skills layout, it's a combination of a sniper as well as a rusher. And I feel like, again, like Neptune pointed out earlier on, this is the highlight for the players out of North America, out of the USA. They have always focused on being the flex, but when you are the jack of all trades, perhaps mastering something might get a tad bit more difficult later on, Nep.
Yeah, well, let's see, though, if that's something that they can pull away from, or probably this is where they're just comfortable on doing so and can be the new meta of the game. But Ivan head-to-head with DZ Urix from GCT Arrow, just looking at the numbers in terms of damage, it's not so much. It's more on heading towards Show Crew. And I guess at this point, because of the numbers of elimination that has been brought in, more than half has been brought in by Ivan. So it's really tough to go against this guy right now. And again, this might prompt a new kind of meta, but I don't know, it's still doubtful. It's still early in the competition. It's just a survival stage, and that might change later on.
Also, to add on, it's just the first game. So there's a lot that these teams can instantly turn it around. Show Crew were in a better spot. You mentioned about it in the position that they were also holding, having the height advantage, playing at the edges of the peak, whereas every team clustered in the saloon, and that became a problem. And with that, we have the overall stats itself. As you can see, 51,000 total damage coming in. If you guys remember, the bonuses are also going to be there. So towards the start of the group stage is when the bonuses come into play. So if Show Crew continues this aggression, it could work out for them. But again, eliminations as well looking good, and hopefully as we go further, we end up seeing a lot more coming in their favor.
I mean, we've definitely seen bigger numbers here for Bermuda. So this one is a little bit of a, mind-boggling stat to me, because there was a lot of action. There was quite a number of eliminations out there, but just a total of 82. I did kind of comment that we were seeing a lot of, players kind of get taken down and be revived, but no wonder we weren't catching a lot of that heat from the very start itself. It seems to have been a very passive lobby. It's the exact opposite that I expected out of the teams here who are in the upper bracket of the survival stage. In Group A is where I expected them to be a little bit more carefree, just like what Show Crew was doing. But I think a few teams will actually fall into that pattern in a little bit after seeing what has befallen them on this first lobby.
And one thing I would say to follow up on that is because of some teams were just making those adjustments. Because, early parts of the game, early parts of Bermuda, they can be aggressive, but the moment they fail or that plan fails, they go away from those engagements. So I do agree, you have those elimination, but the pickup is also being done because at some point, most of the squads prioritize on keeping their full squad on. Even without the revive, as long as you have a full squad, it wouldn't counter the opponents on those numbers.
Now, counting the numbers, as you can see, we have the teams top 12 and Show Crew, leading this almost by the double from the team in contention at the second position. That is going to be GCT Arrow Show Crew with 37 total points, big 25 elimination. It might not have been the 40 game that I was looking forward to, but it is still a fantastic start coming in from their direction. And also, the reason I spoke about ZAM team, they have 11 eliminations that started very early in the game. Unfortunately, around the saloon, they could not hold off, but Rhino 6, they'll be at the dead bottom without any point, and that's not a great start to see, AJ.
Yeah, I'm glad you get to see the 37-pointer, man. Close enough to the 40, but please get used to it in the survival stage here, Lucifer, because it's obviously going to peter down as we get into the group stage later on. It's disappointing to see that one of the squads did not make it into the lobby. Hopefully, they are able to join us for the second game, because, one of the biggest things is you need to make sure each and every single match, just to be in the safe spot, you're picking up an average of 10 points at minimum. And right now, you only see 7 teams achieve that for themselves. Esports, ACD, Fisher Tiger, Twist, as well as Rhino 6, they all faltered without hitting that minimum. Does it mean to say that you're guaranteed not going to be able to get directly into the groups if you don't hit the 10 minimum? No, but that's just a very safe place to be, right? So the positioning play has to come into priority here for the players on the side of Fisher Tiger, Rhino 6. But I understand where they come from as well. I don't think Rhino 6 wanted to take a big fight so early on. It's just that they happened to drop into that chaotic hot drop that we were talking about being so possible here on this day one, Lucy.
See, day one, it is still a start. Thankfully, it was Bermuda. It was not another map where you could not get an idea about it. So even though it was 0 points for Rhino 6 and a team that did not make it, we will still hope that there is another opportunity. But moving to Kalahari, as we already spoke about it is going to be Sniper's Haven. I hope these teams are prepared for it, because we did see a mix of both a little long-ranged and CQC coming into play between these 11 teams that played this very first game. But moving into Kalahari, you will be forced to take long-range battles, and I hope the recovery happens there for Fisher Tiger and any other team, because clearly, as we could see, right, eliminations have been on the higher end more than the concentration on the placement point. So elimination still keeping teams afloat, but that is not going to be enough if you are thinking that you want to make it in the top 9 right after the 5 games. Kalahari is your next. What is the plan, Neptune? What do you think they should be doing?
Out of the squads that we've seen in Bermuda, I'm eyeing on a few teams. Well, other than Show Crew, we have GCT Arab as well as ZAM team, because there are a few who took advantage of the elevation, and that's where Kalahari has been known of. The elevation, the sniper's nest, and this is where we are going to see more of potentially the double sniper setup that we've seen. But AJ did point out that there's a few squad right here, especially in the early parts, the first half of each game, wherein they can bring in even marksman. They do have secondary to work with, so they can have a full squad who deals with long-range battles. And then towards the end, that's where they change their weapon. They make those adjustments to adjust it, to make it to a point that they, even the CQCs, even in some positions wherein they have to engage against those on LMG and shotgun, they can make those adjustments.
Now let's see what kind of adjustments teams make as we head towards Kalahari. Crucial here. Game number 1 is done. Mistakes that you made has been done, but it's time for recovery. Because after this, you just have 3 games. Even though you don't have a threat of elimination, you have the advantage. Why not take it? Get into the group stage right now at the end of these first 5 games. And if you're done with it, you all have to wait is for the next weekend. Nothing to do tomorrow. And that is the safer bet to play. I hope teams understand. But it is also something for Nox Esports to play on, because we spoke about the survival, right? But when the circle is closing in, you stick towards survival. When the circle is smaller, is more a tougher of a game, and especially hotspots like Saloon will cause problem. And right now, moving into Kalahari, I think Refinery and Command Post should be a watch post for some of these teams, because there could be an initial clash right at the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think teams like Fisher Tiger need to also strategically understand that, you know, the read of the circle is not the only important factor, because I felt like they also avoided the Saloon very smartly, but they have to be careful of the team boosters in effect, because just because the safe zone's behind you doesn't mean that the space is all clear. Keeping an eye on whatever that's happening behind is very, very important. And I feel like that's one of the ball that was dropped on the side of Fisher Tiger, because they literally had a boulder in front of them. They did not need to be very wary of what's happening in front. You know, the zone was clear, but watching their backs, watching their six was of utmost priority. And they just could not react to that situation quick enough. We didn't see the monster truck trick come through to even protect their backs in that situation. So I feel like, you know, I can expect a little bit more out of teams who did not survive the bottom 6. We did not get to see a lot from Rhino, so I'm hoping to see from the Animal Kingdom a little bit more in this next one.
I want to see those Tusks really go against their opponents. Well, not literally, but Rhinos. I guess that's just a fluke at this point, because they were caught off guard because of the hot drops, and then later on they might be able to get back in this game. But it's tough to call right now, because game after game, especially with the show crew showing up with those kind of numbers, they have a lead of 20 and more compared to the rest of the squad. It will make it difficult for Rhinos to be able to go and catch up to them, but showing up in 4 more matches, it doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt, but right now, as you said, watching their backs is going to be very crucial as we are going to be going into game number 2, Kalahari. Neptune and AJ, it is all yours.
Hey, thanks, brother. We'll be back with you in a bit after we are done dusting our hands when we leave this sandy desert of Kalahari. Game 2, let's see if or not the bottom dwellers of that Bermuda map can rise up to the top. We're talking about Rhino 6, we're talking about Twist, Fisher Tiger, PE Sports Academy, maybe even Zeal. I would love to see a little bit more from them. I felt like Zeal had a great start earlier on Neptune. 8 eliminations before they got kicked out way too prematurely in that lobby. You know, mechanical skills-wise, I think they had it. They just got involved in back-to-back battles that they could not sustain. So let's see what happens to the Zeal squad this time round at Kalahari.
Yeah, I mean, Zeal Squad, even with a Z, they're still part of the Animal Kingdom. So I'm really looking forward to how well they can play around in this battle. But again, the show crew would be the focus right now. But again, for everyone, 10th of September, hopefully you are saving up for that Buriram Champion bundle, because there's a lot that we are expecting out of that, especially with the Woodpecker. It has been used plenty of time, and that's one of the weapons that's it's mostly used in situations like this, especially in Kalahari, wherein you need to take shots in distance, but when you switch to an AR, you still have the bullets and doesn't have to change that much.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Rhino again in another early encounter, but Naruto 7 with the VSK on that high ground already, camping right beside the vending machine. Probably this is going to be that advantage for them. Morenox, on the other hand, far away from the rest of his players, and the show crew chasing them, but Gyozin gets sprayed down by Morenox. Had the AN on him, but unfortunately, Ivan follows up with the SKS from that high ground. Show crew, it's a 1-for-1 so far between them, and 1NT will be keeping the rest of the Rhino 6 squad a little bit busy. But the revival's not going to be impossible for the squad as they quickly pull it off through Doris.
Well, Zing did manage to take down Ivan from long range, but as a distraction, let's see if 1NT will be able to completely annihilate Rhino 6. We just motivating Rhino 6 earlier, but now it's 1NT who might give them a play for their money. And there you have it! Yeah. Good waiting, good timing for them, and even the time turner was delayed for a side of 1NT, and one ball will be taken out. That's 3 elimination already, and a quick pickup on Dowris can be done, but Moreno on Overwatch, just to make sure that Rhino 6 will not be going down that easily, and it's now left to Aurelio, and the vending machine in Stonebridge would be far away. I thought he was out, but no, he's still running.
Nah, he's out. There's just no way he survives this one. That Orion is not from Moreno. He is going to get caught out here. Sing X. Oh, beautiful shot. Aurelio does manage to turn things around. But 1ND Esports, who missed that Bermuda map, will get taken out prematurely this time round. And Rhino 6 that barely picked up anything. In fact, they didn't pick up any points whatsoever. Start off this Kalahari game hot as we wanted Neptune. They've got 6 eliminations to their side.
Well, 6 elimination, Rhino 6. The catch-up is now beginning. And I'm really looking forward to some of those from Rhino 6. For Zam Team, Capuzado, and No Name managed to hit him in the CQC with Hard 98K. Now, this is where No Name might be able to land more. And Venda almost being taken down. But here comes the rest of the crew of LMG introducing them. It's Neymar being pinned right now as he goes down.
Oh, Hueso, what a flick there with the Winchester. Switching out from the Bison, gets a double for himself. And unfortunately, they get snuffed out prematurely. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that element of No Name being the distraction, as well as the rest of the squad shooting them from afar. And knowing that there might be a potential of them being, or No Name being eliminated, one of the crew or one of LMG did just jump in with a vehicle just to give that support, but damage has been dealt. LMG though, being damaged at the moment, didn't expect this after winning the fight, but again, this is where we emphasize on recovery. And speaking of recovery, here comes Luis going for that revive.
I could have sworn I saw a round 1 logo on that blue wall, and my mind boggled for a second there, but I must be a tad bit too sleepy here. GCT Arrow. Open rotation, Neptune. I'm not a very big fan of this, especially with the split push. Urex lagging behind the rest of his team members and still very aggressive as they are on the hunt. It looks like they are trying to flank around a squad, and Urex, I was wondering why he's all alone. It's because he has the stealth by Morse on him. Forney flanking around from the left, and Luis is going to be all alone in this situation. LMG about to lose yet another player. Paddy with the shots from up top. Luis running out of his inhalers here. Only 5 more medkits left in his hands, and Forney catches up with him finally. The flank pays off for GCT Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, Forney, I'm just looking at him right now as he tries to cut the approach, and it was a good plan. Even if it's just one player, you need to still be strategic in every rotation that you're making. And that's what GC Tiaro has been known for, but it's just unfortunate that it's not paying dividends when it comes to Grand Finals. But No Name being a potential threat out of the squad, let's see if they will survive. But sure death being taken down, or a couple, and that's because of Naruto X, though they need Daurus to be revived, but they're also in the hunt for the remaining 2 players of Sure Death.
Caesar becoming Sure Death. They knew the Sir was assured, and now they are assuring us that they will bring death to the lobby. Problem is, you've got the Rhino 6 with a high ground advantage. SKS in the hands of Naruto 7, looking for an angle onto Reyes. Reyes has got the VSK to turn things around here, and a sharp shot could put him on the ground. As I speak about Reyes, Malfoy has the exact same gun with the VSK. Reyes gets caught out by Naruto's SKS. And that now leaves Malfoy all alone. Sure death definitely on the cards here for the squad. Sure death, pun intended. But 58 Nation is the one that has their tires flattened out early.
Oh, it's just unfortunate for 58 Nation right now. But Malfoy, let's see what magic he's going to bring to the table to revive the rest of the squad. Because
Expecto Patronum. No, Malfoy doesn't do that. He's bad.
Probably at this point, since he's on the tuk-tuk, it's expensive petroleum. But
I don't know if tuk-tuk uses expensive petroleum, but I appreciate the dad joke.
Probably kerosene. A little bit more cheaper.
For your own health, I would prefer they do not use kerosene in their tuk-tuks, man. It's great to see Rhino 6 with the recovery, Neptune. I mean, 0 points in that Bermuda map, and here they have got that minimum tenor that I'm talking about just through eliminations. So this is a solid recovery game for them. If they get, 3-4 more eliminations, makes it into the top 5, then I think they would have made up for the game where they flunked out at Bermuda, because I'm just talking about a minimum 10 per game, and that's something that Rhino 6 can deliver here just through Kalahari.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, Bermuda might have just been that fluke because they were caught off guard in the drop, and now they drop away from the rest of the squad. Early engagement might have happened, but they were winning it. But Shokru, well, in spite of Ivan being taken down, hopefully he recovers not only the health, but also the armor, because the GCT arrow is running at them. And there's also the threat of that Bolt Maker hitting them, and GCT arrow is just trying to stay in the edge. But as we look in, Chappie might be able to pull off a surprise, but the Mountain Dash against him brings him down. And even T-Rex is trying his best to defend the squad, and he is working on it on the flank.
I mean, great play here for the right-hand side flank, forcing GCT Arrow to abandon project through the moors. And URX now with the fate of his squad members in his hands, and he does not have enough coins to bring all 3 of them back. It's just going to be a single revival first, and then he needs to go on the hunt for more coins. And thankfully, Forney will be able to help him out with that mission as well. So we'll wait for the recovery play of GCT. In the meantime, Rhino 6 losing Naruto, and potentially Morinox here as well. A sharp shot from Decken from opposite on the battlefield. Morinox did not see that one coming, and here comes Nox Esports to snuff them out. Doris right at the vending machine, managing that quick revive before he gets sprayed down. But I feel like Rhino 6 has picked up a majority of that slack of the Bermuda match, and that revival will keep them in the run here for a little bit of a recovery.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm seeing the Orion being used right here. Yes, it's good if you're going to go for those, millisecond revive, because even if you are being gunned down, like pinch to a T, like what we've seen Nox do against them, you will be able to survive a little bit, but not so much. So I don't know what other strategy they have in terms of that Orion, but it's not looking good in Battle Royale at the moment. But let's see. I mean, there's still a few hopes on some of those active and passive skill mix up, similar to what we've seen from Ivan that he has brought in Bermuda. But for Twist, I guess they are not twisted that much right now. They only got 4 points earlier with 3 elimination, and now with a total of 9, they're just waiting for next phase of the circle to show up, and probably this move, especially with the T kill on approach with that AWM, they might be able to get more.
Yeah, good recovery here for Twist as well. Just like Rhino 6, they needed the points. Like you pointed out, they only had 4 points in totality from the previous matchup. So the eliminations alone kind of trying to balance out their non-performance from the previous game. They'll have to be careful. It's a Savage lobby, this one, and Nox still on the hunt, looking for the Rhino players. Naruto's going to be spotted out, and he's not ready just yet. Already used up his Valiant Dash. That's on cooldown. Doesn't have an active skill to depend on. Has the Mag 7, though. That's good enough, and gets locked down on top of that. So even when that Valiant Dash comes back online, he won't be able to do much. But great play there by Sing X, dropping the player Negrito. But Negrito not before he did get the knock onto the Rhino 6 player. Overall, Nox is just looking for a little bit more of an aggressive approach this time round, and it seems to be working out well for them.
And we've talked about this from before. Again, Kalahari is one of those maps wherein you can bring in the double snipe setup, but the best way to counter that is to have an aggressive push to close the distance. And this is what Nox is trying to do in most cases. But now, as they spotted Sure Death, Dowries though has been taken out. Now let's see if they will try and push a little bit further, or probably just wait for this zone to close in, because you don't want to be in a risk, especially when some squad will be gunning at you as they chase that circle.
Malfoy, snibbeting little Malfoy, looking from that high tower, trying to spot Harry on the bottom, but it looks like Harry's not going to be even in the lobby, and he will take out his aggression onto Moore instead. Nox, Draken 7 spotted out as well. Malfoy follow up. M82B straight through the glue wall. Draken stood no chance. And that's one of the highlights of this sniper. I mean, the penetration capability through those glue walls means you have got no defense out in the open on a map like Purgatory as well as Kalahari. Comes in really handy.
Well, let's see if Sure Death can bring Sure Death against Nox. Moranox! Well, they spotted, and it's Malfoy who managed to land it from a distance. Now, Sure Death brings Sure Death to Nox right now, who is spread out a little too thin. Yes, survivability, they might be able to pull off, but we are now in the 4th, going in the 5th phase of the circle, where Vending Machine might be scars in this map.
Yeah, great play by Malfoy. Just with that high tower, manages to earn the squad 3 more eliminations. And he's keeping an eye on Draken for sure. The rest of the players on the side of Caesar. Sure Death, I have to say. Sizing up Nox once again. Draken has got the stealth bites on him for the long rotation towards the right. The rest of the Nox players following suit as well. And now he should be in a position that's decent enough to snuff Malfoy out of his prime spot here. And Rhino 6, on the other hand, taken down by Ivan. The show crew putting an end to Rhino 6's run.
Yeah, and in spite of all the effort of Rhino 6, they were eliminated early. They did manage to bring in 10 elimination and 4 on the placement. But it's Sure Death, right, making sure that Nox will be knocked out and will be meeting their Sure Death, as Malfoy is just picking them from all the sides, and even the show crew is in view. I'm just surprised that no one is targeting Malfoy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they can all see him, but unfortunately they can't do much because Malfoy, very sneaky, keeps moving around from the left to the right. And Fisher Tiger, if anyone, should be in a position to punish him. They do have a couple of snipes on their side. Shoku as well is going to be a very big threat here. But they are looking the opposite way, trying to gun down the players of Twist.
Twist right now, prime position as well. They have the elevation. They just need to either crouch or prone. And if they want to jump against Shoku, all they have to do is use that zip line. But there's a little bit of risk involved in that. They use a monster truck for a little bit more of cover as they wait for the zone to close in. But even Sure Death is giving them a view of those pressure. Getting one from GCC Arrow, and there goes Choppy being taken out. Now, I'm not sure if there's anyone left for GCT Arrow, but Sure Death definitely is catching up. Nox Esports though being taken out, Negrito out of the zone, no way in, and now that we've seen the next phase, the 6 phases circle, in 10 seconds, everyone will be forced in that spot.
Now this is going to be a crucial rotation here for the Sure Death players. It's going to be sure death for them if they don't have ample cover and a little bit of distraction to make this rotation. And Pianito is not going to be that lucky to get sprayed down. The rest of the players led by Malfoy inside the monster truck. They rotate around very quickly. DCT Arrow, the final player taken down by Twist, and Sure Death on the other hand have made it successfully into this next circle, albeit they had to sacrifice Pianito in that move. Ibarra is here with the M590. We'll find Neptune right back with us in a little bit. Oh, there you go. Right back in it.
Let's see, Playboy playing around onto the edge. Get it with Twist, but Reyes spots him with N24. Ivan, though, pays them back a little bit with SVD. Now, this is a 4-way battle, but those high ground is being crucial. And the only team that I think is just silent is Fisher Tiger, and they're eyeing for this booyah. But unfortunately, the shift of the circle will not be favoring them, and they will be moving out in open.
Massive recovery here for Twist, and Show Crew just putting on a show back-to-back with their performance, with their consistency. And yes, Ibarra X with a beautiful M590 play. Malfoy turning things around against Hayate as well. Twist players are losing their lives, but Malfoy now on the ground, saved by Reyes, and nobody's punishing them for that move. Prince gets spotted out by Reyes, and the M24 BSK combo puts him down onto the ground, and that should be the end of Twist.
Well, Twist has been ended now. We have Fisher Tiger finally moving in. Sure Death has been eliminated. Even some players of Show Crew. But Boyd in a risky position, trying to play around with his zone, which we don't really recommend. But now they only need to deal with one. T-Kill doesn't have that in his name if he cannot pull off a clutch, but he does have snipers on him, so hopefully he can switch it up with a CQC weapon.
Yeah, he's waiting for that Moss stealth lights to come active once again. Can use it for the quick rotation round. Plugs it in the moment I speak about it. M82B in his hands with the AWM as well. Has been spotted out finally, had to come out of the stealth lights to take that shot. M590 way too close. T-Kill needs a one-shot wonder here. Can he pull it off against the M590? First stack onto him. Follow up by Bot. And that is Fisher Tiger also completing their recovery run alongside Twist as well as Rhino 6. The underdogs of that first lobby coming out pretty much on top, except of course Rhino 6 that got flattened out a tad bit earlier. Looks like the Sahur skin did not really put them in jeopardy.
All right, let's bring back Lucifer right here to see what he has to say about that fight, because Fisher Tiger was phenomenal in that final circle despite of not getting elimination.
I think Fisher Tiger made sure that this time they did not make a mistake. They were not stuck right in front of a boulder rather than watching their 6. And this time they made sure they counted it for a booyah and played very well. It did come down to a 1v1 almost. If not for that M590 and if it was still a long range duel, maybe it would have gone from their hand. But Fisher Tiger played really well. But I think along those lines, it has to be that we have to talk about Rhino 6. What a brilliant comeback they staged.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just them, right? I felt like Twist had a little bit of a better comeback compared to Rhino 6. Obviously, we saw Rhino 6 start things off. They had the vending machine camped at, but just before we even reached the 2-minute mark, they already had 6 eliminations on their side. And I think they had about 10 before they got eliminated from the lobby. And way more than that has been consumed by Twist, not just from those eliminations, but also the placement points that they've managed to walk away with on this lobby, Lucifer.
Brilliant stuff. I think recovery for every team happening one after another. Yes, it almost came to maybe seeing Show Crew again pick off a back-to-back. It was closer this time. But thankfully, of making sure they held the ground is the reason they took it against the side of Show Crew, put them down, and they got an opportunity. Even GCT Arrow, it looked like they would have had an opportunity that if they played with numbers. But one team that had a clear opportunity compared to GCT Arrow should and would have been Sure Death. But unfortunately, they just held their position for far too long, Neptune. There could have been a different outcome if they managed to do something different.
I mean, Sure Death is trying their usual approach, probably correcting some of the mistakes that they've pulled off in Bermuda, but there's still a few more of those work that needs to be done. And it's not as if they don't have experience. It's just some of the squad are moving quite differently this time around compared to other season, and we've seen new names, new brands already popping off, like what we've seen. First Booyah out of Show Crew, and then even Fisher Tiger moving slowly, but still managing to get a Booyah. And you did point out Rhino 6. We have Twist as well. So there's like map after map adjustments being done, and if you're not fast to make your own adjustment, you might be left behind.
One thing for sure, the teams are kind of getting left behind is on revives. Rescues, they're not able to do that. We've been seeing very little, especially in the very early eliminations that teams are doing. Also, to see Orion in this stage where we are seeing teams picking off new metas could be a mix that we just now saw on the screen. It did not work out in the best manner for Rhino 6. Maybe something that they were trying. It got them the double digits in terms of elimination, but it was just not enough. Just like how much Malfoy was trying to do on top of that tower in command post. Hopefully he could have put down some more spells to take down the opponents.
Yeah, and you know, if you really look at the performance of Sure Death in a overall perspective, I feel like it was a great consistent step up, right? In the previous game, you know, they were giving the Sure Death for the rest of the squads. They were fine. They were just not the greatest squad. This time they really step it up. But in terms of the consistency of how far they're getting into these circles, I think Sure Death is showing us that they have got a good read on all of these maps, good map mastery in terms of those rotations as well. It's just those eliminations that they're sharpening up, and the step up is looking solid. But if you want to talk about solid in terms of recovery, we cannot beat what Fisher Tiger just pulled off with Q-Thai with the 1,504 damage in totality, 2 assists, 2 eliminations, 2 headshots. And I feel like this is something that Neptune pointed out when they got the Booyah. Not very high on the eliminations, but that's not what we are looking for here on the survival stage. We are looking for the teams that can survive, and that's exactly what Fisher Tiger did here.
And it's one thing as well out of Fisher Tiger, because they failed in the first game. What they're doing right now is just making sure that they can read the approach of some other squad, find that final circle, and even without a Booyah, I think they did manage to pull off a few of those eliminations already. But that's just the initial plan. If they can do it in the first half of this game or the next 2 games, then once they get comfortable, then that's where they go for elimination. And hopefully they can catch up to the top 6.
Catching up has to be done, and as we also talk about the head-to-head coming in, Sure Death or Caesar on the other end is going to be Twist, and Twist Kill was the last man standing from their team, almost bringing it down to a 1v1, and for a Booyah here, compared to what we ended up seeing in our very first head-to-head, the damage as well as the stats are a lot more closer. Reyes versus Kill, hopefully it becomes an opportunity that we see them further as well. But what I like to point out and talk about is the assist that Reyes was able to deliver better than Kill here.
Yeah, man. I mean, overall, I think Twist just did so much better. They were the team that came in that second spot. You know, Fisher Tiger did manage to walk away with the Booyah because they had the numbers advantage. But prior to that, it was Twist really owning the lobby. And we were talking about how they desperately needed a recovery game because they were too far down the bottom of the leaderboard after that Bermuda matchup where they only walked away with 4 points, right? So this time to see them almost walk away with the Booyah with a massive number of eliminations in hand shows us that this is not going to be the team you can expect to sit down in the bottom 3. They're not going to be taking this one lying down. They are going to go down fighting if they need to. But overall, again, not the most extreme lobby that we've seen out there. Just 87 eliminations, Neptune.
Yeah, it's just that as if like there's a lot of engagement, but not a lot of engagement, a lot of knockdowns, but not so much of conversion. Also, it comes to play wherein the squads are ending a team the moment they meet them, and then they just don't give them any opportunity for a revive. So there's no comeback that's happening to increase the odds of elimination later on.
Also, as we move towards the later games, one thing is reduced from game number 1 to game number 2 is going to be the throwables. Now here we end up seeing revives, rescues being done, so a little better on that stat. And as you mentioned, yes, eliminations is what we want to see a little more, and that is only possible when teams look forward to survival. And I think the teams especially who got eliminated very early, they're the ones who have to count on towards survival, especially the team who made their entry here. They were missing in game number 1, they made their jump in game number 2. That's going to be 1NT Esports. They stepped in, had the very first fight with Rhino 6, but were not able to step ahead. They were vanquished and put down right there.
Yeah, because there was a question of what could have happened if 1NT joined the first lobby. I guess what happened to them in Kalahari, they got nothing out of the lobby, unfortunately. So their recovery game, where I expected them to make up for the missed match at Bermuda, did not happen. So that just means they have got 3 opportunities to get the job done, which I think is going to be a tad bit more fancier than consistently getting it done over 5 matches. If 1NT pulls this off and manages to avoid the forced play for the second day of our survival stage, I think they would deserve a lot of respect by then. But of course, it is asking a lot from the team that could barely survive this Kalahari map.
It was a tough one to start things off with them, but with that, let's take a look at the team standings, the top 12, because the top 9 will have a chance, as you said, to make it into the group stage. But before there is an opportunity, 1NT Esports, they have to pick things up. They did not get anything and they played their very first game. But also along the same lines, P Esports Academy did not have a great run here on Kalahari. Ended up at the bottom, have only 11 points. Rhino 6 just in one game. They turn things around, are getting closer to the top 9. But Show Crew, Sure Death, GCT Arrow are now slowly making a run, especially Show Crew here, Neptune.
Yeah, it was one thing that I really are expecting from the squad, especially for those tethering that 9th spot, is it's easy for them to catch up because the distance is not that huge just yet compared to what we're seeing Show Crew. And probably because of the performance Show Crew, it's very top heavy or probably just number 1 heavy at this point. And the only teams that might have trouble moving up are the ones placing themselves in second. At this point, it's Sure Death. Later on, it might be GCTRL because they are tied in 33. And even Twist, who did manage to go for a great revive or comeback after that Kalahari. And again, there's no really issue for the moment because that's just a second game. We still have 3 more to go. Or 2 more,
Indeed,
rather.
3 more games. But with that, we also have to take a look at what we end up seeing between the teams at the 7, 8, 9 and 10, 11, 12 do. Yes, 1NT Esports, they've not made a recovery, but going to Purgatory, they now have their game number 2. What you mentioned, AJ, hopefully in Bermuda that they missed out, they can now recover in Purgatory and put points on the card. Because just take example of Rhino 6, they had nothing before we started Kalahari and now they have 14 points and they've become a problem for 58 Nation. And if 58 Nation did not pick up points like in Kalahari, they barely had around 3 points, I presume. If that is repeated, I think there is an opportunity for somebody else to take that 9th spot moving into our halfway mark.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, one great thing about being the shoutcaster is you have no allegiance to any squads out there. So it matters not to me whether or not 1NT finds that recovery, but it will definitely mean a lot to me as a shoutcaster to see this team, you know, fight their way out from the depths of despair here after clocking in 0 points from 2 games, right? It would be very exciting to see 1NT build their momentum right back in here, make it into the group stage, and survive for a tad bit longer. It's not a new brand. We have seen them participate in the summer season. I think we can expect a little bit more from 1NT. They just haven't warmed up yet. Clearly, there's something wrong with the squad. Probably, you know, one of the players did not join the lobby because of some sort of personal issue or whatsoever. But those kinds of disruptions do mess around with your early game mojo, right? So hopefully that's exactly what is causing a little bit of troubles for the squad right now. Maybe Kalahari, they just didn't get their jig together just yet. Maybe a little bit of infighting. But for this third map, it's going to to be crucial. They play together like a well-oiled machine, Lucifer.
Very much indeed, because if they miss out an opportunity here, while we said there's a comeback in game number 2, which Rhino 6 did, it is this game number 3 where teams need to understand if they want to make their run in the top 9, this is where they have to do it. And especially because the points is not far too away. Like Shokru, yes, they might be sitting at 58 points. They're further away on the top 1. Your goal is not reaching the top 1, top 2 or top 5. It's about the top 9. So 1NT have an opportunity. Rhino 6 right at that edge threshold, sitting at the 10th spot, have an opportunity. So it's for the team, Zam team, who did not have a great run in Kalahari. They ended up getting barely any points, single digits around the edge of it. And I think that's a wake-up call for teams who did not perform on Kalahari. And moving into Purgatory, the picks are going to change, especially with them now understanding how to play on the green grass of Bermuda, how to play on the deserts. Purgatory brings the mix of both.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully we, at this point, this is the only moment wherein the skewed flight path is not intended. Because I want everyone to have an equal playing field. Because even in, like, you were talking about 1NT and also Rhino 6, because they failed in the first few games that they played in. And then Twist is one of those. Rhino 6 is one of those who managed to do a little bit of catch up for themselves. But 1NT, after 2 games, or they did miss out on 1NT didn't score any on the second. But I was just looking back in some of the stats, and they were very close to the 9th spot as well during Survival 1. And we're talking about some of the squads who are part of the Grand Finals as well. That's part of that Survival 1. So I think there's still a little bit of recovery that might be done by a squad like 1NT.
Yeah, absolutely. There's very big potential here for 1NT to make that recovery, which is why I said if they actually got it done within the final 3 games available, as opposed to picking up, just minimal points throughout 5 games, I think it'll be a tad bit more impressive. But do they have what it takes to pull that chemistry right back is going to be the question, Lucifer. We are going to say goodbye to you for the time being, brother. We'll catch up with you right after game number 3. Purgatory is going to be a tough one, so you all better buckle up. We've got a lot of open grounds here. Those rotations are going to be punishing if these teams have not figured out a good strategy just yet, Neptune.
And definitely is something that they need to figure out, because neither heaven or hell will be saving any teams who will be dumbfounded in this map, where this map is the breeding ground of demons. And let's see if Rhino 6 will be the demon in this fight, as they are dealing with Fisher Tiger, and the Booyah Curse is catching up to the squad.
Rhino 6. I hope this is not a early end for them with Singh down on the ground. Easy pickup. Looks like the players on the side of Fisher Tiger just did not manage to take that one all the way. Are they going to take the info out of the skies first off here from Mount Villa, and their binocular scan gives them no info whatsoever. Now, they should be able to just loot around this compound for the time being and not really worry about the rest of the squads for at least the next few minutes. But a great start here for Rhino 6, picking up 3 eliminations.
And it's a great start. Definitely, they even drop on the edge just to make sure that there's not so much of contention after they win or go for that battle. But Shokru right now against Nox. Ivan might be caught off guard, but unfortunately, no one from the 3-player of Nox just went in there on the right side of that wall. But T-Rex might be wrecking them from above. We have elevation, but up close and personal. Reader, despite of that, Show Ivan is the one who brought them down, but no pickup can be done. And here comes Draken, making sure that Nox will have that fighting chance and have a full squad.
Oh my goodness, Draken just saving the squad in time, picking up his buddies, and they pull out a time turner as well. Can he snuff out cracks? Yes, he does. Beautiful play as Reader gives him the support that's most needed up on top, and Nox from the verge of annihilation have made a comeback here against the best team in performance from the lobby.
Oh, best team definitely is what they are showing up right now, but Nando Let's see if he will be brought into trouble. Very close to Negrito. And M590 against Max 7. Unfortunately, it's Max 7 who wins it. And the CQC is where Nox Esports has been popping off. Not so much of a distance, but do have Draken who can take those shots, especially with SKS. As we look at the GCT Arrow dealing with 1NT, and this is something that 1NT doesn't want or doesn't need at the moment because they're still in a catch-up game with 0 points after 2.
GCT Arrow picking up 7 early game here is a big one. Looks like Brazilia's going to be their stronghold for the time being as they pick up the 8 point. And Neptune, what is happening, brother? 1NT, 3 games in a row. Now they have to do the impossible to use the final 2 matches available to them. But again, you know, what's the worst case scenario? They have to play 5 games tomorrow. I'm pretty sure 1NT can survive.
Well, again, I'm still hoping for that. Not quite sure what's happening with them. Well, first off, the question of why they didn't join in the first match, I think that's also affecting them all throughout this game because it's not as if that they don't have a chance to win those battle. It's just that I believe they are a little bit distracted or probably just not in their A game at the moment. So hopefully they can catch up. Probably not now. I do agree. There's still a second chance. They still have that safety net that they can work with.
We all need that safety net, and the safety net for GCT Arrow at this point of time is the arsenal. They pick up some upgraded weapons that are most definitely much needed here on their journey to just beefing up their squad. Again, 1NT exiting 2 games in a row with no points whatsoever. Whatever issues the squad is facing, I hope they sort it out as quickly as possible. It could be a possibility that they're just down by 1 man or their players are just not really in a situation to play the lobby, but they don't want to get disqualified, so they're just hopping on in and making it work, but not having any points whatsoever clearly isn't doing them any favors at the point.
Well, let's see if that would change later on. Another change that I'm expecting is for Esports Academy to move up the ranks because despite of them having that brand, the prestige of the brand, it's not showing into gameplay just yet. And Nox is just on a run wherein they want to get as much off elimination as possible as they tether the edge of each phase. And even with the Lightning Zone, with the Bolt Maker against them, all they have to do is just stay in covers. And whoever triggered that, well, probably it's more of to force anyone. But if it wasn't Nox, yeah, probably that plan for PE Sports Academy would succeed. But no, Nox is just on a hunt right now.
I mean, it was that recovery play that I was just so impressed with when they took on the show crew. And it was the save from the players that, you know, it was more of the teamwork, I have to say, as Draken dropped back to pick them up, and then Negrito just making sure he pulled out those extra glue walls to keep the squad intact. You know, very quick recoveries like that is what is going to keep your team alive a tad bit longer. But Nox is just taking it a few miles further with those eliminations. Now LMG shots from afar, but it's going to be challenged by URX from the side of GCT Arrow, who made that rotation. And LMG, none the wiser on that attack. They were not watching their backs and are left with one final player. Luis has got 900 coins in his pocket, but Nox is right in front of him. LMG are at risk of getting eliminated. And as I say that, it is Rhino 6's Naruto with the Rasengan that takes him out of the lobby.
Well, definitely a racing gun is what they need right now. Especially if they want to get that headshot. But Rhino 6, 5 elimination already. Now dealing with players of GCT Arrow. And this is a squad who is aiming to get their own Booyah. And there goes Shopee in the front line. Even 40 with the AWM, bringing Rhino 6 to their knees. Now it's only a few players remaining, but Grepo has been done. Valiant dash onto Patty and Rhino 6 out just like that. That gives GCT Arrow 15 points.
15 already, and we were talking about GCT Arrow ramping it up game after game. That particular momentum just keeps piling on itself. I mean, the previous matchup, they only had 10 eliminations in totality, Neptune. And if I'm not mistaken, in Bermuda, they had slightly below 10. But now 15, not even at the end just yet. Can GCT Arrow get into the final circle once again, or maybe even walk away with a booyah? Because now they've got the utilities, they've got enough coins in their pockets, they've got their weapons of choice, they've looted up the boxes of their opponents that they have laid on the ground and buried 6 feet under. So it's a strong start here on this purgatory map for GCT.
Well, GCT Arrow, we're looking forward to that happening at the moment. Twist, though, a little bit slow in the approach, but I can't blame them. It's more of a T-Kill play that happened earlier. And look at that, where T-Kill is. High ground, far away from rest of the squad, probably just looking for any stragglers outside of the zone, and then later on, that's where we are going to see them continue their slaying ways. But we also see a few of those engagement happening from afar, and it's Fisher Tiger going against Show Crew, and even Sound Team is dipping in that fight.
You gotta dip your feet into all of these battles that you can potentially be the third party in and pull away some save points without putting yourself at risk. But it's most of the time only possible if you've got the great snipers on your side. Now Zamteam in a little bit of a CQC gears in from Show Crew again. Just going out all on his own, looking for eliminations. I wonder what the strategy is here for Show Crew, sending out Gyosin in this manner time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, Gyosin is, I don't know, probably the distractor or probably a scout who's just waiting or looking for any target. Thus, he's always being brought down. But good thing is the pickup is just being done quite well. But speaking of pickup, Quoxy, in spite of going for the pickups, only a few seconds remaining, but a Reptile Rhythm brings him down, and Q-Tai being sniped from the side from Forney will be eliminating Fisher Tiger from this game. We only have 7 teams remaining, and I'm looking at GCT Arrow eyeing for that booyah and getting close to it.
GCT Arrow, 19 eliminations in hand already. The only ones following them with that sort of firepower is Nox Esports, lacking behind with 9 eliminations to their name. But, you know, if you want to look at Nox's performance in the past 2 games, this is definitely a step up for Nox as well. We were talking about the average of 10 points. 10 is what they got at Kalahari, the 15 at Bermuda. So Nox just needs to keep this one up. They just need 6 more points for that 15. And their average obviously is a little bit higher than the other teams, just purely looking for survival. So I think it's not going to be a big deal for Nox by the end of this run to make their way into the group stage, Neptune. And Twist is probably one of those teams with the exact same fate as well. But they now go up against GCT, a potential early elimination here for Twist. Grenade landing on their heads. Hayate taken out, and Tape. What a 3-pointer. Beautiful God nade laid out there, and 2 players sorted out. Twists are in big trouble.
Yeah, that's one thing for Prince. I think he is the one with that A124. Could have triggered that already. He's close enough to make that shot, to make that active skill to work. But it's just unfortunate. But it's still early. Might be a chance for recovery right here, especially with Nox providing that distraction. But also for GCT Arrow, they're going for the hunt. And there goes T-Kill being chased right now. We're also seeing Sure Death being taken down. But
man,
T-Kill, what a move! M82B, especially on that close range, damage will be dead on a headshot.
Yeah, URX was obviously very smart with the mechanical play, pulled out a double glue wall to protect himself. The one thing that you cannot tell is whether or not it's an AWM or an M82B on the opposite end, you know, especially if he's got that silencer on him. And URX just got snuffed out. Beautiful shot through the glue wall. And GCT Arrow, but you know, still, there's nothing much that they have to worry about. 20 eliminations already, even if they exit the lobby right now, Neptune. This is a damn good game here for the Arrow squad.
Yeah, and it's double the average that you were talking about, and there's still hope for them. especially with the rest of the squad. And I guess there is some recovery, but all they have to do is deal with Twist at the moment, or probably if they have a launch pad, they just need to move away from here. And a vending machine might still be available somewhere close, but looking at it, Nox Esports being taken out. It is that team who managed to remove them from the field. And like, pun intended, this is the fields that they're playing out, and this is where they really need to move fast for Zam team. Because if they don't take out anyone that's near to them, the moment that they step into next phase's circle, they will be the target by not only GCT Arrow, but also Twist.
Can they get their revenge? URX, beautiful car 98. Playboy down on the ground. Chappie now with the M590 looking for the follow-up. The player has been picked right back up on the ground already. Back up to his feet. Hayate. Left side flank, but the Valiant Dash breaks down his defenses, and Chappie did not have the time turner to depend on. And GCT Arrow now left with their final player. URX manages to find the knock onto Hayate once again. Gets the elimination stolen away by Neymar. Zam team getting involved in this battle. They want a piece of Twist as well, and it is GCT Arrow that gets eliminated by the circle as Zam team hunts down the final Twist player.
Well, Zam team right now in a good way to grab this Booyah. Not only are they getting more elimination as expected, they're also in a good spot right now to spot or to find anyone who will be moving in the open. And we do have 58 Nation who's just in the corner as Twist will be eliminated by Caliber, stolen way out of this squad. 3 teams in this battle. Show Crew out of nowhere might be the game changer in here, but no, they got spotted by Zam team.
Yeah, they got spotted out by Zam. Show Crew, the consistency is mind-blowing. 3 games in a row. They are in the final circle. This is a 100% top 3 rate for the squad. Can they walk away with their second Booyah of the day? They got prevented earlier on. Fisher Tiger sneaked that one away from their plates. And now it is the players on the side of Zam team that can really ruin their name. Or 58 Nation as well, who stands a good chance. But we don't really know what the stats are like on 58 Nation. We haven't really spotted them out just yet. I'm not expecting those elims to be at a very high number now.
Yeah, I mean, for 58 Nations, I think they have been silent for longest time. But if they can pull this off, similar to what we've seen in Fisher Tiger, good Booyah, good show would be helping them. And there you have it, only 2 elimination. They've been silent all throughout. But we've seen this work, but unfortunately, they are now left with only 1. And even the Bolt Maker is not helping them, and they get eliminated. Show Crew can still survive if they can deal with the 4 players of Zam team.
I mean, Zam team obviously has got massive numbers of eliminations on their side already, and this is Ivan taking on the fight right outside the circle. Comes out right in front of him, and that's a jump shot of disaster. M590 comes out a combo, and Zam team will lead themselves to a massive victory here as they secure the Booyah and tons of eliminations to their name.
Yeah, definitely. Elimination that they have is 19. Plus that Booyah, it adds up to 31. Now let's bring in Lucifer back in the fray right now and ask him what he thinks about this team.
Man, they had 19 points game number 1. Game 2, barely anything, 4 points. And now they have 19 eliminations adding on with a Booyah. Big game coming through. But not just them. I think after them getting a Booyah, them enabling themselves better in the top 9, we also ended up seeing a brilliant game from Zam team as well. 58 Nation, they were also in that verge of being in the top 9, being pushed out of the top 9. So all the teams who are on the bottom have performed. So I feel like now every team that we were expecting to make a comeback in game 3 have done, except for 1NT. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, 1NT, definitely a unfortunate run for them so far. The expectations were there for them to make this game their recovery play, but they barely got anything out of this lobby. If anything they did get was a tad bit disappointed by the end of things, right? But 58 Nation, it's good to see the recovery play from this squad instead. As anticipated, not a lot of eliminations for the squad as they were there in that final circle. But we did talk about this. Teams who do know their mechanical stats might not be up to par, just have to purely purely focus on looking for that survival gameplay, getting deep into these circles, and then popping off looking for a couple of eliminations. So I felt like 58 Nation played this really, really well, Lucifer.
I think it was very much necessary when we talk about the race, right? When you're getting closer to your last 3 games, it's about picking up this pace, and very necessary it was for 58 Nation. Along with that, even ZAM team, they were around that edge. If they did not pick it up, they managed to make it work. They ended up getting what they wanted. But it's not just about this. Nox Esport as well had their opportunity, but just all of a sudden just got picked off and they couldn't hold their front. But one team who was doing the deed, the biggest one I want to talk to you guys about was GCT Arrow. The way they found their nades. I had complaints before this, right? The first game, survival was missing. Second game, they showed us survival. Second game, I had complaints about not seeing some nades. And third game, we ended up seeing nades. So far, I am happy. And I want to talk about why I was started, GCT Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, GC Arrow is one of those squad that has a lot of experience in terms of the competitive scene in Free Fire in the USA. And it's not as if they couldn't pull off Puya, but I think at this first of 3 games, they're just trying some different stuff right now. But you did see how aggressive they are. If Shokru didn't survive in the top 3, they could have overtaken already, because the gap has already been reached, or probably reduced to, I think, 13 points against Shokru on that second spot, and it is GCT Arrow who's already catching up.
Yeah, they've taken the 5th spot here 2 games in a row, but the difference for GCT Arrow is those eliminations, right? Game after game, they're ramping up. So I think I agree with you, Neptune. They're definitely testing the waters out here in terms of how aggressive these other squads are, how aggressive can they be on the battlefield, and I think it is very dangerous for the other teams, because GCT Arrow is very quickly learning that not many of the squads can deal with their aggressive pushes, especially when they combo up all of those shots with those lethals. I mean, those frag grenades, those god nades were just deadly when Doris was tossing them out.
Crucial nades helped everybody out, but right as now, again, we see GCT Arrow trying their best. And I think there was an opportunity where we also saw Twist trying to turn it around, and T-Kill was the main crucial player. So far of what we've witnessed, this individual from the side of Twist has been popping off really, really well. And if that continues, he could be a very deadly sniper to look out for. Do you have any more additions to those individual taggers that they end up enabling the team a lot more? Who are your picks for that?
For me personally, go ahead, Neptune.
No, I mean, I just want to carry over T-Kill because, like, T-Kill is one of those who are aggressive from distance. It's pretty much what we've seen in most of the tournament that we had in Free Fire. But the like how he positioned himself is very crucial. Wherein it's a make or break. And that's what they need to fix, especially in rotations. And we just witnessed how they falter. And I'm not blaming it all on T-Kill, but if he's a little bit closer, probably they could have survived.
Yeah, obviously Hayate is another factor on the side of Twist as well, which you see a lot of viability on. Just the M590 plays, very aggressive, just not hitting the spot. We're not going to panic just yet, because we did talk about the minimum points that they need to secure game after game to stay in the running in the top 9 here. So as long as Twist is getting that minimum 10, I am not going to be too upset. It's when they start to fall off that wagon, right? In this game, I think they managed to get a total of 7 eliminations for themselves. Nothing too great, but 7 placement points at the same time. That's exactly where things start to get very important. So they are able to maintain this balance in the overall grand scheme of things. It's just that the 2 players that we have already highlighted, with Hayate as well as T-Kill, they definitely need to amp it up a little bit on the front lines. And again, Neptune, 85 eliminations. What is going on in the USA?
I don't know. Again, it's the moment that they spot an opponent, what I'm seeing is the hunt that is happening. No one is letting go of stragglers. Like the moment they spot 2 or eliminate 2, they're always roaming around, trying to block all those approach. So there's no chance of elimination. But yeah, I mean, it's a good plan just to reduce any competition as they move along each phase of the circle. But if you want to catch up game, you need to be a little bit lenient, make sure the recovery comes back, and also watch out for the skies, because that's where you can get those free elimination.
Teams are picking up eliminations, very much crucial as we are heading to the last few games. Next up is going to be the penultimate game for today. That is going to be on Nextera, but as you said, the eliminations are not rising up the ranks, rather going down the hill. And yes, it is because of the chases that are happening. Teams getting eliminated very early on. And if that continues, it is going to be a problem for the teams at the bottom. And when I talk about the teams at the bottom, one, yes, has to be 1NT Esports, and then followed is going to be P Esports Academy. 1NT haven't got a point at all. P Esports on the other end, they're being able to add, but it's just one or no digit at all, and that is not going to help them up. Like how 58 Nation, they made a comeback. They're in the top 9, and this is going to get crucial here, Neptune.
Whatever they learn in the academy, they need to put it in play. Whatever they whatever they are expecting out of some of the squads right now, they need to watch out. Like speaking of some of the squad who made that adjustment after game 1 or game 2, that's what they need to. Probably the academy is bringing them more of that theory and the execution that is failing at the moment. So whatever plan they have right now, they will need to change that because they need it. But then again, this is the winner's bracket, there's the upper bracket, so there's really not so much of risk of them being eliminated in this fight.
None of them have a risk of elimination, but that should not be an advantage they want to pick it up, because if this performance ends up being replicated tomorrow, 1NT Esports, P Esports Academy along with Rhino 6 might be in trouble. But I think Rhino 6 have shown us that delivery of they still have an opportunity, they can still bag it. But going into what we'll be looking for to game number 4, what is your expectation? Is there a comeback from the teams at the back?
I'm hoping there's a little bit of a comeback from the teams at the back, especially 1NT. It would be very sad to see them go down in a way where they're barely doing much in these lobbies, right? Because it's very obvious they're not really playing to climb up. They're just jumping into the lobby for the sake of jumping into these lobbies, because this is not the 1NT that we know. I feel like there's a lot more that we can expect from them. But Rhino 6, I feel like they just have had a unlucky run in here so far. But I am hoping that there is a little bit of a response from the squad. We're looking for the minimum of 10. They gave us 7 earlier on, but I'm sure we can expect more from Rhinos.
Yeah, I want to follow up on 1NT as well, because at some point from the previous season, they're more of an elimination-heavy squad.
Yeah.
Though they're not ending up very high on map specifics or on leaderboard specifics, but we know that they can bring in those elimination. But again, the meta has changed. The meta has shifted already. Some of those are being capitalized by a lot of squad. Even Twist, like Ivan. We also have GCT Arrow just making all those shots out of distance, and really looking forward to make those adjustments.
Adjustments very crucial, but right as now we're going to give them a quick breather before we start game number 4 right after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 4.
ทำอะไรให้เบียร์อยู่ได้บ้างนะครับเริ่มกันเลยดีกว่าแนะนำตัวก่อนสวัสดีครับเจมมาโตะนะครับวันนี้ก็จะเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการของวันนี้นั่นเองพี่หมิงนี่สุดยอดมากๆนะครับใครที่ไม่รู้จักในชุดดังๆอย่างแบ็คก็อตนะครับชุดไวท์ก็อตนะชุดนักแข่งหลายๆแบบเนี่ยพี่หมิงเป็นคนออกแบบหมดเลยนี่ก็เลยได้โอกาสในการมาออกแบบชุดนักแข่งใหม่ให้กับเบียร์อยู่น้องๆติดตามผลงานด้วยครับ
สวัสดีครับผมมียูเด็กหลงครับ
ผมเก็ตไฮเงาครับ
ผมโจนาครับ
โมชิครับโมชิ
วาสนาครับ
เริ่มแรกเลยดีกว่าสีก่อน
ในสิ่งบุรีรัมย์ก็ต้องสีฟ้าครับเงิน
สีขาวสีดำก็จะเป็นเน้น3 สีนี้ได้นะขึ้นแบบเอฟเฟกต์บ้าง BRU พี่มั่นใจเอฟเฟกต์น้ำสายฟ้าแนวชุดกันบ้างดีกว่าแนวชุดอยากได้ชุดประมาณไหน
ล้างสมัยครับ
Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. You need to fight back! controlling you.
No, old friend. She freed me.
Shiro, where the heck have you been?
Sorry, boss. Training overran.
Training? You're a delivery boy. And I've got a code red job for you. Package incoming.
No way. Claw? I wish I could fight like him.
Stop dreaming, kid, and get moving. My client isn't the only one who wants that package.
Welcome back everybody to Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Fall. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on the desk back again is going to be AJ and Neptune. We are going to be kicking off game number 4 to see which team has a comeback or which teams will secure their spots, because right as now we have some idea, right, which those top 9 teams are and almost getting points consistently. And if there is a chance, there could be a comeback. But it's looking highly unlikely at this point for some of the teams. Isn't it true?
I think you might just be right about that, man. Although it is very bitter to accept that to be the fate of a squad out there. You know, in a good game of Free Fire, the dream can always be alive as long as you have certain factors going your way. But for 1NT, nothing's going their way at the moment. Esports Academy, I felt like they have got a lot of promise, but their mechanical skills just are not up to par based on the first 3 games that we have seen. But Rhino 6, this is a outlier squad that I think might still be able to surprise us, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree with that, because the moment they step in Kalahari, it's a different map for everyone, and that's where they rake in a few of those eliminations. It's just unfortunate in Purgatory, they didn't do so much. But right now, I think for the newer map, or to the next few maps like Nextera, it gives them more of a fighting chance because of the vending machine that is spread across the map. And also we're talking about eliminations, or revives rather. So that might increase elimination overall, all across the board, and we might see that later on the map stats. But again, there's still some hopes. Hopefully they can fix those rotation, and then that's when it happens.
I hope they do, because we've seen 80 around in terms of eliminations. I hope in Nextera it just surges up to 100. Very crucial. Every teams go for revive. Look forward to that big 40s that I've been expecting to see at least in one game. Teams have been getting closer. Honestly, I think when I talk about lobbies and when we see lobbies like this in other circuits, right, it's only one team who managed to end up getting double digits, or 2 teams. Here we've been seeing at least 3 or 4 teams getting double digits in terms of elimination. But however, moving to Nextera, that odds might strike up even higher or can completely go lower. I think the odds can swing either way.
I think we are about to get excited with a few hot matchups here in this Nextera map. We always know it is down to the frontliners whenever Nextera is in question. But there are the movements from compound to compound, which these snipers can play their role in as well. You've got the marksman on your squads. You've got the Kar 98 that is so quick out there with those knocks this time around as well. So yeah, I think you are absolutely on point, Lucifer. We can expect those numbers to be ramped up a tad bit here.
Let's see if it's going to happen, as we are going to be jumping right to Nextera. This is our game number 4. If Fisher Tiger did not get much points in game number 3, there's an opportunity for somebody else to pick it up or them making a comeback. I will let you guys take it over. AJ and Neptune, all yours.
Thank you very much, Lucifer. We'll catch up with you right after Nextera is done. This is map 4. Like Lucifer announced earlier on, this is the penultimate map for Group A. We have got just one final game coming up for you guys before we move on into towards Group B. And, you know, this next era map, you know, ever since the addition of it, Neptune, it has just brought so much of excitement to our esports ecosystem, just purely because of how these compounds, these phenomenally littered compounds all around the map, give so much of cover as the teams move from one compound into another.
Well, let's see if this is something that they can pull off right now, and especially for those who are eyeing to be champions, hopefully you can grab that Buriram Champion bundle that will be available on the 10th of September. As we look into Rhino 6, one of squad that has potential to do the same thing as they did in Kalahari with plenty of elimination, double-digit elimination in this game. But look at that drop for Rhino 6, spread across boxing gym, and I don't know if this is a good plan. It's a good thing that no one is hot dropping them at the moment, and everyone's spotting it up. They are looking into where the other squad is dropping and then keeping their distance. Fisher Tiger, though, is not a good spot because they're going against GCT Arrow that has been deadly in the previous game.
Absolutely, but Forney almost taken out there, has to depend on his inhalers, has got 4 more medkits in his pocket. So early game advantage, it's not really on the side of QT now, is it? Fisher Tiger has to be very careful with this. Now, Ken Fan is up on top as well for the side of Fisher Tiger. He's trying to keep an eye on everyone, but it's the VSS in his hands. So the rate of fire is going to be there, but he'll need someone to be out in the open for quite a little while. And now, if you see the setup on the side of Patty as well as Forney, they've got the AC-80, they've got the Winchester. So Ken Fan needs to be very careful whenever he sticks his head out.
Yeah, let's see if this is something that they can pull off. GCT Arrow right now just funneling them in one corner, and with that turner already triggered, they might not be able to be saved. But look at how well Chappie is pulling it off, going left and right. And it is Fisher Tiger, though, who might be able to survive, but another unfortunate event for 1NT eliminated out of this game. And I don't think that would have changed in any other match, especially in the last one.
Yeah, phenomenal play here from Fisher Tiger, and I do agree with you. An unfortunate showdown for 1NT up against Zam team has resulted in their elimination. But on the brighter side of the news, you've got Fisher Tiger taking on GCT Arrow, and not just surviving, almost annihilating GCT from this lobby. But of course, thankfully, they had one player on the vending machine for those revivals. Now, you've also got 58 Nation in a hot battle here. 4 eliminations to their name already. And they want to go on a hunt, but I think Twin Bridge is just a tad bit too crowded with so many players out here. They got to hang back for a bit.
And Twin Bridge, not only do we have a few compounds, we also have those elevations from one of the bridge. And it's No Joy right now who is trying to spot out players from 58 Nation, but doesn't have that high ground. He is on the low ridge, but for Rhino 6, they are not slowing down for a moment. After a few of those engagements that they survive and manage to get away from, they are just in a hunt, and they just want to bring back what they did in Kalahari, and hopefully this is where they can capitalize on that. But Zam team trying to survive, a little bit of action movie gameplay coming from Vehicle right here as they pull away from the engagement. But here comes B Esports Academy being introduced to Rhino 6.
Very, very smart play there from Zam team, because Rhino 6 was already heading towards the vending machine at Border Ruins, and they also spotted out B Esports Academy on the way in. They chose to drive away on the bridge, and in the meantime, it will be the distraction provided by B Esports that keeps Rhino 6 back in here to collect more points. Godwin getting to that vending machine in time to hit that double revive before Doris can flank around alongside his buddy. Godwin taken down. Naruto is the culprit with the Mag 7. 6 eliminations already. Again, this is the capability of Rhino 6. They have to play it safe, though. They started off hot on Kalahari like this. They made it through with the 10 eliminations, but it was a very early exit. This team is good at pulling in the eliminations, but they also need to focus on the survival now, Nep.
Speaking of survivability, Zam team did manage to revived a couple of players after that early engagement and now still continuing to do so. The only question though is, will they be able to gather a few more of the points for themselves as they wait for the next phase in Intellect Center? It's not as if they are solo in this area. We still have Nox Esports who might be targeting them. Benda, this might not be a good position for him out in the cover because we have a couple of who is just on low ground. It's Reader who might be able to snap him out.
So I wasn't dreaming. I was seeing round 1 glue walls out there earlier on. This okay. It took me a while, but that info finally loaded in after game 4. But of course, you know, at the end of the day, as you see Zam team on the approach here, obviously they are looking to be very aggressive. Why? Because they've got nothing to lose, right? They hit a phenomenal 90 elimination game earlier on with their first booyah of the day. And I think that's already their insurance policy. Even if they mess up right now, I don't think you can take Zam team out of the top 9.
Definitely agree on that. They are a little bit high compared to the rest. They're already in the 50s in terms of their points. But for sure death, well, they are bringing in death to, or they are receiving a lot of death, especially out of GCT Arrow's aggression. It's not that much compared to the rest of the squad, like Nox as well as Rhino, but they will be going in that direction with this movement from Forney, who's keeping himself distance from the rest of the squad to cover up Patty and whoever is in front line out of the squad. I think they have secured that position already, even from the earlier games that we've seen them.
Oh yeah, man. And plays of sure death. Plays of sure death, bringing in those revives. Just because they've got death in their name, I expected them to be delivering death, but instead they are falling dead and being forced on this recovery play. The one beautiful advantage for them is the fact that they have done very well in the first 2 games, so they can mess up a little bit and not really pay a very high price for it. But one team that is not looking to mess up, the team that has got a 100% top 3 rate at this point of time, it is the Show crew who want to put on a show. But GCT Arrow is trying to end their show early here.
Well, GCT Arrow, the aggression doesn't stop for them. Will they be able to put them down? Gyosin, as we often call, will be the first one to go down, but didn't expect that a little revive will be done, or will be needed on to Forney, who did go in out in the open, but as we look into Show Crew right now, a couple of revives as they head into the next phase of the circle from Museum. They're very, very close. But also what is very close is the Brim Champion Bundle that would be coming up soon. So make sure that you're ready for that.
We get a preview of the bundle through Trex because he's in his shorts, and clearly that's exactly what all the Thai players wanted, right? They like the skin on the far right. Why? Because it looks casual. You've got the slippers, you've got the flip-flops and the shorts. They like those casual plays, man. I'm very sure Buriram wishes they could play in flip-flops and shorts on the world stage. As they win another world championship. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Oh yeah. I mean, you just going casual on your flip-flops. But I don't know. I don't think production or anyone would be letting that go. Unless they have the go signal, and yeah, so be it. But Nox right now receiving the go signal, and with a double time turn into play, weaving in and out would be easy, but from high ground, Trex right now trying to bring in the Wrecking Crew out of that card 98k. A revive has been done on Ivan, and if they get position or get a read in position of where Nox will be coming from, this might be great. But what a follow-up! And here comes the Riptide Rhythm, and Negredo might not be able to make it, but there you have it. A couple of nation out of T-Rex right now, and that forces both Morel and Negredo in the compound.
Yeah, I mean, T-Rex, beautiful play from this guy. Already used up one Riptide Rhythm earlier on. If he still had the double Riptide Rhythm on him, I feel like that could have been a 3 elimination run for this guy from the roof here. But, you know, he'll take 2. He won't complain all that too much. The Show Crew putting on a show just through one player. T-Rex, 5 eliminations in hand, and he wants more. Reader up on top. The revive. What a silly move here from Nox, bringing in their revive player right into the exact same compound with the sniper on the roof. But finally, Draken with a backstab here on that Mac 10 will take him out of the equation. But the damage has been done already. But the one recovery is there, is the pickup onto Reader. So no extra elimination point for the show crew.
Yeah, it is what we are asking for. Even if those who are a threat on the high ground, if you have limited launch pad on you, especially for those on the tactical market, then you will be able to avoid that from happening. Whatever Trex did can be avoided in that situation. But again, it's still early into the game. Third, going into fourth phase of circle with 35 seconds on the clock. And the team needs to move fast because this is where Nox failed in one of the maps that we had earlier because they were just soaking outside the zone. And the moment that they stepped into the circle, they were targeted by a lot of teams. But it's a good thing that they are moving in early, but on the other side, T-Kill still on the roll. Hayate previously, or initially, coming from Red Eagles, because we were looking for Red Eagles, still in play, and is not only proficient in CQC with M590, can also use that SVD in a great manner.
One more, Chappie. The follow-up off of that frag grenade was the ice, but the ice just did not get far enough. He was looking for that elimination for sure, but now Chappie flanking around the right-hand side. And at the very same time, they spot out Fisher Tiger on rotation. Forney with the VSK will be able to take the shut down. Boyce, though, just barricading himself back here as Q-Thai tries to take Forney off of the roof, off of his perch. But a quick reposition for Forney to continue putting on pressure onto B. This is Forney trying to take on two squads at the same time all on his own. Also spots out DC out in the open. His own buddy is leaving him high and dry as the rest of the GCT Arrow players abandon ship.
Yeah, I guess that's a confidence that GCT Arrow has with their teammates. Even left behind, know that they can make it out. And the Esports Academy, they put one on the launch pad. Just make sure they have a little bit of opening or probably potential backstab out of GCT Arrow. But no one else will be spotted. Forney is now on a save. And Yorks might need a little bit of revive, but Esports Academy, they're not out of woods just yet. There's still a few squad that would be meet up in this area of Farmtopia. It is 58 Nation waiting for them.
Absolutely, man. I guess Forney, when he's slightly older, he's not going to have much of an issue with, you know, any knee surgeries because he's got 4 knees. He's got replacements already. He's born with them. I think I'm casting too much with you, man. The dad jokes are rubbing off.
Yeah, imagine 4 knees. You will be on all your limbs right now as you run. So basic instinct will be in there. But
you're a centaur. You got 4 knees because you got 4 legs.
Well, GCT Arrow, well, they will not be ending in a good run if they don't go for revive, but I think T-Rex will still maintain at the high ground. It gave them a lot of elimination already, but there's still a huge risk of them being backstabbed by 58 Nation. Sure Death, again, they're slowly bully away from living up their name because earlier they are meeting in a lot of Sure Death. Now they're bringing pressure to Zam Team.
What can they do with this pressure that they whip out, though? Sure Death is surely about to get spread on the battlefield like butter. Neymar knocked down, though. Ibarra, great play on the Drogon. Venda flanks around. M1014, level 2. Morenox with the follow-up on the LMG as well. Kabusada is the only one with the full health here as Venda tries to get away from the heat of battle, and Malfoy puts a bullet through Kabusada's head. The backup is there. Kabusada's going to get picked right back up here, but the pressure from Malfoy with the M82B will force him back. Kabusada, does he survive? Yes, he does. Not eliminated just yet. And Sure Death's Malfoy had to back away. Almost got that 1 extra point for the team.
Yeah, Malfoy has no regards for HP, soaking in a circle, waiting for both Venda and Malfoy to just step out and make that snipe. But still, he continues. He get that information. That's one thing that we know of snipers. I think they have great memory on spotting where the opponents are, but it will be stolen probably by Rhino 6 right now, who is on guard. M249 from Morenox. Did manage to go for a takedown, but Dauras needs to be picked up. Patty with a double or probably confirmation on the show crew, but Fisher Tiger not out of this fight. They need to move fast because Zone's eating up on their HP and probably had a chance to go for a revive. It can sneak this one through.
Wenda saved Kabuzada, but he got expanded on the battlefield. Kabuzada surviving, but not for long, I think. Outside the circle, getting tagged by the zone. From up top, Q-Tai manages to hit that double revive. And now the double Riptide Rhythm is going to find him. And Kabuzada does not manage to sneak away the elimination. Instead, he gets annihilated by the circle. What a chaos we have here in this game. As we approach the final zone, we've got 6 teams alive and kicking. Just pure, utter chaos right now about to unfold.
And this is what I'm talking about. Nextera is just different, especially for the US circuit. And I'm really loving this kind of movement. Like the swiftness of those revive, the quickness of those moves. Even GCT Arrow managed to bring back a couple of their teammates and then get back on the high ground. Not a lot can pull this off, and they are looking into the next Booyah. But they're far away from the next phase shift, and they have a target on approach, which is Ivan, and that brings Show Crew out of contention. But now as the zone is closing in, they will need to move in as well.
Forney on 12 eliminations already. That's a record for the day for an individual player. Can they wrap it up with even more eliminations than what they showed us in that previous matchup at Purgatory? They only clocked in a total of 20, and they've already matched that up now with that elimination. Forney on the 13th elimination for himself. Personally, URX will no longer be safe, but if you have Forney on your squad, I guess you're not going to be breaking a sweat at all. Patty finds Godwin, puts him down with a Woodpecker. That headshot will slow the squad down, but they've got the time turner to play that recovery.
Ultra Armor. This makes GCT Arrow a little bit deadly, but Rhino 6 distracting them, and GCT Arrow out for the count, and that's with the help of not only Rhino 6, but also the blue, but Rhino 6, the full squad against 3 players of PE Sports Academy, and this is what I'm talking about. PE Sports Academy just need that momentum shift, fearing them, and hopefully they will be able to get this Booyah. All they have to do right now is take down one, but they are the one beating it out.
I mean, Rhino 6 on a run of their lives. 18 eliminations strong, and they walk away with a massive Booyah. But I have to say, it was definitely an exciting thing to see 2 teams from the bottom 3 walk away with such a monumental effort in this game that actually paid off through eliminations as well. We expected Nextera to deliver those big numbers, and I think we got exactly what we wanted in terms of the underdogs rising to the top, as well as a little bit more solid numbers on the table. Let's welcome Lucifer right back and see what he thinks of the underdogs performing.
I think I have to start just calling out everything that's happening every time. First called out that we were missing out, revives happened, nades happened, and then I was talking about none of the teams having a chance to get back to the top 9, and look at this. 2 teams, Rhino 6 as well as PE Sports Academy. What a brilliant job done. Kudos to them. Congratulations, because now this has made us a little more interested in a run on the bottom end, because teams have an opportunity. They've opened up the conversation that, hey, the top 9 is still not secure. There is still an opportunity, but we have to still pay attention to the difference, because PE Sports did not bag much like how Rhino 6 did.
Neptune, I was expecting the rise like this from 1NT though. You know, we talked about how just in a couple of games you can change your fate, but it's Rhino 6 that pulled that off, and 1NT again got eliminated way too early, my friend.
Well, he did rise, but with only 1 point. At least it's a rise. But I don't think that would pull them away from being relegated into the survival 3 or the third phase of the survival. So, again, 1NT still had that safety net on them, but I do agree for Rhino 6. 0 in game number 1 in Bermuda, and then they slowly ranking up. And this 30 bomber, and did point out there's a few players out here who's just really outperforming themselves map after map. And this is what we want to see. This is what we want to see happen, not only for Rhino 6, but for every team in this competition.
Every team is indeed delivering, but there are some players. We were talking right before this, some individuals that you wanted to pick, and DCT Arrows 4-knee. Oh my god. What are those? I mean, putting numbers on day one like that is unbelievable. You're just not stopping.
Yeah.
We were worried that Farmtopia might be a helter-skelter land, and for sure he was the one doing the helter-skelter here, AJ.
Yeah, and even though GCT Aero does not walk away with the Booyah, I feel like the plan of stepping it up game after game still continues for them, right? Yes, they got the exact same number of eliminations we saw them walk away from on Purgatory, but they improved on the placement points instead. So I think 4 games in a row, every single one you've stepped it up, and this is something that Neptune called out from the very start of the day. We got to watch out for GCT Aero. Definitely one of the frontliners here that are going to be busting the show open. But what we did not expect was Show Crew. And in this game, Show Crew showed up with not the craziest of stats, but the consistency is very much well respected here, Lucifer.
Like, I think Show Crew have been that team to watch out for, putting themselves on the spotlight, and it is not easy to be there. So brilliant stuff being done by them. But on the other end, let's talk about the overall stats. Yes, GCT Aero, they get the kudos of it because they've been the ones who did the best of it, even though Rhino 6 got the Booyah, but GCT Aero was just getting eliminations right across the board. And finally, the wish has come true here, AJ and Neptune, is we've hit the 100 mark. I was looking forward to this. I'm very happy.
Yeah, I mean, some other regions have pulled away from Nextera being that elimination-heavy map, but not USA. Because, again, we were talking about some teams who are struggling with survivability, and this is a map that can give them that opportunity. And even a final moment, we've seen Fisher Tiger, who pull off a double revive before one of their players or a couple of their players has been taken down. Even GCT Aero, 2 of their players was just hanging in the rooftop of that final circle, and then still managed to get them back, making them more aggressive, and GCT Aero managed to pull away 20 elimination. Thus, they have the board 2 elimination ahead of Rhino 6, but 116 total for this map. This is what we want to see every map, not just Nextera.
Unbelievable.
So in
stuff.
totality here, guys, with Show Crew kind of starting off really hot, 37 points to set the record for the day. But we've seen a very clear drop in performance game after game. GCT Aero, on the other hand, has been starting off slow but just ramping it up game after game. And that puts both Show Crew and GCT Aero at a tie, with GCT Aero at this point of time taking the spot above them. But through tiebreakers, if we want to look at the Booyahs, Show Crew still has got the lead here. But it's not about who's in the number 1 spot. It's all about who's in the bottom 3 spots. And 1NT needs to pull off a 40-pointer bomber to, at the very least, stand a chance to make that survival into the top 9. But that would really require 58 Nation not doing anything in this game as they hit that 40 bomber.
Yeah, it's going to be very crucial if 1NT are going to stage that kind of a performance. And especially as you guys have talked about it, right? In this region in US, it is a possibility. And I hope 1NT Esports maybe completely throw a wrench in the works for everybody else in the top 9, especially Fisher Tiger, 58 Nation, and if they do not make it. But one team I'm looking forward to, they were here in the bottom, and that's Rhino 6. Where are they? And they've jumped to the 5th spot just because of this game. The Booyah they managed to acquire, and that is the reason we still hope that 1NT Esports have an opportunity. But one team we did not see much in action, and now they've been pushed to the 10th spot, is LMG Power. Now they have to understand, while they were safe and cozy earlier, just because of this one Booyah from a bottom team can push them out, and their chances might go to round 2.
Yeah.
You know why, Neptune?
Yeah.
I have to say this before you jump in with your thoughts, man.
Go ahead.
I have to make the dad joke first. It's because the LMGs are currently not in the meta. So the LMG power is currently down.
I do agree. Unless it's coming from an airdrop wherein you have unlimited ammo and it's barely seen out of LMG power. That's a good one. That's a good one, AJ. But
I'm learning from you, bro.
Neptune approved.
Yeah. I approve. The moment that we go into camera, I have something for you, AJ. But yeah, going back to LMG Power, I mean, they were good, double digits in the first 2 match, but that Purgatory as well as Nextera just went in a single digit. And it's more of the drop as well as the rotation that were in. They fail that. And hopefully the rotation will be much better in this game number 5. And this is the final chance for those in Group A in Survival to be able to make it to top 9 and head into the next phase. Otherwise, we will be seeing them tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be where teams do not, especially in round number 1, would not want to be, because they would have to then again play with the teams from the loser bracket who make it in the top 9, and then their chances open up if they make it to the top 9 again. So it's going to be a longer run, meaning in a nutshell, they'll be playing 10 games in total over this weekend to figure out if they're going to be going to the group stage or not. So Solara should be where some of these teams should understand that they should close it all out. Now Rhino 6, they're looking at a safe spot. Zam team, they're looking at a safe spot. Fisher Tiger, somewhere in the mix, looks okay. Yes, closer to that bottom 9, but Show Crew, safe and sound at the top. But one thing clear in that map schedule that we can agree, and I would ask this question to you guys as well. Moving into Solara, one of the bottom teams, Secure Booyah, do you think they go into the top 9 and make it to the group stage?
That's a rough one. That's a rough take, bro. Because, you know, if you get into Solara, first of all, it's the third party galore here on this map. Those slide rails make it so possible for teams to rotate at a instant. And yes, those slide rails do light up when someone's on it, but do you have enough time to be watching the slide rails, or are you already stuck in a battle? Because that's why it's the main reason why Solara is well known for those third party situations, right? But yes, I do think if one of the bottom 3 teams does get something solid here out of Solara, they can survive the relegation, but it's not going to be 1 NT, right? If you look at LMG, if you look at P Esports Academy, the possibility is there, because P Esports Academy just pulled away a 22-point bomber down at the bottom. If they can do that again, they will definitely be safe.
Yeah, I do agree with that, because again, the gap from those coming from the 4th up until where PE Sports Academy is not that high. In total, that is 28 points, and we're seeing 30 pointers coming from the squad. So we're not expecting them to move that high, and also we're not expecting the rest of the squad above them who will not be getting any points, but enough that would bring them or force them to top 9 would be easy enough, because there's only a couple of teams that they will need to go over to be able to secure that spot.
I agree. I think 1NT Esports, it's a very, very long shot for them to even have a chance to get back into the race of the top 9. But as you guys mentioned, PE Sports Academy, LMG Power, they are the best bets to make it across. But they have to be worried that hopefully 58 Nation, Fisher Tiger or Nox Esports do not perform and they manage to get an opportunity to get points, like just how PE Sports Academy ended up playing here. Just before this, right, PE Sports Academy would have been taken down because Rhino 6 were not in contention. They had a fight that they were doing in the top 4 with somebody else, but both PE Sports Academy and Rhino 6 together played to get it. But I think both of you are in the same wagon of the dad jokes. I am not yet there. I am not ready for it.
Old,
but I will laugh at
we know you're young.
I
know you're young.
I'm old. I'm okay with that.
No. To be honest, you
old,
guys are the
older.
youngest.
So this is the order of the scene right now. We have the youngest, we have the a little bit older,
Young.
and then the oldest.
You have the youngest, young, and then the old.
Yes. See, AJ, I knew AJ was going to pull that. He's going to leave you be the young of this desk, and that's what we are hoping that none of these teams are. None of them end up having just a dad joke moment, because yes, while we have the laugh about it, it's also crucial for them. We are talking about this. This is where the matter gets serious, where they have an opportunity.
I disagree. They need to have a dad joke moment. They need the last laugh, my friend. Okay, Lucifer? This is what the teams at the bottom need. They need the last laugh. They need to pull off some sort of a survival strategy. They need to pull off a Rhino 6. And it's quite crazy that Rhino 6 was struggling so badly at the start until they walked away with this 30 bomber, Lucifer.
Yeah, I think it's very crucial. And as you said, the last laugh enables them to bring in confidence to play it. And I think Rhino 6, clearly after that first game that did not work out, Kalahari, they started picking up points. And it's crucial for every team. If they want to make it to the top 9, yes, it has to be a synergy where the mental game within the team is not very high under pressure, because this is still their round 1 in the winner bracket. So none of them are under threat. So that's the best and the safest position to be in that they have to play on. But moving into Solara, the quickest game, the chaotic one, we just saw next off how chaotic unfolded. There is a lot more chaos that is going to be unfolding. But do you think there's going to be a slight shift between the top 9 teams and the teams at the bottom who do not make their chance in the top 9?
That's easy. That slight shift, yes. Slight shift, yes, definitely. But huge
do the easy one.
Neptune takes the diplomatic route and says, yes, it is there, but I'm not going to take any names, right, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, no names just yet, because again, there's still a few of those showstopper. I'm not talking about show crew. Showstopper who might be able to give us a little bit of surprise. But this is one thing that I'm expecting. Rhino 6. Now I'm mixing up teams. Rhino 6, because of the elevation, it denies some of those eliminations to be taken by Rhino 6, but they did manage to get that booyah. Now those elevation has been taken out, and you know how similar Nextera and Solara is, well, without slide rails. I think Rhino 6 might be able to get a few more, and I won't be surprised if they can bring themselves higher, but hopefully not to the expense of those in the lower bottom half. Hopefully they target the ones in the top, giving more chances of a shuffle in terms of our leaderboard.
Yeah, and my take on the other hand, Lucifer, is going to be an absolute yes, right? There's a very big chance for a shuffle here, mainly because Fisher Tiger has not been consistent. Yes, Fisher Tiger did manage to walk away with that one booyah, but it was a very soft game with just 6 eliminations. You know, I think they played that one really well as survivors, but they just need to slip up one more time, and they will lose their spot in the top 9. We also talk about 58 Nation. The 58 Nation needs a few extra members in their population because this nation is running out of superstars. They have not been able to put up those good numbers. And if you look at LMG and PE Sports, on the other hand, they have been decent. Not great, but decent. And PE Sports, especially after this explosive run that we just saw at Nextera, they just need to pull off maybe 70% of that effort, and they can very easily kick either Fisher Tiger or the players of LMG down, Fisher Tiger or 58 Nation down into the bottom 3. I hope that doesn't happen though, because I do like all of these teams, but unfortunately some of them have to go.
Not eliminated. So you, as you said, you like these teams, they still will be there. Go tomorrow is what we're going to be seeing, as I will be getting you guys towards Solara. It is the final game for round 1 of our winner bracket. They will be figuring out whether top 9 stays or it's going to be a shuffle. Make sure you guys tune in to see if it's going to be a favorite team jumping right through. AJ and Neptune, over to you.
Thank you very much, Lucifer and Solara. The final game for Group A of the survival stage. Again, there's a lot of shuffle that might be happening in a bit because of the changes in scenery in this game. But then again, it will depend on the flight path as well as where they will be dropping at this point. We're seeing some potential survival spot wherein they can start off. Windmill is one because like they can traverse that that northern part towards Riders Club. Another one is Eco Drain because they can split up, head into Bloomtown and Casavisa if in case they fail on that approach. But speaking of approach, here comes team going to approach in Solara.
Let's see if or not Rhino 6 gets entangled in a tough situation, or they are the ones who give that tough spot, that tough situation to the other squads after a good start. A potential early clash between Twist and Rhino 6 on the books here. But as I say that, they're slowly but surely splitting away from each other. Good to keep your eyes in the sky and make sure you're not really taking too close of a drop up against any of the other squads here. And they do manage to adjust their trajectory just in the nick of time to make sure they don't move too close to Twist. But in the meantime, LMG starting off hot, and the team that they are picking on is Esports Academy, who is currently in the bottom 3, looking to overtake them and jump into the top 9. If LMG pulls this off, maybe just with these elimination points alone, they'll be able to overtake 58 Nation.
It's just unfortunate though. I mean, they're very close to each other in the leaderboard and the ones who's going against each other. But we're also seeing Nox with a few of those eliminations or knockdown against Show Crew. The only one thing that they're waiting for is a confirmation. Ivan though being shot at with P90 and little no chance for surviving as well as a pickup. But as they continue this approach, they're looking for one more player, if not a couple more players. But a vending machine is available right here, so whoever that is has already moved away. But Zam team on the other side against 1NT, and this is just Neymar going against everyone, and this might be a good move for 1NT. I think this is where they are in full form. The only question though is why it took so long.
Yeah, they're finally starting to play, and you know, thank goodness this is Group A, because worst case scenario is we just have to play 5 games extra tomorrow. But this is the 1NT we know, and I was expecting this sort of a wake-up play 2 games ago, and I think they could have definitely put themselves inside of the top 9 if they heated up a tad bit early. Yes, it's late. I don't think it's going to be enough off of this just final game where they wake up, but I'm glad to see 1NT is back.
You know how the saying goes, better late than early. But at this point, again, yeah, I mean, they are late, but at least they will give a little bit of fight for the rest of the squad. Now, 40, deadly sniper from GCT Arrow is just watching this unfold, and Sure Death is meeting up Sure Death, and we have been talking about naming convention, putting your name and living up to it, and Sure Death, well, definitely they're meeting their Sure Death.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the rebrand into Sure Death. Caesar was fine. Cartel Show was fine. Sure Death is sus. Questionable. Very, very, guys. You got Fisher Tiger, though. And this is what I'm talking about, Nep. With Fisher Tiger out early, it's a massive possibility for LMG Power, PE Sports Academy, to climb into the top 9. And it's all about surviving. It's all about just making it there now at this point.
Well, let's see if they will be able to do that. GCT Arrow slowed down a little bit, but Nando, I don't know what took Yerkes that long, probably trying to find an angle with the Car 98, but he did manage to land that shot. Reyes 23 though, trying to play around, ring around the Rosie. Hopefully he does find Rosie. If not, Ivan will be finding him and slaughtering him. But also, there's Giusin on the other side. Almost taken down with his liver held. Good thing that Ivan is there with double vector.
Yep, all he found was a pocket full of posies, but nothing else after that, because you can't shoot people with posies, no? Giusin backing away. Show Crew now under a little bit of pressure. Just one player on the side of Show Crew inside the compound here at the TV studio. As GCT Arrow makes their way straight towards him. Yossi's going to be spotted out, Chappie, with the first shot. Finds the connection. And I don't think there's much more that Giusin can do here in this situation. Chappie, especially with the Drogon, to be able to make quick work of this. But the player, Time Turner, is pulled out. And Chappie secures 0.7 for GCT.
Well, 0.7. That is one thing to start with, but for 1NT, they're already on their 5th, and I don't know if they can pull this off. I know it's a huge, like a huge run, a huge game that 1NT needs 38 points, I believe, to be able to tie it up with 58 Nation, and probably a few more for them to be able to get. And it's not as if 58 Nation will not be moving up, but hopefully this is a wake-up call for 1NT. Just don't be late. Make sure that you're ready the moment that the game starts, and you will not be in this position.
But if they did pull it off, though, it would be a legendary moment for 1NT, no doubt whatsoever. But yeah, again, man, I'm just very happy to see that 1NT is back in rhythm. So even if they don't survive today, they should be able to put on a really good show tomorrow up against the teams in Group E, who obviously were not as good as 1NT to make it into Group A in the first place. The Esports Academy with the rain sprayed down to the ground will be looking for the recovery. Zam team, on the other hand, taking out one player from the side of Sure Death. Now, all I've been seeing is just deaths on the side of Sure Death, and they are not the death dealers.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they're meeting Sure Death in most cases. And Zam team, one elimination, and there's a good chance for PE Esports Academy to catch up in that leaderboard as we were talking about. But will Zam team make it easy for them to do so? Here comes the split. A little bit of delay for Kang and a time turner. It's a good thing that he managed to snuff him out with that Mag 7, and the pickup can be done. But Capozado trying to make sure that they will retaliate, but Godwin a little too quick. It's a good thing that he has a katana, because if it was that sight, he will not be running that fast.
Yeah, you gotta hate the low count of ammo on the M24, but Kabuzada somehow pulls it off, now forcing Godwin to go out for the run on the pickup, and that will give Kabuzada a double elimination with the M24 M82B combo. Levels up the M24 as well, and this is going to give him a few extra bullets inside that magazine. The PE Esports Academy with their final survivor looking for the play, and if they fail here, we'll definitely have to see PE Esports Academy in play again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This might be the position that they will be taking on right now, because they are not even that high on our leaderboard. But Zam team, well, they did manage to squeeze themselves high on the third place at before the game started. But here comes one and two. Even the show crew are going to their knees right now, faced against 1NT, and probably this is the hunger that we want to see, the hunger that they are feeling right now. Well, not literally, but in terms of points, and hopefully 1NT, if they don't make it today, hopefully bring it back tomorrow.
There's still a very big possibility here, because obviously PE Esports is not going anywhere. LMG, I think, is still alive, so they just want to overtake these two guys. They need to figure out if they can do better than Fisher Tiger. 58 Nation still out there somewhere picking up points, I believe. So 1NT Esports, it's going to require monumental effort, Neptune. They need at least, I would say, 30 eliminations plus the Booyah to stand a chance. But even that is still asking for a lot in terms of 58 Nation not picking up any points at all in this run.
Yeah, definitely agree. And that's what's making it tough to say if they'll be able to make it. So it's more of a 20% chance, probably lesser, that they'll be able to get that. But the way 1NT is doing right now, it's only the 8-minute mark, and they already have, what, around 8 or 9 elimination, and if they can hunt for more, then yeah, they might be going for a record-breaking run right now. But if GCT Arrow is one of those contenders, then it will be tough for them to chase for those points, because they are chasing Zam team out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. GCT going outside the safe zone just to hunt for some extra points. Kabuzada will hit that revive, spotted out by URX on that AWM, and it looks like GCT Arrow is going to abandon project and not go in for the pursuit. Some team, I believe, would have probably taken the option to drop outside the zone so that they can go back to their looting progress and then make their way into the compound. But clearly, Kabuzada still broke. He's reviving one player at a time. Thankfully, Venda managed to find some coins for himself as well. And some teams on their way back in here.
Well, speaking of back, well, LMG Power, who is slowly putting themselves back on the board, and you know how crucial it is for them to go for those early elimination. But Nox Esports, unfortunately, met up with Rainbow Six, and now would be taken out. But speaking of being taken out, LMG Power, we were just talking about them face-to-face with Rhino 6, and I don't think they will be retreating at any time. And Westo with M590 missing that chance for that rush because he needs to go for the backup. But both of them being taken down. It's a good thing that they did manage to go for retaliation for a couple of players from Rhino 6, but no joy, really no joy in this fight, not even dipping his fingers in this.
LMG Power, on the other hand, currently in the bottom 3, doing more than enough, I believe, to climb into the top 9. They are already going to be able to outdo Fisher Tiger. They just need to make sure they are better than 58 Nation. As a matter of fact, they need to do 3 points better than 58 Nation. So getting taken down right here could be detrimental for LMG. They need to play the survival game, but up against the numbers of Rhino 6, this is going to be a tough run for LMG.
Yeah, I mean, we still have, despite of one of the players moving into the zone, we still have Naruto, who's just waiting for Daurus to loot up as well as use that vehicle for them to get back in the zone. But the only problem is it's an open vehicle, an open ATV that would risk them being taken down. But here comes Naruto 7, the MVP of the previous round, bringing in more numbers for the squad.
Rhino 6 is putting on the hurt. 15 eliminations again. Back-to-back performance here from Rhino 6. Admirable for sure. A rough start for them, but clearly those fingers have warmed up because they're lighting up the battlefield. Louis is now caught out as well. The potential for LMG to continue surviving just dwindling down. Seeing X as well as Doris picking up 6 eliminations each for a 12 just between them. 16 in totality for Rhino 6. This is a phenomenal run from them. The most that they have shown us so far was in that next era map, 18 eliminations snap, and they're just 2 away from that and barely halfway through this game.
Yeah, I mean, they are in a different mood right now. Probably confidence after getting that much numbers. Now, Sure Death, well, 1NT, this is what they need. If they are faced against Sure Death, and Sure Death will be dying out in this battle, yeah, that's more numbers to them. But 36 points, very far in contention. And we were looking at LMG Power, who's also ranking up in terms of numbers. Well, I guess that's the only thing that they can do at this moment, other than pressure to the squad who's aiming for the top 9.
Yeah, they're just looking at their opportunity of making it to the top 9 fly away. That's what 1NT is doing right now with the emos. And Snake about to be denied here. The VSK plays off of him. Not looking too strong at this point in time. Ibarra X, K98 looking for the connection. Oh, and Snake will be able to sneak away. Such a different version of 1NT we're looking at here. So unfortunate we could not get this earlier from them. But that's how the cookie crumbles here. I would love to see them dominate tomorrow. And of course, very curious about what sort of points they'll be able to bring to the table when they are fully ready for that battle. Rhino 6, they are showing us what they are capable of, and it was just unsuspecting based on how they started off the day.
I definitely agree. For 1NT, if this is what they can pull off in one game, and even if there's little no chance for them surviving, then I think they might be in an easier run for tomorrow, unless like they won't make it in a view of those matches once again. But for GCTRO, it's a good thing that they are in a good way of moving up, pulling away from like those who would be getting into the Group B. Because if this is a squad that you're meeting on that on tomorrow's battle, then it still reduces the chance of you heading into the group stage. But 15 elimination and still increasing as they meet up with 58 nation, and we still don't know if that nation is divided or united. But at this point, they will be eliminated.
LMG, looks like you are making it into the top 9. You just need to keep up the pressure. 1NT finally taps out as Aurelio gets taken out of the equation. Sure Death, on the other hand, looking for some sure points out there. 10 eliminations in hand, but now they have to take on one of the deadliest, GCT Arrow in the flesh. Rhino 6, on the other hand, dropping by the left of Sure Death as the circle is going to be moving away from everyone, probably favoring the show crew.
Well, show is not yet over just yet, and Sure Death is trying to hold this angle. It's just unfortunate that they are far away from the shift, but LMG Power, in spite of getting 12 on elimination, they will be taken down. Let's see on how much they got in terms of survival. So they do get 18 points out of this, and I think that is enough for them to move up.
Yeah, I did not see how many points 58 Nation got before they got exterminated out there. But I'll take your word for it, Neptune.
5
LMG,
points.
this was oh, okay, all right, thanks, man. this was an unfortunate run here for 58 Nation, if that's the case. And LMG Power just showing us that you should never give up in any circumstance whatsoever, and that never give up attitude of theirs has managed to get them into the top 9. But here comes Forney once again with the top place. 8 eliminations in hand already, with Chappie bleeding out. He now wants to take on Show Crew from all across the battlefield. AWM is going to be the perfect weapon for this as he flanks around towards that right-hand side. Paddy finds one. Gyosin won't put the final bullet on the coffin there for the players of Rider 6.
Well, Paddy Cake will be picked up right now despite of losing one of players. They still have advantage against the Show Crew, but as you look and Urix, the flank is just to cut off any approach that will be done, and Yuzin already
nice
spotted.
one.
I'm loving Urix's position, and that gives an opening for Forney, but despite of Ivan going for the Woodpecker, this brings GCT Arrow with that Booyah, and that's the only thing that's missing for them to pull away from the tie of Show Crew. The top 2 ended, and now it's GCT Arrow on number 1.
Whether or not Forney has got 4 knees, he will bring you to your knees each and every single game with his snipes. I mean, one of the deadliest sniper on display here. In the first 5 games that we have watched, I feel like GCT Arrow has really managed to prove to us that they are the dominant force that we have to watch out for. Game after game after game, we've seen improvements from them. And in this final one, I think they just wanted to have a little bit of fun, Lucifer.
Yeah, they indeed wanted to, and they knew what they were rooting for, which we also spoke about. Their tiebreaker, unfortunately, because of the Booyah, they were here and there with the Show Crew. They were a little further away in the top position, but with this Booyah, they make sure they secure it and take it away from Show Crew. And I think compared to Show Crew, we've seen this squad be very, very consistent. But right as now, the discussion has to slowly turn towards what happened to Fisher Tiger. How this was the last game. They had the chance. They started off, they already had the Booyah. But what do you think went wrong? Where did they miss out? This should have been the chance.
I think I'll take this one first, Neptune. Fisher Tiger, it's not the first rendezvous with them. We put on a lot of expectations on Fisher Tiger in the summer season. Unfortunately, we did get disappointed with what they showed us towards the end. And where they lack at this point of time is their firepower. Their mechanical skills are not able to match up to some of these other teams. I find their rotations very sharp. It's just that when they get into these scuffles, they're not able to handle these gunfights as well as clearly what they want to.
Yeah, I definitely agree with AJ right there. And I want to add up to that because season after season, like we might have seen a few of those adjustments already, but I guess what they need at the moment is someone out of the squad who steps in and analyzes everything, become that coach, make sure that everyone is on point and look at what is important in this game. And with that, not only the rotation will be enough, because that gives little time for the rest of the squad to focus on like more of the mental, more of the mechanical can be worked on by the rest of the squad. That is crucial, as you pointed out, AJ.
Again, I have to go back to the importance of highlighting what GCT Arrow has been able to do in all 5 games, Lucifer. Every single game, they have just walked in with more and more and more to show us when it comes to those eliminations. And isn't that so powerful in a lobby like this? It's the best of the best. It's the creme de la creme. Of course, not counting the 6 teams that have been invited directly into the group stage. This is a fantastic showing of GCT.
Indeed, I think this is the step up that we would want to see when they also make it in the group stage and fight. This is a warning sign for the teams who've been invited because they're not playing from here. And therefore, GCT Arrow, a lot more experience they'll be carrying, fighting with all these teams and also out of situations that they've almost survived and made it. Got their Booyahs, tells us that their caliber, their terms of experience that they've brought in right here in the survival stage will help push them further. But even Show Crew, they did not fall short. They did put up a show. It was just a little further away from GCT Arrow, and that's where we bring a head-to-head right at that last game. And it is going to be Ivan versus Chappie, and the damage better on Chappie, the elimination better on Chappie, and assist as well. And I think GCT Arrow just showed us that as a whole team, they've been looking better.
Yep. definitely. I mean, better right now. And Ivan, I don't know what happened for Show Crew and Ivan specifically, because it seems like they have been nerfed. They have been like taken down a little bit too early, scrambled across the map, and it's very difficult to call if they can continue that approach. But that deed has been done already. They made it to the top spot, and I think they're not worried about being pushed down, despite of dominating the first few games.
Absolutely, man. And I think Ivan is a little bit more luckier that we did not bring Forney in here for the comparison of the head-to-head, because I know he will be in over his head on that head-to-head. But of course, speaking of Forney, he did extremely well. This game may not have given us as many eliminations as that previous Next Era map, but what it did give us was many of those exciting moments. We expected the third-party situation to really pop off. We expected a lot of eliminations, and I think, you know, Rhino 6 in totality, GCT Arrow, teams like Sure Death as well were on the providing end of those eliminations. What was extremely surprising is the sudden show up of LMG Power. LMG Power showing us their power when it comes to the eliminations, because their placement points have been horrendous throughout the 5 games. I think they managed to pull off, at best, 2 placement points from the past 4 games that they played until they made that difference this time around in their final opportunity.
See, there were some teams who were very consistent and they were able to find their points. There were some teams who had a sudden splurge of energy and were very good in the first 3 games, but after that in the later games they slowly started dying down. And I think LMG decided to do the mix of it. They started off well, and the mid games they let it go, and towards the end suddenly they made their way back in to secure themselves an opportunity of points, especially with Fisher Tiger going out. And also in this game number 5, as we've seen 97 eliminations come on board, slowly that ramp up of the number of players being picked off, revived, has gotten more, and on top of it, the use of throwables has gotten better. This tells us that teams are slowly now pacing the game. Earlier, it was just chaos. They were trying to just figure out, go ahead, take the battle, and also you guys mentioned, not allowing any teams to survive. They were always going in for a full team wipe. And with this, we've now had an idea about the first 5 games, but we've still not seen. That is the team standings, the top 9. Who all? I mean, we have a little bit of an idea. And with that, let's jump to the top 12 standings. And with that, unfortunate for Fisher Tiger, P Esports Academy, and 1NT Esports. Even after the sudden showing up that they showed us, better late than never, they will have to wait for tomorrow. But congratulations to 58 Nation, Twist, LMG Power, Nox Esport, Zam Team, Sure Death, Rhino 6, and for surely Show Crew and GCT Arrow, as they'll be heading directly to the group stage. Which team was the best pick that you guys saw apart from GCT Arrow?
LMG Power, man. LMG Power. I mean, it was that final game survival. Obviously, Rhino 6 got it done a little bit earlier, a couple of games earlier, but LMG Power just waking up on that final opportunity shows us that they have the fighting spirit, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, same as what we've seen in some of the better teams. This LMG Power seems like they are calculating every approach, because as you did mention, they're not doing that so much in terms of placement. It's more of elimination. It's not even that much, but they know exactly what's needed for them to move up and stay away from the bottom 3. So yep, I'm going with LMG Power as well.
Now, LMG Power, they did have that last minute game which helped them out, but one team I was worried about was Twist. They did not get any point, and you can see there at the 8th spot, 58 Nation, thankfully along the lines of LMG Power, managed to survive a little more, and therefore they managed to grab points. Otherwise, there could have been an opportunity if Fisher Tiger survived and 58 Nation both started getting points and Twist was out. Things could have turned around. But right as now, the shuffle has only happened for one team being pushed out and another team getting an entry into the top 9. And this is how it is going to be. The last second, the last buzzer beater. And if you're not there in that booyah or in that top 4 fight, you miss your opportunity of making to the top 9. But we spoke about it. This is the round 1, the winner's bracket. The advantage of the teams in Group A, that they are not going to be eliminated. But that is about Group A. Let's now jump into Group B, where we are going to be having GG's, Shark Boys, NRG Esports, Chocolatinis, ATR, Sentinel Esports, Round 1, Celtic Gaming, Paketis, Pumas, Stellar Esports, and Star Esports. These are going to be our 12 teams, and they have a threat here, Neptune, that one of these 12 who will make it to the bottom 3 will be eliminated at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm worried about for the rest of the squad. I'm looking at Celtic Gaming, because Celtic Gaming is one of those who can really play it out. I'm just wondering why they are on Group B, because this is not what we expect out of Celtic Gaming. I don't know. They might have re-roster at some point, but I'm still looking in some of the players that we've seen from a previous season. And if they're there, probably this is just a ploy for them to make an easier run on to the next stage.
I mean, we did see Celtic kind of taking it easy in summer as well. We were not too happy about that, Neptune, because at the end of the day, where Celtic sat on the overall leaderboard, we kind of acknowledged was not where they deserve to be, right? Celtic GG, in the overall grand scheme of things, I think we saw the best version of them in spring 2026, where they walked away with the 10th spot in the grand finals. And we were obviously hoping for a little bit more, because Hugo definitely made his name as one of the best snipers. And in the new sniper meta, where you're going to have to force those double snipers, and on top of that, you've got the Morse as well, I think Hugo would be a deadly one. But clearly, with him being in Group B, or the squad being in Group B, it's quite questionable on whether or not they have got their, right as well as all of their strategies pulled together here. But as we take a look at the map schedule, it's going to be a little bit of a flip. Bermuda, Solara, Nextera, Kalahari, Purgatory for the play this time round, Lucifer.
Yeah, now this has been a little bit of a switcheroo right after Bermuda, where everybody would want to stabilize things and understand the 12 teams playing in this loser bracket. They have to jump right towards Solara. A little bit of change in terrain, but right after Solara, we're going to be seeing Nextera, Kalahari, and Purgatory to end it. So I really like how the pacing is going to be commanded just because of the maps. And I think just because of that, Neptune, we might end up seeing a lot more chaos right from the beginning at Bermuda and then stabilize around Nextera rather than the second map like the previous game.
Yeah, I do agree, because we've seen the shift as well for some of the teams the moment they step into maps like Nextera and Solara. And that's the last 2 games that we have in the previous group. But now we have Bermuda, so the OG map will still be there. And it's a good, I would say, a good warm-up game for them, because this is familiar territory. They will be able to work on their rotation. And then if they have the firepower, as you pointed out for Fisher Tiger, that they're lacking, then at least at this point they will be having that head start point after that Bermuda map. And then we switch to Solara, a much more chaotic map, and then Nextera. And once they're comfortable with the first 3, then the rest might be easier for them. But it's just me. It's more of an assumption at this point, and we're talking about Group B. So there's still a few things that we might not be seeing in these games.
There's a lot to expect, especially that we are also running right now towards Group B and seeing their very first game. Some names familiar, some new, some of them changing the teams. So starting off in Bermuda is also an even pacing for all of those players, but it's also about starting off strong. We did speak about 1NT. We spoke about them saying that better late than never is what we ended up seeing from their end. So therefore tomorrow they have an opportunity, but here there's another added on threat for the side of the loser bracket Group B teams, meaning 3 will be eliminated. There is no safety net, so they better make sure every game counts. And AJ starting things off in Bermuda for some of these teams might get difficult. 0 points is not what they would want.
Nah, I definitely have got my eyes on teams like Round 1, Stellar Esports, Celtic. These 3, definitely we have been well acquainted with their playstyles out there. During survival stages, they are quite lethal, right? In the group stages, on the other hand, definitely nerfed, because you've got bigger monsters to worry about at that stage. So as we head on into this Group B, I'm looking at these 3 teams, but I'm also on the lookout for who can actually go against the grain as newcomers, just like what Show Crew did earlier, just to shock us, just to steal our hearts as well as attention away in the upcoming games.
There's a lot more expected from these teams moving towards our game number 1 right here for our round 1. Again, this is not round 2. This is Group B. We've just shifted all of a sudden from the teams who've made it in the top 9, and now we are looking forward to the next top 9. There are 5 more games. You just saw the map schedule that we're going to be having. And Neptune, same question to you. You know some of these teams. You can shed a lot more light of telling us which teams right out of the gate are going to look forward to a booyah, or some might end up struggling.
So I know Chocolatinas is one of the new brand that we are seeing here, but looking at the players, I'm eyeing at King Goat as well as Escolta. So you did mention about some of the long range capability. These players, these teams will be able to pull that off. So new brand, but the strategy would still be the same.
Yeah, they serve out the sweets before they snipe you out of the lobby.
More like a Goldilocks a story or a Hansel or Gretel story.
I just hope they don't end up giving somebody too many chocolates, end up and putting them in the factory where they get lost in it, and somebody else who ends up securing a booyah for themselves could be an opportunity, as we again still even have the Animal Kingdom here as well in the Group B. Again, can be activated. We ended up seeing Fisher Tiger, unfortunate, they missed out their opportunity. GCT Arrow, however, they made it through. So moving here, compared to the side of Group A, we have a lot more Animal Kingdom. Let's see if they will be the chance to activate. Pumas will be in question, Shark Boys as well, and maybe there could be an opportunity that we end up seeing Sentinel Esports as well. You guys were talking about it. How do you feel there?
Sentinel Esports, I mean, I hope they have got that poison in their bite, because we haven't really seen a lot from them. But the fact that they have made it in here through survival shows us that they've got that fight within them, right? Again, you know, when we look at the survival stage, it's all about seeing who can secure their rotations really well. And if it is not those rotations, who can really pop off well enough where those eliminations through the mechanical skills are going to keep you surviving. I think that's going to be one of the big factors that we look out for in even the first game in itself. But from clearly what we have seen within Group A, just because you don't wake up in the first, maybe even 3 games out of the 5, you still stand a chance. You just need to pop off one time.
And I think PE Sports Academy, they not the best example, but still told us that, hey, watch out, game number 5, there could be an opportunity. They just got that game number 4 under control. So it's very crucial, as you mentioned, game number 1 doesn't work, game number 2 doesn't work, game number 3 also doesn't work, but your last 2 games are still your last hurrah, the strategy that he can pull off. But these 12 teams, now after seeing what teams from Group A were able to do, they need to understand that anybody could be a threat. Yes, from the same region, but they were playing the qualifiers earlier. They were not playing within a specific group. They did not have a threat of where they'll be playing on the stream, then having a chance making it to the group stage, and added on pressure that if you're in the bottom 3, you're eliminated. You don't have a safety net. So a lot they'll be gunning for, and I think moving towards this first game, they need to have a strategy where they need to go in as they play their qualifier games, not moving like this is completely different. And if they do it, I think it could be a problem. Do you have something else on that?
I mean, I do agree that that's a good strategy for a squad right here, but they need to be cautious of some of those rosters that is coming in here, like similar to what I've mentioned about Chocolatinas. Because if they only go for the team that's going here, not familiar with the specific players, then they might be caught off guard in some approach. Because I think with the re-roster that we have been seeing season after season, tournaments after tournaments, some squads are merging into a one stronger team. And I was just trying to look for some of them, and I saw X-Kane to be part of Star Esports, and not only that, that's where Biblico is leading the fray. So being part, being part of a champion squad, and now going into play as different one, this might be the game changer in this matter when it comes to this Group B.
Yeah, I think LMG definitely needs to be a team that, the rest of the squads in Group B studies, because they followed the plan that we laid out for them. If you want to guarantee survival for yourself, you need to pick up an average of 10 points. And that's exactly what LMG did for themselves, right? I mean, 10 points off of that first game, 11 points off of the second game. They had a tad bit of a dip within the game 3. Game 4, they did not hit the mark in terms of the minimum. They scored about 7 points in those 2 games back to back. And that final game number 5, they walked away with 18 points. And that was more than enough to get them in the top 9, right? So we are not looking for game-breaking stats. Of course, it'll be fun, but it's not really the focus
We'll
of
not
the
say
day.
no to it.
He will not say no to it. But they also need to see, how did LMG pull away these points? The games where they were getting some decent eliminations, they were definitely getting eliminated from that lobby way too early, because they kind of amped up that strategy of playing that aggression first. I would love to see the game of safe plays instead. Get deep into the circle, guarantee a minimum of 5 placement points for yourself, and then you start taking your shots, right? Because a better position within the circles to play those placement points definitely guarantees you a better result at the end of these lobbies.
Yeah, I think this is where I would want to bring in the discussion of the points, because you already spoke about it. When you compare Group A teams, you saw most of them trying to fight at the edge of the zone, not even at the edge of the circle.
Oh, yeah.
And when it came to that last few circles, they were all cramped up. There was too many teams, and nobody knew who they were picking, but they were going against each other. And at a point when they knew that numbers were not working in their favor, it became difficult. And in that conversation, I want to talk about the points, because you mentioned about the average. Now, when we saw our Group A teams, the cutoff ended up right for them at 44. That is where we ended up seeing none other than 58 Nation. Now, do you guys think that we are going to be seeing somewhere around the same edges if teams are going to average around closer to 10 points, should be able to make it through, or is it going to shoot up a little more, maybe around 50?
Yeah, I'm going to touch up on this, because I think with how Group B is going to play right now, based on my assumption, is they're going to take it slow compared to what we've seen in Group A, wherein the moment that they spot a squad, eliminate 2 or 3 out of this, they go for a hunt just to make sure there's no revive. But Group B, I'm expecting that they will be a little bit cautious, because, again, this is an elimination group. So they don't want to be going in there careless and blind, so there will be a few of those revives or more of those revives coming in, and that would increase the averages in terms of elimination, regardless of what map we're in.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of agree with that as well, right, Neptune? To add on a little bit more as well, Lucifer, you asked whether or not the 50 is going to be that cutoff. Average 10 points per game, 5 games, you have got that 50, right? And we have seen that be a proven cutoff point for the squads here. It's just that obviously, F8 kind of 58 Nation kind of set on a slightly low bar. They got lucky. It is not going to be enough. And I feel like the rest of the teams here in Group B kind of really need to hold strong to that minimum 10-pointer per game average if they want to guarantee themselves a spot in the top 9. Because unlike the great advantage that Group A had, you do not get to survive to play another day if you're in the bottom 3. These 3 teams are going to get eliminated by the end of the day.
I think that is where the main factor lies of how much points you're able to grab, and that will put you in a safe spot, because there's no more safety net here for the teams in Group B. They will be under the grindstone, and if they're not able to put themselves in the top 9, they will be done for. All their run in the qualifier, their run in the survival stage here on day 1 of FFWS USA 2026 Fall will come to an end. It is unfortunate, but that's the part and parcel of the game. You have to pick up the pace, and it's very much necessary. But as you guys mentioned, right, they will start slow, because they would need to understand which is the position they're going to be strong on. How do they want to play it out? Is it going to be CQC, or is it going to be long range? Which teams, even though they don't know which exact team will be fighting, they would want to figure how would they want to take that fight. Is there going to be third parties as well happening? But on top of that, I want to add the meta question back again. Yes, we saw Group A already. Is there going to be something different coming in from Group B? Do you think that they could maybe find a variety? We did see a Crimson Crush being brought out. Do you think there could be a different skill being brought out as well now?
You can definitely expect that from the USA because once again, bro, many of these squads, they don't really have an analyst or a coach on their side. So they probably don't even know exactly what the meta play is, right? You just have a lot of teams who just have a dream at this point of time without a proper layer of strategy. They have raw mechanical skills. All those things have just not been stitched together just yet. And they're not even the prime 12 teams that ended up in Group A. So clearly there are some, things that are holding them back from being those true dominant forces out there. But, even as I say that, I actually am very excited to learn, to clearly see it in front of us, Neptune, that the whole region as a whole has grown so much from the very first competition we had 5 seasons ago. Because last time it just used to be high numbers, game after game, and you just used to just see so many bodies hit the ground. But we're seeing so much safer plays coming through, even within Group A in itself, right? So I do agree with Neptune from that perspective. I do expect to see some extra safe games coming through here in Group B. But at the same time, these boys here in FFWS USA are crazy, bro. They will pop off, and just when you expect them to slow things down, they are ramping things up on a different note altogether, and I want to feel that excitement off of those matches as well. So I'm torn. I want to see some slow matches, but at the same time, I want to see some high-octane stuff.
It is time for our game 1 for Group B, right now starting in Bermuda. Neptune and AJ, all yours with this exciting start for Group B.
Appreciate that, Lucifer. And now, as we step in back to Bermuda, the green grass and Free Fire OG map that everyone loves, or depending on how you are ending up those games. If you are ending up on the 12, yes, definitely you will not be loving this kind of situation. But this is where comfort will need to be taken out. It's more a priority of those tactics as well as the revives and elimination. But we might be seeing a different approach in this Group B as they were watching that Group A unfold. A few of those pages from those plans might be pulled in, AJ.
Well, let's see if or not they did manage to learn anything from Group A, or they just have their own ideas in their heads that they want to execute. And by the way, guys, the Buriram Champion Bundle is coming your way on the 10th of September. That's not too far away from now. I really wonder exactly how much is it going to be, or is it going to be a free gift from Garena? We'll never know. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, as what we wait and see, as well as any hot drops that will be unfolding in this game, potentially a few of those squads will be eyeing for those open area, or those not so open area, because they have a little bit cover. And Bimasakti Strip is one of those that has plenty of cover, especially with the compound buildings that we have in here, but not so much of elevation once you drop in. And Star Esports, as mentioned earlier, we have Biblical, and another familiar name is Nachupi, but as we look at Celtic, they are now in battle, and Chipezin is trying to rain fire against those from YG. I think they're the ones who's winning it. If they can eliminate them, then this might be the signature that we've seen from Celtic Gaming from before.
Chipezin, are you Mr. Hugo? We need to see some photos out here, man. Gets straight down to the ground. Baby King from the back. And you talked about this squad as well. And it looks like Baby King is on a roll here. But it was, of course, TRP7 that managed to claim that first life there for the Chocolatine squad. And as expected, I think it's a very slow-paced drop here in the very first game of Group B net.
Yeah, it is very slow pace. No one's going aggressive. No one is really risking that much, which is okay at the moment. And again, we might be expecting a few more elimination compared to the others at this point. So we'll have to see if there's something that will come true. Otherwise, there's a few more surprises that will be happening. But Chocolatinas, they might be meeting up with a few, but misses to look up and spot them, or probably they're just not hunting. They are just looting up at the moment, and on the other side, it's Star Esports who will be hunting, or probably hunted, because Nachupi is on a hit list right now, and we still have yet to find out who triggered that.
Yes, Star Esports, definitely a squad built out of veteran players here in FFWS USA. Charizard, doesn't have a flamethrower on him. Instead, he finds a flaming red ball flying towards him, breaking down his defenses. That leads him directly into the crosshairs of Biblical. A beautiful flank around by the Star Squad as they pick up their first point. And they'll have to bump into the round 1 players in a little bit. The question is, are they ready for that battle just yet?
Well, I am looking forward to that from happening. But again, a slow pace is making me worry at this point, because it's not as if everyone is going for the engagement and it's not getting that point. But the moment that the zone closes in, probably 4th, 5th, we might be still seeing 12 teams in that battle. And one thing that we know for sure, how the adjustments being done in terms of survivability, one might be seeing 12 squad that is a full 4-man strong. But if round 1 will not be going for the pickup, then this might change.
Yep. I don't really want to see them flattened in round 1. But, you know, unfortunately, they got it in their name. So let's hope it's a booyah on round 1 instead. It's obviously the idea they've got in their heads. NRG, Esports, now flanking around the left-hand side, looking for the round 1 players. The mag from up top, though, managed to flank around towards that high ground with the Kar 98 in hand. And that's the only reason why you don't see NRG Esports going in here for the rush just yet. And that gives the opening for Wason as well to take a little bit of a closer range attack with the M590, but he gets tagged up instead. Now Yorel from up top, looking for the vantage point. Valence with the VSK. Jump shot. And it's Lian that finds the connection as Max 7 gets knocked onto the ground. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two. And Wason went in there for the Valiant Dash rush, but had to pay the big price of getting knocked down instead.
Oh, NRG with 3 points already in round 1. Well, we joked about this from the past. We're in the round 1. They will be taken down. And the same thing happened once again. Disregard the 13. They are on 12. And now we are looking at NRG. Might be eyeing another contender that's very close.
Yeah, not really the joke. You won correct here on your first round, round 1. Unfortunate early exit here. Obviously, valiant effort just coming across the wrong team at the wrong time in that equation. Now, Stellar Gaming, on the other hand, has got a big rotation here ahead of them. And NRG is trying to get away from the heat of battle. They did fly over Muritos earlier on. We did see some shots coming on through, but none of it finding the connection onto the NRG players. And they will be able to spend a little bit of time here outside at Shipyard. They do have enough coins and the Steam boosters to keep their healths at a good spot as they look for more of the loot.
Well, if they can find all those loots, then it is good. But for the moment, they will need to move, and they're just taking that northern trajectory. Again, how close it is from Shipyard to Bullseye to Graveyard, as well as Observatory, especially with those launch pad. It gives you more opportunity, not only for escape, but also if you want to go for a hunt or hunting for those loots. And this is what NRG is doing right now before they head into the next phase, because the first phase doesn't hurt. They do have 16 boosters already in, which is good for them. So definitely an out-of-zone buff is already on there. But for young Gurkhas, let's see if they'll be able to get flanky back. And I think that's what Adim is doing right now with the 800 coins that they have in the pocket.
And how are they going to be navigating this spot here? Shark Boys, 2 eliminations in hand already. Popeye hasn't had his spinach just yet, so he's clocking in no eliminations. And Sentinel will get eliminated. Did they get eliminated? Why do we have 13 teams?
So it's only so the first team that got eliminated is round 1. So
yeah,
let's leave it at that. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I believe that is the case. But let's see in a bit. We have this squad. I believe this is Paquetes. Oh, had 4 eliminations already, and now they're slowly approaching Pochino, where they might be able to get a few more.
Yeah, I know, man. The teams here are new to me as well, Neptune, and I'm like, why did we not see this logo a tad bit earlier? But it's okay. We'll figure it out as we push on through. White, Kevin, Chapito, as well as Manny on the way back in here. Looks like they're not going to get into a big scuffle with... Wait, Sentinel? I thought Sentinel was eliminated. Sentinel's still on the board here. So it looks like there was no team elimination in that situation. Since we've got 44 players. So that must have been a graphical error.
Yeah, probably instead of elimination, they're the elimination leader. 1 point.
There you go.
I don't know.
With 1 point.
With 1 point. But Sentinel and Esports. Eric is one familiar name, and he is
Chino
a sniper squad. Yeah, Chino too. So this, I'm seeing a lot of hopes. I mean, there's a lot of hopes, but it's just unfortunate that we are in Group B. So I don't know what happened in that regards, but I'm saying that the moment that they get comfortable, then that's where the chaos begins.
Yeah, remember when Eric used to play with John B. Man, the guy was unstoppable. And the Tung 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 Sahur skin, yeah, it was because of that guy where I started hating it. I mean, he was damn good. So good, he was bad out there on the battlefield. And Pinocchio and squad for Pumas E7. It looks like they're picking up some solid points out here. YG, on the other hand, looking for a little bit of a better position, but out in the open, prioritizing that vending machine might have just been their downfall as Nachupi is caught out here on the side of Star Esports.
Well, he got caught out. Now, let's see if NRG, the rotation is already done, or the northern rotation is already done. And Star Esports, well, we were just cheering them on earlier, especially with the lineup that they have. Unfortunately, they didn't last that long. Stellar Gaming, though, another one of those familiar names, especially with that Swami Salami.
Oh my God!
Let's see if they can make this magic happen, and Sentinel will be taken out.
How did the graphic guy know that it's going to be Sentinel's next, man? He already flashed that earlier. As crazy as it is, it was Sentinels that got eliminated right after. Now BQ losing 2 players here. Up against Stella. We're looking Stella right now, and Pagetti's just stood no chance in that ambush. It was the Mag 7 show for the side of Stella as they pick up 4 solid points.
Yep, Stellar with 4 points right now, and it's not as if they are in trouble because of zone, but yeah, damage is being received, but they do have the team booster as well as some vehicles to work with. But for Celtic GG or SKG right now, I'm not seeing anywhere any glimpse of Yugo, so this is unfortunate. But for those who are fortunate enough to save, especially if you have it on September 10th, you might be getting, or you will need to get that Rhythm Champion bundle. But another Sentinel being taken out. Nope. No, they're still part of it.
Wait, why are Sentinels continuously being eliminated but they are on the screen here, man? I am just so wildly confused right now, but it's okay. As long as they're alive, I guess we get to celebrate the Sentinel run a little bit longer. Because that's why I was so surprised. Like, how could Eric and, Darius and all get eliminated so early here? It's not. They just keep pulling our attention to them, as a matter of fact. Popeye now, looks like he's had that spinach already. AWM in his hands, flanking around the right-hand side. Sentinel with Eric and Darky as well as Black. Darky technically it could be Black sometimes, but in the dark, I guess they will be looking for a vending machine. Somebody needs to show them a torchlight.
Let's see if they will be shedding the light with a torchlight, or they are the ones who will be torched as Shark Boys. They are seeing a little bit of blood. Young Gurkhas. Well, we're seeing them being taken out, and there you have it. We have Sentinel Esports, and now I think it's coming through with only 2 players remaining, and they're being forced away from that vending machine, but Stellar Gaming making sure that no one survives peak, and this is them just peppering them, everyone, in M590.
I'm Mimo Fat, and I have no idea what led him to put on such a long name as his IGN. But he was on fire in that situation. For the side of Shark Boys, on the other hand, all you have is Popeye. Popeye flying into A no-go zone, and Celtic says hello, thank you for the extra point here as they start taking shots up against him. Popeye somehow still surviving. Looks like that can of spinach goes a long way.
Well, not only that, does have a little bit of cover for himself. And let's see if he'll be able to survive even more. Ice grenades and glue wall melters. Popeye now stuck. And even with AWM, he couldn't find an angle because you know how these guys are in terms of putting pressure. And no one is going for a third party despite of how much noise Celtic has been making. And they might be running in, but oh, this is what I'm talking about. A little bit of cautious play, and the stealth bites just in time. But the glue wall is giving them position of where he is, and this might be it for Popeye.
Yeah, Popeye. I mean, clearly Olive was on the other side of the battlefield because he was just running towards something. We just don't know what. And Stellar Esports out of the equation as Mimo Fett gets taken out. Celtic looking for a first game booyah here, but they'll have to make do with 5 other teams who are looking for it at the same time. It's all going to be dependent on their positioning for this next circle as they lead themselves straight towards the NBA squad.
Let's see if they will be able to get away from here. As Celtic, they are within that bolt maker, within that lighting zone, with a couple of LMGs. A couple of forts, I believe, has been pulled in, and they can clear off a lot of blue walls, but for NRG, they have a better compound that they can protect, and they are slowly bringing down some players from NBA. Not sure if they can survive, but with NRG moving just like this as a whole unit, no one stands a chance.
Nah, not at all. NRG just popping bodies one after the other as they come across them. And it's just not easy to contain a squad like that. Chocolate Jeans, on the other hand, 6 eliminations in hand. Baby King with the AWM looking for a sharp angle here against NRG, but at the same time keeping themselves behind those safe spots. Eric's going to get taken down, and perhaps the next time we see Sentinels eliminated, it's going to be for real.
Oh, let's see if this is for real, but not Sensi. Well, I don't know what sensitivity he has on his side, but that is not what we need at this moment. Papacito already down even before they head into the ground, and Muritos Esports being eliminated. All 3 remains. E7 NRG, or Pumas E7 NRG, as well as Chocolitis. And Chocolitis is one of those squad that we have high hopes, especially with Baby King is involved.
Absolutely, but NRG just popping right now. 16 eliminations strong, looking really solid.
What?
Make that 18 as my main man Tiki just went hopping around, finding more. 9 eliminations so far, and he's not done just yet. Make that 10 for the man. And 16 eliminations on the opposite end for Pumas E7. This is a big fight between NRG as well as E7.
Well, this is a good plan for them to keep their distance, but in a few moments they are getting close, and man, Tiki, even the monster truck will not be able to save them, and they're just going in for the chase. Everyone, or if not almost everyone, with an M590, and they're just peppering them with those shots. NRG for the first booyah of Group B.
A phenomenal start here for NRG. A minimum of what I think we saw 22 eliminations there. So 34-pointer opener for the squad. And Mind Tiki was just playing the mind games, and he was the main man for sure out there with the M590. There's not a worry in the world. Runs at his opponents. Why? Because he understands he's got the Gotti backup, Gotti 444 right behind him at all times. And the long-range plays off of Yorel is very much admirable as well. This is a great start for NRG, Lucifer.
Yeah, I think a very good start. They did have contention coming in from other squads, but I think the way they played around Bhima Sakti Strip, and always I think whenever we are around Bermuda, it is the final circle somewhere around Bhima Sakti Strip, and that is where a cascade of chaos flows out. And I think NRG were the best team to hold it out. We did see them with the last player of Shark Boys, and they were clear, we are going to eliminate him first and then move further. I think that's where it instilled their opportunity to convert this in their favor. But if not them, it was going to be Chocolatines who should have had an opportunity over there. They were having the height advantage, but just that it did not work in their favor.
Yeah, well, I really am hoping for a lot more out of some of the squad right here who didn't make it, especially in those few bouts. But again, NRG with Abuya, 22 points, total 34. But Pumas, E7, in spite of I think they're shying away because of the numbers they have in that final circle. They did a lot of work already in the beginning. They did manage to pull up, 16 points in that second place. So that brings them in that second spot. But one thing that I didn't expect to happen is round 1 being eliminated. Star Esports, because of some of the star players that we have with, only 1 point each. And hopefully they make a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I did not expect round 1 to be done dirty in that first round in itself. But that's how the cookie crumbles here. You got to have some winners, you got to have some losers. And we actually had a lot of winners in this lobby. 6 teams out of the 12 walking away with double digits, albeit some of them not too high. But it's the double digits that we were looking for, Lucifer, because we were talking about the minimum 10-pointer. And it's good to see at least half of the lobby is on that mission.
And if half of them are able to do that, meaning their race or their run towards the next stage becomes a lot more easier. So they should be able to feel a little more comfortable, a lot more confident. But as you did mention about round 1, I think there's a little bit of a curse today on any team that has 1 in their name. 1NT did not have a best performance in round 1. They as well go out super duper early. But on the overall stats, as we can see, NRG Esports, rightfully so, this is theirs to claim in Bermuda. They rightfully claimed it. However, a little lower on the elimination. Even though the game was slower here, AJ, I think the elimination could have been better. But teams, as it slowed down, they were also going out just after one fight ended.
Yeah, I really like the fact that we have got the safe plays coming through from the teams here in USA, because in the past it just used to be everybody's just running at each other, just all out, utter chaos, pandemonium. There was no rhyme or reason for some of those moves out there. Clearly, we are seeing some teams who are challenged with making some decisions out here as well. But overall, it's a much cleaner execution across the board from these teams, right? So that's really good to see. Low numbers of eliminations just shows us that we have very mature squads out there.
Now with these peaks, I think low numbers is also something maybe would have cascaded for Stellar Esports. They were also looking really good. They controlled the entire peak region, and while they were trying to climb downhill, a little bit of a mishap and they could not get much points. Let's talk about that, Neptune. I think Stellar would have also been another team who would have had an opportunity, because they clearly looked at full control of any position around peak, and any team that challenged, they were instantly picking them off.
Yeah, I think they were just caught off guard, thus being eliminated early. They did start it off with elimination, 11 elimination in this game. But Stellar Esports, though, they do have a little bit of history in terms of playing FFWS USA. There's still a few adjustments that we have thrown in the comments from the previous season. So Stellar Esports, if this is how they can put themselves in the first game, or in they don't have any idea yet on how the other teams are going to react, I think it will improve for remaining for today on Group B.
Now, when we kind of figure things out for Group B here, it's all about teams deciding whether they are in the top 9. And when we were already looking at the teams who managed to had an early out, which was round 1, yes, one of those teams. Along with them, we have Star Esports and even Young Gurkha. These 3 teams, unfortunately, AJ, did not have a good start.
Yeah, I mean, the Young Gurkhas, valiant effort, but obviously just wasn't their game. It was a very heavy lobby with so many of these teams. Actually, you know, we saw a little bit of a slow approach, but there was a high level of aggression coming through from a couple of them, right? Yes, NRG with the 22 eliminations that we saw, but Puma's E7 was out there. Stellar Gaming, like you guys mentioned as well, was very aggressive. But the biggest difference between NRG, E7, and Stellar is the fact that Stellar got into these aggressive moves a little bit too frequently at the start, and then they got expanded way too early. not picking up a lot of placement points for themselves. And the young Gurkhas, on the other hand, they were just unfortunately the victims. They played the role of the victims in this first lobby. I just hope they don't hold on to that role for the rest of these games.
There's one team that I do want to talk about that were able to hold themselves off, and we multiple times thought that, hey, this team is eliminated. Hey, we just saw them, and that is going to be Sentinel Esports. I think they played out really well. They were always there somehow in the mix, and we were always surprised whenever you saw them on. And we're like, wait, are they still there or not? We had to always get double confirmation.
They had to get eliminated 3 times before we actually got rid of the squad from the lobby.
Man, I think brilliant stuff in terms of figuring it out. But Neptune, I want to ask you about, were there venom enough to take an opponent down, or we needed to see a little more?
Yeah, I mean, for Sentinel, I think they're a little bit spread out too thin. There's the rotation is a little bit chaotic for them. We didn't see them, like, didn't spot them out exactly, and even when they were eliminated for reals, like we didn't even spot out who took them out. So I guess with that situation, it only leads to them being spread out a little too thin. The rotation was off, and you won't be going down. And I believe it's just one at a time, despite of like the full squad showing up on the feed. But it's just one at a time that they're being taken out. Last time we saw them was on peak, and if you will be will not be regrouping in peak, just moving as a unit, as what we've seen in RG and summer squads, then you will not be successful enough. So that it's not just for Sentinel Esports, even from the rest of the squad, despite of how much they bring into survivability, taking 6 points and only 4 on elimination, there's still a lot more that they can pull out.
Let's hope they manage to pull out, as this is Solara, the game that we are going to be heading into. Map schedule right in front of your screens. Bermuda just ended, where NRG were able to command Bermuda and get their booyah. Yes, other teams were close by. We already spoke about Pumas, E7, Stellar were also having an opportunity, but that is in Solara. However, AJ, this completely changes how the pace of the game is. Even though teams managed to slow things down, we were always seeing their aggression of directly jumping into a fight. Solara might just ramp it up even further.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. And therefore, the teams who did not have a great run previously should be looking to drop far, far away from these prime areas. You do not want to get mixed up in any one of the vantage points here at Solara. And those slide rails are obviously going to be the bane of your existence. But at the same time, we have seen teams who don't really do well on that first game end up being the predators of the following matches, right? And I hope to see that for some of these players down. For example, the young Gurkhas are one. I did not expect that sort of a round for round 1, so fingers crossed they do find a little bit more of a viability here on this Solara map. Maybe what they need is those slide rails so that they can start rotating a little bit faster away from the other squads.
In a fast and swift rotation is what teams will be looking forward to. And quickly, I want to ask you, Neptune, and I think you guys can take it over from there, is which teams do you think, just like Rhino 6 in Group A, start picking them pace in Solara?
Yeah, I think it will still be the same suspect, NRG Esports, Pumas E7, but there's still a few hopes, as AJ mentioned. This gives them an opportunity to survive a little longer, and this might be a showing for the second half of the leaderboard currently to move up, unless there's really something wrong with their approach. But I do believe that there's still some changes that can be done in this out of this squad.
With that, I will let you gentlemen take it over. This is going to be Solara, our game number 7 or game number 2 here for Group B, where they get another chance. The game was slowed down, but they were always approaching to eliminate a complete and entire squad. But moving to Solara, it might be forced to have a lot more third parties. AJ and Neptune, all yours.
Thank you very much, Lucifer. We'll catch up with you after Solara is done and dusted here. The last time you're going to see Solara for the day, we only play these maps once per group. So let's see exactly what sort of a chaos that Solara gives birth to as we kick off this matchup for Group B. The group that is at risk of having 3 of the teams within it relegated by the end of game number 5.
Well, looking at where the teams will be flying from, you will need to be on the lookout of the Brim Champion Bundle that will be released on the 10th of September. Celtic GG or Celtic Gaming heading into Delta Isle right now. We're not seeing anyone from the minimap who would be dropping or hot dropping on them. We've seen a few of those squads who did manage to fly at the same time with them. So it's either Windmill or Aquarium that would be the target. And just a few seconds, if not a few, just a few minutes, not a few seconds, they might be meeting up in the middle, which is Funfair. But on the other side, it's Archway and it's Celtic against Paquetes. And let's see if the firepower is strong enough for Paquetes this time around, because I know survivability will be on them because of that Cassie.
Yeah, and UAV sent out already. There is a flank here from the Picati player, but Manny straight down, getting a little bit too excited on the front lines, and Stella will take this opportunity to rush straight at them. The players on the side of Picati are going to be in a little bit of a fix now here off that pickup. Picati fighting that recovery, but Chipito gets sprayed down here with the mini Uzi of all guns. Salami fighting the Mag 7 straight to the head of White as well. Manny's going to get sprayed down once again. That's a 3 for 3 so far for Stella. Looking for the final player. Kevin's going to be spotted out, and Picati's are out and back packing.
Oh, if that was Kevin from the past, he could have bring back at least one of the teammates if he was given a little bit of leeway, but unfortunately, it's all about Manny's defense that was failed. Thus, they got eliminated. But for STG right now against Star Esports, or Celtic against Star, and we might be seeing a comeback coming from Star Esports because they did fail not so much of points from the earlier match.
And Stella still not putting a pause on their run here. The Stella squad might be preying on stars right after, as you suspected. Neptune Nachupi tagged up and straight down. Not that too far away to go in for the save. And Stella not giving any room for escape here for the rest of the star members at all. And it looks like it's going to be an absolute smash here with the way they are moving. Lauta tries to turn around, just does not have the right gun in hand to punish those players. And Imo Mafat will punish him with the shield gun instead. Time turner pulled out as well, right in front of the players on the side of Star. And Stella is on a roll.
Yep, Stellar is having a stellar run. Currently, they are, I believe, the elimination leader, or probably close to it, as they spot out around one with the binoculars. So that prompted Salami to move away from this compound. Again, there's little risk unless you are forced to go for an engagement, which I love for Stellar Gaming. Now, what they can do in a few seconds is open up the weapons arsenal, beef up their resources, and then go in for the fight. But I don't know if this trick has been working for some of the engagement. Just shoot out on the sides of that weapons arsenal, and you will be able to get in there. But they will be missing out of the coin upgrade that is needed to get more of the better weapons.
Not Sensi is sensitive enough to these touches that he's been getting from those bullets. Capacito down on the ground. And poking alongside Pocosin is going to be the only remaining members. Pocosin managing to find a little bit of coins for himself as Papa King brings in a revival right before Pocosin there. So a little bit of a team recovery here. But the young Gurkhas are heading straight for them as NRG gets annihilated early after the Booyah. The Booyah curse is alive, Nep.
Oh, yes, indeed. The Booyah curse is alive. Young Gurkhas right now putting pressure on Pocosin. It's Malditos who will need a little bit to be Maldito at this point. But from both sides, it's Adim and Sadip. And Sadip is just one who is tasked to break down those glue walls as the rest shoot him down on a sniper. Now, this is barely used, and I think they are carrying it over from some of the other regions' strategy wherein you don't need a skill, you don't need a Riptide Rhythm, you just have an LMG and then a sniper set aside, and you can deal with anyone from a distance.
Absolutely. Puma C7. Looks like this is going to be a tough one for Sharkboys to get out of. They are cornered in here. Good time turner pulled out. But I think Zara has an advantage. But somehow Samas was missed and he takes advantage of the situation. Zara knocked down to the ground. Not the right response there from the Shark Boys player.
Well, let's see if they can respond a little bit better. As Pumas, Ryan being used by Gino 7, and will he be able to make a shot? Unfortunately, misses for the first time, but the follow-up was just on point. Now, still have a few Sharks right here, and it's seldom that we see Pumas really aim for a Shark, but as they go for the finisher, secures a 4 elimination, they might be able to continue this on. I didn't spot where the other players of Pumas E7 has gone into, but some squads are going for survivability and revive. So I think that brings more trouble when it comes to the later circles.
So you still see some experiments out here on the USA side. You've got the Orion, and the mentality is whenever you bring an Orion into Battle Royale is basically just telling us that you want to get into some of these scary battles on the front lines, and you want to be able to sustain your health, but you also need to have a great sniper backing you up as well, right? That's exactly the confidence you see out of the team. Execution-wise, still questionable at this point of time. We'll have to catch up with them and see if or not there's any improvements later on. Chupi backstab, but time turned by Toby, and he turned that around beautifully with the Woodpecker. What a play that was.
I mean, Chupi might have lost his jump button because he couldn't jump out of that slide rail. Because if he did make that jump, those snipes could have been on point. It's just unfortunate that he couldn't land them. Probably trying to take a few of those highlights, but there's not a time for that. Monitos, though, after a couple of players has been revived, now they are in a good fight against Stellar Esports, but spreading around. Hopefully they can regroup, but unfortunately not. Sensi already out. Pope King out as well, and leaves us only a couple of players for Monitos to bring them back.
Yeah, they need to run straight to the vending machine there to make sure no revives are attempted. Boko Zin has been spotted out already and marked up by that Moko as well. Charizard looking for that elimination, and Boko Zin will be annihilated as Charizard takes that final shot off of that VSK. Beautiful stuff here. Stellar Gaming, 16 eliminations already in this game. A huge jump from the previous matchup where not only were they aggressive, but unfortunately they got eliminated way too early from the lobby. In this one, even if they do get eliminated way too early, I think they've picked up some solid points in them.
Yeah, I do agree, and this can continue in a bit. The only thing that they need to worry about is where they will be rotating. Is the way I'm looking at it, they've traveled for a few distance already, but haven't spotted the next phase of the circle. But for Sentinels, they did end up on the edge, probably a little bit of exchange of utilities before they head in to the next circle. But second to third makes it deadly for them, and there you have it. Another battle being won by Stellar Gaming as they fight against round 1, spotting them in Windmill, but Valencia or Balance is still there. Max 7 is in there, but Lians with AC-80 hit, and no one's letting go of that weapon just yet because of how quick you can shoot at an opponent, but that also would risk a delay on that ADS that would bring them down if you are not quick enough to move. And with Pikachu 7 going for Max 7 takedown, Valens doesn't have a chance to survive, but Stellar Gaming, despite having a lot of elimination, they're risking their placement or probably not getting in the next phase of the circle.
Absolutely, man. So let's see if or not that risk pays off. In the meantime, round 1, in that round 1 only got 1 point. And they are on that exact same number of points here. If they get eliminated now, they will receive no placement points and will have to stick to just that 1 point once again. There are too many ones in that sentence, so I will stop now.
Yeah, you need to add in a little bit of 2. But limited to 4 because we can only count to 4. But as we go back, Shark Boys, and this one squad that we saw earlier, Chino though, couldn't get away from that FGL. Now, if that was Charizard, then that would look funny. But at this point, Blood Zada trying to his best to help the squad look for any opponents with the surrounding area. Pumas E7 very close, Sentinel Esports very close as well. And the chase, I thought the chase of Pumas and Shark Boys has ended already from Eco Drain, but it continues, and this is just Shark Boys trying to play for placement.
And Moritos will be forced behind, away from his blue wall position. And Booking, on the other hand, going in for the chase, misses 3 shots, but not the 4th, as the Magician could not disappear in time.
Well, no disappearing unless you are either using a Stealth Bites or probably a Santino, which is barely used in Battle Royale.
Or eliminated.
Or eliminated. That's the worst part of it.
Hey, look, he disappeared. Hey, look, we got an extra point.
This a disappearing trick right now.
Looks like he is the Magician.
Well,
oh, but another Magician from across, man. Car 98. That's the tool used in that magic. Beautiful shot off of Black, but no elimination just yet. All they manage is a little bit of a knock here on the Shark Boys. And they are looking for that long rotation round for a better spot in the next zone. Stealth Bites in the hands of Eric, but he drove a car, so
Probably he's thinking that even the car will turn stealth in stealth mode. And what if, bro? What if? It's like Wonder Woman with that invisible jet, but this time it's a car. But we're just asking too much. SKG!
That would be broken.
Yeah. Like, he's already broken as a Morse. I'm seeing a few chats in there on YouTube.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, depending on how well you can spot out an opponent. And also, guys, for those of you playing, if you have a Morse, the earphones definitely help to hear if he's getting close to you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Can you imagine an invisible car, but you can hear the vehicle? You can hear the boost as well. Just can't see nothing at all. Probably until you go flying in the air and shot down, sent back to the lobby like a magician.
Well, speaking of magic right now, it seems like some of the teams are pulling off a few tactics, a few Houdini trick just to get away from harm. And one harm that is heading their way is the Bolt Maker, the Lightning Zone. But 9 says 9 to that. I won't be phased, but this time around, he will need to move, and a better chance of him to go for the flank. Probably stop anyone from here. And a couple of elimination happening. We're down to our 7th team, and Pumas E7 is still afloat.
Afloat indeed. Looks like these Pumas can fly sometimes, but they'll need 2 flying Pumas to make their way back in here on the revives if they want to stand a chance of walking away with the Booyah. But moving out towards TV Tower to use the vending machine might be a little bit of a risky play here. Stellar Esports, again, with a stellar performance through those eliminations, but early exit from the lobby.
The same goes for Pumas Esports, a couple of players, but they were out in the open and also only a little zone to work with. Moditos, though, quite surprised because the first time we saw them, especially in the drop, they lost a couple of their players, but this is how they are working it. Just not too careless in rotation, and I saw a combination of that LM2, M249 to be exact, coming from Not Sensi, and then there's R98 for both Papacito and Focusing. So this makes them a little bit more deadlier, especially against Celtic Gaming, who will need to move because of the zone.
15 points strong there for the squad. And Star, on the other hand, looking to pick up some Star runs here as well with those eliminations, clocking in their 10th point through those elims. Can they make that rotation here as the Sentinel Esports squad finds the circle first? The rotation is going to be a really tough one here for the side of the Star players. They do spot out Eric, though. Papacito with the shot from afar. Star losing players prematurely before even making that rotation. Left with Biblicos. And Biblicos will find no way out of this one. He does have the Stealth Bites, though, to give him a slight chance of survival.
And Moditos right now, Papacito When switching it up on a Car 98K as well as that VSK, but he needs to move. Stealth bites once again. And I know this is annoying, but I'm loving how well these squads have been using this active skill. Now, with only a few meters of pulling away, they can easily rotate and get back in play, but they need to focus on the shift to the circle as well.
Yeah, great stuff here from Sentinel Esports. I like their survival gameplay, just not really encouraging. Their eliminations are kind of slow, but as I say that, Eric takes out Biblicos, the final player there, and manages to pick up yet another crucial point for the team. And Sentinel Esports does not have a massive number of eliminations, but what they do have is that survival play and a minimum of 9 placement points from this lobby. But they go up against Burritos, who are literally on fire right now. Can they do the impossible for what it looks like and pull away the booyah from under the noses of Burritos?
I doubt it, especially with the high ground that Burritos have. And Papacito is not really letting go of that tree. I mean, if those bullets can damage a tree, that could have been cut down already in half. But poking, well, good thing that they do have some heal pistol on them, and that makes them a little bit more cautious as well as hopeful that they can survive. But this is a gap that they need to close, especially with Papacito peppering them with those sniper shots. And with 3v3, they might be able to pull it off, AJ.
Yeah, 3v3. I mean, they've equalized the numbers already, and they've been making the rotation look really good. Eric just needed one more shot, but not Sensi was sensitive enough to understand that he needed to click that button a tad bit faster. And Burritos will walk away with a massive booyah for themselves.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I believe out of this day, this is the highest that we have. 24 elimination. That is a total of 36 points just from one game. And I'm loving this kind of showing out of Pocosin, as well as not Sensi, that we've seen from the previous season as well.
Yeah. Welcome back, Lucifer.
Brilliant stuff, guys. Thank you so much. This is what we want to see. Every time a change in pace coming in and different teams. Last time you mentioned, right? Out of the 12 teams, 6 teams managed to bag double digits for themselves. And Burritos were the 7th team in position. And this time they say, we did not get the double digits. We're going to bag a booyah. Let's just talk about that, how they made it happen.
Yeah, I mean, tons of snipes out of them, right? I think they were running the double snipe setup for sure. And this map just somehow gifted all of them the exact numbers that they were looking for. Now, we didn't see a lot of these third-party situations that we were expecting out of Solara, but those slide rails definitely enabled them to rotate compound into compound. And I don't think they were really thinking about exactly where they wanted to get led into. They were just understanding with a simple fact that we don't need to use our jump pads. We can just reposition using these slide rails, and wherever they went, they were sharp enough to engage from afar and not get into the thick of the action. And I think that kept them surviving for quite a long time in the lobby.
Brilliantly they pulled it off. But Sentinel, what do you think, Neptune? They had an opportunity. They brought it down to a 3v3, but then they fumbled.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough right now. We were pointing out on was it Pocosin? That M249 that is being peppering them, and that's where they need to close the gap. And I think even with Carter at 98 coming from the squad makes it difficult for them to move. So all they have to do is recover using nature as to help them save up on the blue walls and then prepare their approach slowly but surely. But they didn't expect an M590 that was beating them and a guy who's accurate enough to just jump, turn around and shoot at them in that regard. So that was very unfortunate for them, but good enough for the Booyah squad.
In this play here, Nachupi, the jump shot, and Toby just outplayed him like a champ, just pulling out the time turner, sidestepping it. Nachupi, unfortunately, like Neptune said, fat fingered that one. He could not jump in time, but Toby's luck didn't last for very long because the rest of the star players were right there.
Yeah, I think Star, they did make almost the comeback that they wanted to stage, better than what they made their run on game number 1, and they were able to deliver. But one team which delivered, went beyond. They were double digits even before 10 minutes. Look at this, they have 19 eliminations, it's just 8 minutes, and that's stellar. But again, another run that they couldn't push it till the end. They had 23 eliminations at the end, Neptune, but they could not get closer to the Booyah.
Yeah, I mean, Stellar, from what I'm seeing, they're not really aiming for the Booyah. They just want to get as much elimination as possible to catch up on some of the squad that we have right here, like what happened to NRG earlier. But it's really difficult to tell if that's something that you can pull off in a game just like this, because even in the first part of the match, it was slow already. So it's tough to call if this is something that is achievable, and they're still testing the waters.
Everybody's trying to make sure that now they have an idea. As Solara has ended, this is game 2, Group B. Most of them have an idea of what works. Yes, you mentioned about NRG. Unfortunate that the Curse just played in an unfavorable situation, and right at the gate they get eliminated. But favorable are these two players from two teams. Brilliant stuff that we ended up seeing. You were talking about Charizard bringing out the flamethrower, and on the other end, the Fangs from the Sentinel sides. Eric trying to do his best, but it seems like better is Charizard for the team, and he's been able to deliver for Stellar Esports.
Yeah, Eric only managed an Ember against that flamethrower. Charizard ate that up.
For those of you who don't know, guys, the flamethrower, if it was Charizard, he needs to catch all those FGL bullets. so just to make it poetic. If he catches that, yeah, then that's a meme right there. But kidding aside, in Stellar Esports, yep, I mean, they didn't survive longer, but they just managed to get a lot of elimination early in that fight, which made them a good contender in this head-to-head.
Bound to be, and with this head-to-head, let's jump to the overall stats. That is going to be Muritos Esport, who will be able to get themselves the Booyah, and that is the reason we're going to be having them at right center. But looking at the overall, which all teams were able to deliver, this seemed to be a game bigger than the map itself was. 59,000 damage, and on top of it, we end up seeing a triple digit in terms of elimination. That tells us that every team put their effort to grab a lot of eliminations. Some missed, some did not, but like the previous one you mentioned, AJ, where 6 teams out of the 12 were able to get double digits, this time add on another. That's going to be 7 teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And 101 total eliminations is looking pretty solid with Muritos Esports rocking it with that number, the first Booyah of their run in here. Earlier game was fairly decent from them as well, just not as explosive as this, right? They have made this their own, but can they continue this momentum? Because I felt like it was definitely an aggressive one, but many things could have gone wrong on those rotations. So Lara just was very kind to Muritos Esports here in this matchup.
Now they might have picked up a Booyah, and again, a major part of those eliminations they were able to grab and put themselves on top of the charts, meaning the race in the top 9 still seems to be consistent for the teams. The average that you guys spoke about, around 10, is still accessible, but the position of 8 and 9 is still open for discussion, Neptune.
Yeah, well, let's see if this is something that they can pull away from, because judging from the standings right now, out of 2 games, it's not so much of a gap at the bottom of the leaderboard, and this makes the threshold a little bit higher for most of the squad. So look at that, younger cousins, and we were expecting a few of them to really pop off, but again, they didn't put so much of those points, especially elimination, and now they are in a little bit of trouble, but not so much of trouble like round 1, because in 2 games they failed miserably in those matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what round 1 could do different, because in this game, Solara, we saw them survive a little longer than their stint in game number 1. So therefore, it looked a little better, but not great still on this standings. Hopefully, it recovers in game number 3, moving to its next era. While we've already seen so many eliminations, round 1 should be able to tag something. But in those same lines, same total points is Paketis as well. They've not been able to find much, and like round 1, we've barely seen them, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wish we can see a tad bit more from Caddies, right? But it is looking to be a rough run for them at this point of time. We talked about many a times the minimum of 10 points. Can they find the recovery on game 3 and also sort out the averages that they did not pick up in the first 2 games? Very possible, right? Because a 25-pointer does not sound like an impossible run. But the question is, can Paketis afford a sort of a little bit of an adjustment on their play? Because it's not just the placement points that they're struggling with. Those eliminations are a very big struggle for the Paketis squad at this point of time as well.
Yeah, I mean, they don't seem to be gaining much in that traction. They might be able to try their best, but it's not enough to put them on the charts. You mentioned about double digits already, and 2 games later, they're still in single digits, and that's fine. And it's still the same story for even Young Gurkha. They have to pick up the pace because teams at the 7, 8, and 9, the points are closer. The difference is only 7 points. Not much to be worried about. A game is enough. But also, this is the time we've seen teams pick up pace. So, Neptune, do you think now there's going to be a shuffle where teams at the top might be in trouble? But before you answer that question, we'll jump to a short break where we'll give these teams a chance to recoup, recover, and get back into action right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
สวัสดีครับนี่วันนี้เราอยู่กับทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ครับต้องบอกก่อนว่าปีนี้นะครับเป็นอีกสุดยอดอีกขั้นหนึ่งของวงการ Esports ของ Free Fire เลยเพราะว่าปกติแล้วเนี่ยที่เราได้แชมป์ใช่ไหมก็จะมีเสื้อนักแข่งเข้าไปอยู่ในเกมแต่ว่าทีม BRU เป็นทีมแรกนะครับที่ปีนี้ได้ทำเสื้อพิเศษซึ่งเป็นการร่วมกันออกแบบระหว่างทีมดีไซเนอร์ของ Free Fire แล้วก็ทีม BRU ด้วยนอกจากเสื้อเนี่ยก็ยังมีของอื่นอีกนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นปืนเป็นไอซอนะเป็นผ้าคลุมนะก็ไปดูกันได้ว่าจะเป็นยังไงเดี๋ยววันนี้ก็จะมาคุยกันว่าBRU อยากได้อันไหนแล้วก็ Free Fire สามารถทำอะไรให้ BRU ได้บ้างครับเริ่มกันเลยดีกว่าแนะนำตัวก่อนสวัสดีครับเกียร์มาโตะนะครับวันนี้ก็จะเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการของวันนี้นั่นเอง
ครับเกมหนึ่งครับ
พี่หมิงนี่สุดยอดมากๆนะครับใครที่ไม่รู้จักนะชุดดังๆอย่างแบ็คก็อตนะครับชุดไวท์ก็อตนะชุดนักแข่งหลายๆแบบเนี่ยพี่หมิงเป็นคนออกแบบหมด
Traffic problems.
Hey, put it all on the kid.
No, wait, I'm not here to fight. Take it home.
Enough. You're wearing my suit.
I can't take it off.
Well, if you want to keep it, you're gonna have to fight for it.
Are you ready? Not at all. Giving pressure, watch him fall. Always keep my heart on call, 'cause I know I want it all.
Survivors, we were done with 2 games for Group B and now we start things for Game 3 for Group B. Their chances are looking better for some and some still have a chance on the race. Welcome back to FFWS USA 2026 Fall. My name is Lucifer. With me on the desk is AJ and Neptune. And Neptune, right before the break, I did ask you a question. What do you think? Where do these teams look at? Is there a shuffle going to game number 3, which is the halfway mark?
And a few more. Sorry about that. So I was saying they need to go Rhino 6 in this match, and then that's when they might be able to recover out that fight. The Rhino 6 didn't do well in the first game. Not like a little bit higher in the second one, but it's those recovery as well as a good rotation as they study their opponent that would lead them on a higher spot on the leaderboard.
Now, study is going to be very crucial as we are moving to next era. While we already see Solara with a triple digit in terms of total eliminations, AJ, next era is one of those games which again love high eliminations. And as Neptune pointed it out, it's about going Rhino 6. Which team do you think is having a chance? Is it going to be Shark Boys making a jump quickly, or is it going to be Young Gurkha or Pekatis who will have a chance to jump back into the game in the top 9?
Man, I really wish the Young Gurkhas can make something big happen, because so far they've just been depending on placement points, barely any eliminations. At best, they only have 2 to their name at this point of time. I'm actually looking at Star Esports. I think this is a team that shows a lot of promise. The rotations have been a little soft so far, but their engagements have been encouraging. And this is their opportunity to just really heat it up on the battlefield. The close quarters combat is going to be important, so picking up those right guns, those shotguns, the M590s as well as the Trogons are going to be crucial here if we can expect the Star Esports players to make a climb.
Let's see if they'll be able to, because next era is a map which, just like how we ended up seeing Bermuda, teams will able to get space for themselves. However, even Solara being so clustered and small, teams were able to still figure out space for them. So moving to next era is going to be another opportunity for teams to especially look forward to revive. I think that was missing in our first 2 games. Teams, whoever decided to fight with each other, they instantly wiped one team out. And hopefully, going to next era, Neptune, maybe there is a change in that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, next era is one of those, as we talked about in Group A, wherein it has a lot of potential in terms of elimination. So if they will be able to pull that off, and survivability is one of those as well. That's part of this specific map. So hopefully that's not the case in every day, because there's still a lot of strategies that might work, but next era can bring that kind of energy for the squad.
Let's hope they manage to do it, because next era is going to be very crucial. Now, on that horizon of Shark Boy, Star Esports, which you already spoke about, AJ and Chocolatines, these are the 3 teams who are in the top 9, and the contrary for them, now challenging, maybe looking forward to a Rhino 6, is going to be Young Gurkha, Pekatis, and especially Round 1. Unlike 1NT Esports, Round 1 have picked up points, not necessarily enough, but having a chance still open.
Yeah, I mean, just 5 points in the past 2 games. Definitely doing better than 1NT, but I really hope they don't pull a 1NT on us, just waking up on that final game and just not having enough, right? Hopefully that awakening happens here on next era on game number 8. Thank you very much, Lucifer. We'll catch up with you in a little bit. Neptune, I'm expecting some high-octane action here on the battlefield, and I hope to God it is not the teams that are currently sitting in the top 5 of our Group E leaderboard.
Yeah, I do agree. There's a lot more that might be seen out of this squad right here, but that would depend on which drop they will be taking, and the rotation as well, because we've seen some of those in Group A where they are in a good spot in terms of drop points, but the rotation was just off and they were being caught off guard. But those who will not be caught off guard is those who are prepared on that Buriram Champion bundle that will be released soon, or on 10th of September. But looking at where the flight path is, it's heading into museum. So this is east to west on our southeast to northwest on our flight path. And for those heading into Intellect Center, I think they have a better chance of winning these fights.
Struggle teams on the way in, and their plays have been pretty bitter, like dark chocolate. Not for the rest of the squads, but for themselves. Hopefully we get a little bit of milk and sugar in there this time round, so that it is a little bit more palatable. Star Esports, though, up against the Shark Boys. Shark Boys really need to wake up, and so does Star Esports. Both of them sharing 18 points each on the leaderboard, right beside each other. And if one squad gets wiped right here, right now, it's going to be a big boost for the one that does the wiping.
Well, let's see if they will be the ones wiping out who. But as they heal up. This is where the direct key is important. You will be able to know if the opponent is distracted as they patch themselves up. But 4-star Esports, well, they will be in a good spot right now, chase on the Sharks. But you know how it is. When you have a Sharks, as long as you don't have blood on you, you will be safe if you jump into the water. But Laudas, not really letting go. Doesn't want to go Elsa at this point, and will he be able to take them on the flank? He does, but the time turner saves Pokazin.
Beautiful time turner play there. Laudarts trying to spray down the time turner, but unfortunately 1000 HP is quite a lot to sustain the damage from those bullets. You might run out of bullets before you take down that time turner unless you've got backup from the rest of your team members. And Shark Boys will get snuffed out very early here. Again, another run where they can barely pick up placement points, but this time, even the eliminations are challenged for the Shark Boys and Stella. That was an unexpected thing. I mean, I asked for it, but it was unexpected. One of the top 3 teams taken out so early.
And that's tough right now because a lot of squad will be able to catch up the moment that we see those numbers comes in. For Young Gorkas, well, they lost 1, but they're still struggling to find a vending machine. And Pinocchio, well, there's no lying that he does have an angle, but will they be able to make that work for NRG? I guess with the numbers that they brought in, they're getting too complacent, too comfortable in NRG Esports, so next one to be eliminated.
Go down, pick up fairly quick here, and Pumas E7 on the recovery play. Don't shoot the horse, bro. Anything that moves out there. Killua, the killer for sure. And we lose another squad, Neptune. This one is a very fast map by the looks of things.
Yeah, I do agree. It's fast, and I'm not expecting this to happen because, like, imagine this: 8 out of 12, so 4 teams already eliminated. We're expecting a quick recovery because of the vending machine, but no one seems to have enough points to do so. So they're just going all out in the battle, and with that valiant dash, perfect movement plus the backup from behind Celtic Gaming. Well, I guess without Hugo, they will be just dealing with it in the CQCs. And I don't know, I'm still not sure if Hugo is part of this, but it's not on the list of names. And Chepazine goes for Mr. Edwin to be back in play. And Carlos with a big caught off guard and knocked down as well.
Chepazine, fantastic moves there with the M24. Is back and forth, in and out of his blue wall, playing that defense to perfection, and the sharp shots off of that M24 gets him and the squad another point. Pumas E7 though, under a little bit of pressure by the lightning zone. Wait a minute, they called out the lightning zone. I guess it was against round 1, but round 1's out of there.
Well, round 1 is... Well, they don't want to risk it, especially for round 1, because they are really not doing well in terms of numbers. But let's see on how the other squad is doing. Young Gorkas Magician. Well, Vanishing Trick is about to happen right now. And there you have it. Abracadabra, he's out.
Abracadabra indeed. The Magician strikes once again. I just don't think that was the idea though. Flanky brings him right back in. The Young Gorkas are trying to tell the Magician the magic needs to work on our opponents, not you.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of risk, but in terms of naming your squad, so that's one thing that they need to work on right now. But speaking of working on round 1, working on their rotation, this time around, they're doing quite well. 5 elimination already on the board, and slowly but surely making it in every face of circle. They even have a weapons arsenal on them currently. We're not quite sure if they're the ones who open it or if it's a different squad. But back in Mortar Ruins, SKG, they have the prestige, they have the history, but will they be having the firepower? Baby King with Max 7 definitely showing Mr. Edwin what they're worth. This might be it for SKG, as Chocolines is just giving them a sweet tooth of more of those bullets.
Yeah, that's exactly what we needed out of Chocolatines. And Baby King picking up 3 eliminations in totality here. Celtic Gaming with the one final player back in the game. has got enough coins for one revive. And the only thing is the question of whether he can get to the vending machine before he gets annihilated from this lobby 9. Down on the ground. And it looks like Puma's E7. The bodies are just falling all around Lian, and he's just picking them up.
Well, that's another way of doing it. I mean, they're just falling down. They're probably going to help, or probably they damage, and then they try to jump away. But speaking of jump, Puma's E7, after 3 of their players has been revived, well, they will need to work fast on regrouping as well as picking up. But it's not as if they're safe, because one of the players, I believe, is on a hit list, and they need to protect him. Now, it's just a matter of time, 25 seconds to be exact, that they need to move, and hopefully it doesn't end up similar to how they ended on a revive.
Round 3, way better than round 1. But round 1 will not complain. 8 eliminations strong, and this is 4 times better than their 2 games put together.
Which is very good. Round 1. Again, after all the jokes that we pulled off in the previous season, I was expecting them not to go with this name, because it definitely is not working. But yeah. Hopefully
Final round.
Final round.
Fight.
Bro, that's worse, bro. Because like, imagine the number of days that we have, and you just will be popping off in the final round. Yeah, definitely, like similar as round 1.
All round.
All round. Yeah, that would be good. Well, bro, let's go specific. Better at all rounds.
Because it's too long of a name, bro. Calm down. 10 eliminations strong here for round 1. Very different version of the squad, and I feel like they finally pulled their act together here. It's not like round 1's not capable of these games, but for some reason, I guess they were just too nervous, or first couple of game jitters out here as they hop on into a brand new season. But once they get their rhythm together, I feel like round 1's definitely a dependable squad to put your bet on for a team to make it into the group stage.
Yep, well, this is something that we want to see. Not only group stage, but also the stage after that. But we'll have to find out, though, because we still have a few matches. And this is just game number 8 of the day, game number 3 for Group B. So a lot of adjustment might be done, as long as they remain with the consistency. And Wazon, it's been a while since I mentioned that name, but this time he's not going up close and personal. Oh, I said it too early. He does have the M590, but unfortunately, I think the accuracy is a little bit rusty.
Well, the accuracy may be rusty, but I feel like the recovery could still be stellar here. Balance needs to be picked right back up, Lian. Dodging and trying to get to his buddy. The pickup is perfect. And Max 7 has got more than enough coins to pull in these revives. And with 12 eliminations already, round 1 looking like a totally different squad in their round 3 of play. We have got 2 more games to go, and it's a damn good time to start turning things around if you're round 1, because at the moment they're sitting down literally 12 out of 12 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, let's see if this is something that they can change. With the numbers, I think they might be moving up even a little bit. Lawazi. Well, no loss at that point. And Celtic JT needs the help of those heal pistol. And this is one thing that we didn't expect. Another squad. It's Celtic, who has spotted them and took down Mr. Edwin. But what we've seen right now, they might have a capability to bringing him down, especially with that M249. Look at that. Again, M249 plus the AWM combination might be deadly at this point, but they don't have any opening to shoot them down.
What was the plan there for Nando? He's not even the sniper, trying to get up onto the top. And, I don't know, play distractions or something, but he's just going to waste a couple of medkits on himself. Mr. Edwin just could not survive that flight because of Sentinel Esports scanning him mid-air. And the follow-up shots on the down player was fairly quick here for Sentinel to score that elimination. Chocolate teams did manage to try to shoot down the players on the side of Celtic as well, but that didn't really fare too well for them. And the thing here is Celtic cannot get super aggressive because there are two teams who are in shooting range, Sentinel as well as Socrates. But YG, the young Gurkhas, man, young Gurkhas as well on a upplay this time around. 8 eliminations in hand as opposed to the 2 that they collected over 2 games. Make that 9 now as the young Gurkhas are finally ready to defend their territory.
Finally, this is the shuffle that we were asking for out of game number 2, but better late than never. Better late than early, as the joke goes. But Sadip right now, Groza in hand, trying to clear off those blue walls. But unfortunately, there's another floor that they need to deal with. And young Gurkhas, I don't think this is a good play for them to pull away from each other. Because the moment that Star would jump out of the window, go for a backstab, block them out and isolate them with the blue walls, and that might be their downfall. But you know that there's a huge threat as well on the surrounding area, thus they're trying to make way in this second floor, and I don't think anyone from Star will be going downstairs for those shots.
Well, this is the kind of step up that we were looking for, but the young Gurkhas just showing all of us that they've got the fight in them. They have to be prime at their shots though, because they're not out of the woodwork just yet. Chocolate teams are still alive and kicking, and obviously they do have a little bit of a lead over the young Gurkhas on the leaderboard. The young Gurkhas being the first squad inside this next zone gives me a lot of hope for the team, Neptune. But they need the Magician back. I mean, regardless of all the shenanigans the Magician has pulled off so far, the young Gurkhas need the numbers.
Yeah, definitely they want a full squad in there. Unless they, or everyone else brings it down to an equalizer 3v3v3 later on the final circle. But I doubt that anyone will let that go. Sentinels, Eric, dealing with Pokusin from the other side. Now, as we are still talking about 8 teams remaining in this battle, it's still difficult to tell who's grabbing the booyah. And we're getting close to the 5th phase of the circle currently. So there's plenty of room for the moment. But Chocolatines, only blue walls will stop them from being shut down. The Flanky as well as the rest of the gang right now not slowing down to make sure that they don't survive.
Man, young Gurkhas dropped the ball big time here. Some of the teams just literally flew straight towards their compound out in the open. They didn't shoot them out of the air as they were too scared to stand by the window. And the moment they spotted them, the response, the communication just did not flow through quick enough to the rest of the team members. And I think I just saw Murito's Esports get eliminated, Neptune. Please tell me I'm wrong.
No, I mean, they got eliminated. They got 4th on the placement point and 8th on elimination after that shows up. So it's bound to happen. And this more is bound to happen because the zone's closing in right now. And as you can see, there's not so much of compound to work with.
Yeah. Star on a stellar performance this time around. And Sentinel Esports rotating from across. Now the zone is going to be unfavorable for the Sentinel Esports squad, but they'll have to make sure they play their resources well here, especially those blue walls. Star on their final play here. And round 1, making it to 22 in just one lobby. And I'm talking about eliminations after picking up just 2 eliminations off of 2 different games earlier on. Young Gurkhas will lose their player as well to round 1. And this is that round 1 version that we were expecting out of the squad from the very start. Here comes another squad running straight towards them. It is the Sentinel team. 23 eliminations in hand, and round 1 wants 4 more.
Yeah, sorry about that, Snicker, because they do have a launch pad, but the glue wall blocked that jump, and it's twice already, and that's one reason why a couple of their players have been knocked out. And will they be able to survive? Liansky! Great on M590, but is there enough time for them to go for the pickup? And this might make it difficult for round 1 to secure the booyah, because we do have Celtic Gaming, who was just from the other side that they were targeting before that final battle on a compound did happen.
Absolutely, man. Lian's K, very specifically. 10 eliminations in hand. The AWM looking for one. Shepzines gets knocked down on the ground, and it's the follow-up of the ice grenade that takes him out of the equation quickly. Lianske, M590 goes for the backstep, but traded out by Nando. The Weiser is there for the backup as well, but the final player on the side of Celtic, and this is a solid booyah out of round 1 after struggling for the first 2 rounds.
And at this point, round 1 will be moving up. They did manage to pull out 29 elimination and also the 12 on that booyah. So that's a total of 41 points already. And I believe this is the current record that we have, or this might be the highest that we've seen at this point. And round 1 pulling it off as if it was nothing.
Well, we did promise this to Lucifer, and I'm glad he gets to see it. And I think what's going to be more shocking to Lucifer is the fact that it was round 1 that pulled this off, right? And with the 40 bomber that round 1 just managed to pick up for themselves, from being dead last, 12 out of 12, they should definitely be somewhere in the region of top 5 after this. Let's bring Lucifer back to the desk here so that we can pick his brain and ask him, is it blown yet?
It is, and you guys were talking about it, right? Round 1 has to turn into final round, and they finally did in game number 3. Big stuff, man. That was not an easy feat to be achieved. We were talking about an average of 10 per game, and here they said game 1 it did not happen, game 2 it did not happen, game 3 it all happens. We're gonna get average of 10 games for 4 games. Forget about the next.
Insane stuff, right? But hopefully they don't forget about the next, because it's not going to be enough to get them out of the deep end of the waters. Because imagine if they mess up the final 2 games, just like how they messed up the first 2. 40, I don't think is going to be enough to survive this lobby, right? You definitely want to secure more than 50 if you want to stand a good chance. But the young Gurkhas waking up as well. This was unexpected for me based off of their previous 2 performance. Round 1, we've seen some promise in the past, so there was some expectation there. Young Gurkhas, I had no expectations, but they definitely surprised me in a very good way this time, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree, and that's one thing. This map really brings out a few of the monsters out of the squad, which I'm loving. But hopefully it's not, again, the ask is not for it not to be map specific, because we will only be wowed and surprised once this is happening on Nextera, but hopefully in other maps as well. But again, there's still a lot of hopes, there's still a lot of chances for the squad if this continues.
I hope there is a lot more chances, because just in that Neptune here in this game that we ended up seeing in Nextera, there were 4 unfortunate situations. It was the 4 squads getting eliminated super early, less than 4 minutes of the game, and 4 squads were out. Shark, Stella, NRG, and unfortunately the team at the bottom is Packardis, while Young Gurkha picked up, round 1 picked up, Packardis still not there.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, like, Packardis, it sounds familiar. It sounds like the 90 Piquettis that we had from the past, and comeback coming from that squad was just phenomenal. The only risk, though, is from, if this is the same squad, they always choose the latter part of a day or a tournament, which makes it difficult to say, because you've seen some squad right here, like Mojitos, like you have NRG, and now including round 1, who's dominating those gunfights.
Dominating right now is this MVP, Leon, with 11 elimination, Leon ZK, and 3 assists, and on top of it, AJ with a big whooping, 4,852 damage, along with 4 headshots, and he was wielding a woodpecker to do all of this.
And this fella is the Chrono and Tiva player, okay? He's not supposed to be whooping like this, but he took it upon himself to lay out that can of whoop on everybody else that he came across. Great place, especially with the woodpecker, not even an AWM or whatsoever, right? Just cracking all of those armor on the opponents. And, you know, when you are stationed as the support player of your squad, but this is your performance at the end of the day, then you know this is one messed up squad that you do not want to mess around with. And I think round 1 definitely made many people doubt what they're capable of in the first 2 games. But I think even this head-to-head shows very clearly where they stand.
And clearly, Lian ZK here, Neptune, is also a height above. with 11 eliminations, way far from Celtics, Loiza. And I think that tells of how crucial this player was to ramp up what round one wanted to do in the first two games, finally turned up in game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Leon ZK is a bigger man right here. Not literally, because he looks his big. But you've seen how well he played out with M590, and as well as aggression, the speed that he can go against opponents. Probably it's because of Valiant Dash, or probably it's just because of the support that is coming from the rest of the squad. But either way, I'm really loving this kind of move from round one. We did ask them to go Rhino 6, and I think they did it even better.
They went Rhino 10.
Maybe Rhino 40, because that's why they ended up getting here. And brilliant stuff. I need to agree. I think they did take that notch up compared to what we expected from game for our first group of teams from Group A. However, here's the thing, right? Group B stakes are a lot more higher. It's not about you're jumping right towards the group stage. You first make it into round 2, and then if you make it in the next 5 games tomorrow, you then go in the top 9 towards the none other than group stage. So a longer run, a tougher one, and if round 1 has a chance of a comeback like this, it looks really good. And we were already talking about it. The cutoff might come somewhere around the 50, and now that we have ended at none other than our threshold of game number 3, the halfway mark, round 1 have tagged it, bagged it, and on top of it, I think just because of how round 1 ended up playing, we also see somehow, because of the 4 teams eliminated, I was worried that we might not hit a total of 100 eliminations here, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, but we were right smack dab on that 100. We did say that round 1 should be able to jump into the top 5. I'm very curious as to where they sit on the overall leaderboard, because obviously we were not having tabs on exactly how many eliminations the rest of the teams were picking up for themselves, right? But overall, this was a really hot game for the squad, managing to set the record of the competition here of the season with their phenomenal 44 points picked up. It was a great one round for round 1.
Big round 1 that they were able to do for themselves to put them in the race to the top 9 to make it tomorrow again to play another set of 5 games. But it's not yet done. 2 more games to go. There could be still a couple more challengers who might come in the mix. But yes, a little bit of a record here from round 1. Record 1, we could also call them at this point, Neptune.
Yeah, well, record 1. This is something that we didn't expect out of round 1 at this point in time. We were expecting them to move up, but not so much. Again, going back to what we've talked about in one of the teams in Group A, wherein they know exactly what needs to be done. If you're in trouble, then that's where you slowly move up. And look at that. From the bottom of the leaderboard, now on number 4, very close to Celtic Gaming, and that's where the rivalry continues. Not only in the head-to-head, but up until the final few games.
Yeah, and right as now, one team that has to be worried about their position here, AJ, is going to be Shark Boys. They were at the 7th spot just before this game, and they've been dropped to a drastic 11th along the lines of packages. Young Gurkha, thankfully, were able to stabilize, but Shark Boys, that's a big wake-up call to directly down the 11th, and now they have to play game number 4.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I was actually expecting the Shark Boys to at least stay alive long enough. We did talk about how their rank points were not really shining in the lobby. But, not everyone can be Stellar Esports, right? Barely depend on those placement points and just go all out, rat-a-tat on those eliminations. Stellar Esports sitting down on the 5th spot right now. That's very, very impressive. But I do agree with you. Shark Boys, a unexpected drop here. And young Gurkhas, with their stability, I hope, is going to be a consistent thing, because there's 2 more games to go. And Chocolate teams are not too bad with the engagements out there on the battlefield. So if the young Gurkhas want to make that survival run for themselves, we have to make sure what we saw out of them from this game continues to happen for 2 more rounds.
2 more rounds. Kalahari and Purgatory up next is the last 2 to decide from Group B. The top 9 teams will be playing round 2 and the 3 to be eliminated. And one of the teams, like the lines of Shark Boys that have been slowly being pushed out, is going to be NRG Neptune. They were the very first team to get the booyah, and right now they're almost about to be pushed out. They don't look good. It did not work in Solara. It is not working in Nextera. What do they have in plan? Because if they don't play it out there, I'm pretty sure they'll be out of the top 9.
The one thing that we're really looking forward to NRG is to find better rotation, because I think it's just staying in one area as well as targeting a lot of squad that brought them to that 22 Booyah run. But not only that, they need to survive longer because, bro, 1 point for each game in Solara, in some of the maps right here, in Solara as well as Nextera, is not looking good. So there's either the drop spot that they need to work on or just stay away from everyone. And if we look at the specific map of Kalahari, there's plenty of areas that you can go just to keep yourself safe. Either you go to Old Hampton, that's barely being dropped off, Council Hall, Stone Reach we've seen, the Sub as well as Mammoth. Those those on the sides of Kalahari, I think they will be able to survive even longer.
Chocolatines, they also need to understand that they need to survive longer. While we speak about the average of 10 points per game, they are right dead hitting that spot. But they need to understand there is somebody who's going to catch up. You already spoke about Young Gurkhas, AJ. Now they have an opportunity. They might be at a difference of 4 points, but looking at the previous games, seems like they have caught up at least a little bit compared to what we ended up seeing at Chocolatines, who made a jump but did not deliver on that fight in that compound.
Yeah, and that's just a blessing for young Gurkhas, right? Because as long as Chocolatines don't really have this huge step up in the way they are approaching this game, young Gurkhas still stand a chance. But we're not playing favorites here. We're just looking at who stands the best of opportunities to make the climb. And young Gurkhas look very, very promising based on their movements, especially in the game that just ended. Chocolatines, on the other hand, kind of little bit of a question mark on some of their rotations out in the open. Even the jump pad use wasn't really effective, but they got really lucky on that landing because they did have enough glue walls to buffer themselves, and they only needed to look one way, right? So mistakes like that could cost Chocolatines big time in the next matchup if we see more of that, especially on a map like Kalahari. Of course, but Lucifer, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, my friend. We have got Game 9 coming up for us here. Neptune, this one, I hope it's a rough one for the teams who are up on top once again so that our bottom dwellers can find some solid points for themselves.
Definitely, I agree with that. Chocolatines is one of those. Hopefully, they don't get heated up in the moment, in the early parts, because you know how it is when you heat up chocolate, they melt, and that's what has been happening in some of these matches, especially in the first few. But what will be happening on the 10th of September is you will be getting that Buriram Champion bundle. Hopefully, you will be saving up. Make sure that you have that on your skins, on your presets. But now, as we look in to the drop, as well as the position of where the teams are coming from, they are dead smack from the maze, heading into confinement. So that's southwest to northeast right now. And Baby King and Chocolatines is one of those who might be going in a hot drop. They need to pull away quickly.
Yeah, that's the hot drop there for Chocolatines. We'll catch up with them in a little bit. Central Esports, on the other hand, one player did not manage to find the connection into the game. And the disconnected player has to find a way to make sure he jumps back into the matchup before they hit that revive. Iberico's trying to back away from this engagement as quickly as possible as the rest of the Paquettes will fall one after the other. Star already with 2 eliminations in hand and preventing that revive as well. But Paquette, their fight is not over just yet as Star steps on in. Biblicos, I thought he was running away, but clearly he did not go far away from this spot. Drops back in to find the Punisher, and Paquettes are now struggling. What?
Yeah, well, let's see. A struggle is real at this point. Chocolatines right now, that they lost TRP. Baby King does have an M590, if not an M1014 on him, so that gives them a more firepower. But if they could have looked for Pumas, E7, probably Toby, who could have waited a few more seconds. They might have spotted one players, and they could have eliminated them already. But there's no rush. Confinement is one of those that can give you a lot of loot. And again, this is what we're talking about. For most of the squad, they need to wait. They need to be patient. And they They need to find better rotation. But here comes round one, who's aiming for another round of eliminations.
Yeah, flanky down, and the flank around by round one is absolutely deadly. Chocolate teams getting tagged up as well. Round one, once they get on a roll, they are looking unstoppable. Wason Pupido down on the ground. And instantly picked up. Look at that recovery play from round one as well. Just so much better in every single aspect. And Chocolate Teens has got Baby King trying to run away, but gets his knee clipped by Valens. The M24 as deadly as ever in the hands of this round one player.
Well, 5 elimination already for round one, and they're an edge of circle, safe from anyone who would be backstabbing them. But again, it's the same approach that I'm asking for the squad. Just be patient, because you don't want to be stepping out in open, despite of how aggressive and you have the firepower to do so. But NRG is one of those squads, and we were mentioning them in one of the conversations earlier. They just need to bring back what they did in game number 1, because bro, 2 matches and 2 points, not looking good for them.
Maimo down. Spray down is lethal. The boys are trying to barricade themselves back behind those blue walls, but nothing seems to be working the way they intended. NRG holding it together as they lose your rail in that engagement, but the fight is not over just yet. Stella is still within the compound, and Pikachu, is he actually trying for the revival platform play here? He won't be pushed back by the ice grenade, and the rest of the Stella players are not going to find their way back in here as easy as they wanted to.
Well, Mantiki, MVP, when they got that booyah, will not be slowing down, but for Stella Gaming, they are losing players, and let's see if they are inviting a few more, because in the minimap we're seeing Muditos who might be stepping in for the pinch, but I don't think this is a good approach, as we see them on the hit list as well. So if they can chase down one player, and they also use the binoculars just to make sure that there's some tactics that they can pull out in here. But Papacito with the stealth bites, a little bit of element of surprise, lost because he was a little bit too aggressive.
Get Gotti from afar, catches Papacito on the rotation, and now it's NRG putting on that pressure. Burritos, after that phenomenal game 1 where they brought us that booyah, we have not seen the best from them just yet. But Pocosin will hit the triple revive, and even though he loses his life, Burritos will survive the encounter at Foundation.
Well, definitely Foundation is not a good foundation for those who's losing the fight. One good foundation for NRG to do the catch-up. Now, as they have the elimination leader on their side, I believe they can continue, but we'll have to see if some other teams will be meeting up with them. For round 1, they're still on the chase. They're still on a roll right now, and I'm loving this version of themselves.
Absolutely, man. And, Pumas, if you know what's good for you, I would start running right now. Here comes round 1 for round 2 of their good performance. We did see one round 1 player down on the ground, though. Was on Pupi by Killua. Wow, look at that recovery play, though, on the side of round 1, making sure was on Pupi does not poop out. And he's going to be picked right back up here. And Killua now from hunter to the hunted. 9 sprayed down to the ground. Killua looking for one more. Finds Lianske. The follow-up is a solid one.
Yep. Yes, indeed. The follow-up is what is needed, especially in those knockdowns. But a revive as well. But Valens, that is the problem. I think Killua already knows that there's a few of those players that's flying at him, but he didn't let go of that high ground. Probably it's because they're still waiting for a knockdown or confirmation to happen. But for Paquetes, I don't think they can survive even further, especially with some squad like Lian's on that high ground who can shoot you down like it was nothing.
8 eliminations strong here. Again, a very solid run. Look at Lianske just stacking up the coins and can open a bank at this point of time and start lending some money.
Let's see though. Lending some money is good. collecting them is bad.
You mean
But speaking of-
sometimes impossible.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they need. Loan sharks.
Oh, yeah,
Shark
yeah.
boys.
I don't. That's bad advice, Neptune. Nobody needs a loan shark, no matter what the situation is. The Shark Boys looking at or staring at danger in its face as Valenskay pops Popeye's eye. Thankfully, it will be pushed back into its socket as he's picked up off the ground. Was on Poopy. I saw a wild Riptide Rhythm fly across the battlefield as well across the round one. But round one needs to watch out here because they're going for Shark Boys, but a couple of shots from across the battlefield could find them as well.
Oh, well, this is something that we usually expect, especially from Wazon Pew, or this time Wazon Pupi. But will they be able to pull this off? The chase aside, the valiant dash, and even the glue wall will not save them. And now they are on the 10th elimination. And if they continue this on, like anyone that they meet can be targeted. And I would say they're lucky.
Yeah.
Because in round one, they are seeing squad that doesn't want to fight. And what they're doing is just running away. And that makes them even more aggressive in that regards.
Well, round one practically secured the top 12 already after just one game that we saw end earlier, because they're currently sitting on 50 points, and that was that average 10 point per match that we were talking about, Neptune. But instead of holding back and just being content with that, they are now on 12 eliminations already on this penultimate matchup for Group B. Sentinel Esport, on the other hand, will not survive as long as they were looking for, and this has to be a challenging one for Sentinels.
Yeah, I do agree, because they did manage to hook up a few fights earlier in game number 1, and for the rest, it's just game 1 and 2, but this time, I don't think they will be surviving even longer. What they're doing right now is just finding the final circle, making sure the placement is on form, gets a few elimination here and there, but it's just stuff. Probably it's just Kalahari, or probably it's because of those who's trying to do the catch-up game, or really is hungry for points.
I mean, this is what we were asking for from the young Gurkhas. They are providing it again after the 8 eliminations earlier on. That was fantastic. They pull away 10 this time round, but just bump it into the wrong team at the wrong time. The Magician, with his disappearing act, he's clearly in view for us. Oh, round one, what? Ooh. Round one getting annihilated, Neptune, off screen. We did not see how that happened, as we were trying to see if the Magician pulls off another trick. But the Magician stays hidden, and round one is the one that disappears.
I mean, that's the greatest magic of all. Because if you can make someone disappear without even meeting them, yep, that is good. But let's see, jokes aside, we have Puma's E7, they're trying to, wait for the luck to go against Nachupi. And Nachupi right now with a shot from above with a BSK, not waiting for Pinocchio to go and land a hit on him. Makes them a little bit more deadly. Now Asta, the only one remaining, this might mean Asta La Vista in a bit. Does have 200 or 1200 on the coins, but does he have a hook gun to go for a quick pickup? Oh, Biblical might be landing a shot, but no, uses that tide turner and now brings 9 into no go back. With himself being a sacrifice, but that make the dream alive for the squad.
And the stars are shining with 13 eliminations in tow. Altards, Biblicos. And obviously, how do I even say his name? Isintisigi. I'll figure it out. I've got a few days.
There's plenty of days right now. But towards the end, definitely.
I get another chance. Isn't
Santi. Let's just go Santi. Isanti 17.
Man, I'm just gonna call him 17 to make my life easier. Why would you decide to torture the casters with your name, Isanti? I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm probably the name that he's looking for is already taken. So yeah, I mean that's what I love about Free Fire, because there's a lot of players already in there, and even my name, bro. How rare do you have a Neptune in there, and I couldn't even use my actual name for it.
That's the most painful thing when you can't actually use your actual name, right?
Yeah.
And NRG 17 eliminations, not bad at all for NRG Esports, because we were obviously looking at them. They had a little bit of a tumultuous start here to the day. Not too bad on the eliminations, but they only managed to accumulate 24 eliminations in the past 3 games. And they have 17 just in this one. So a very big step up for NRG. They just have to play this one slow and steady. And Muritos making their way back in here. The recovery has been very slow, but hopefully they've got enough weapons to sustain a final battle, because Chocolatines might just be trying to stop them before they even get to the next circle.
Well, NRG could have been one of that squad that might stop them. I think they heard a little bit of those gunshots. Thus, they slowed down a little bit. But for the other squad, like Star, they might be the target by Mo Squad, who is within Bayfront already, if they're not distracted by the zone closing. But I guess everyone's just focused on finding a position, and good enough for them. There's a lot of compound to work with in Bayfront, but that elevate, that high ground, that tower in the middle could be the deadliest, especially for those with hook guns.
Well, Pogo's in. Oi! Looking for a shot, but gets shot up instead, and Nachupi out of nowhere. The Car 98 manages to find the knockdown. Got a 444. Instant pickup. And I feel like this skirmish has gone on long enough. Everybody's just waiting for that circle to close on in before making a move, Neptune. Because of what this compound holds. There's so many spots for you to hide out in. But this next circle is going to spoil the party for some of these squads here.
And it is one thing that worries me, especially for this squad on the latter part of the tournament, because the time to eliminate has been lengthened, and as matches go by, because earlier it was so fast. Now 6 teams were close to final circle already, and it's not as if they're not being like putting themselves in the open. But one thing is, everyone else who's defending themselves are getting smarter and smarter. So it's a matter of a balance of both, but those aggressive enough, like round 1 has been taken out already, thus the slowdown on some of those teams being taken out.
Absolutely, and with big numbers here on the teams that are still surviving in this lobby. We see Star with 16, NRG with 17. I wonder how many will the players on the side of Muritos be able to pick up here before ending this round, because on that recovery play, they barely look for trouble. They stayed away from as many engagements as possible. They do have that #1 spot. Even if they don't do well in these last 2 games, it doesn't mean much, but I don't think that's the idea in their head, Snap.
Yeah, I do agree. But one thing I'm assuming is the plan for Muritos is they want to continue playing in the placement, because like falling to elimination and surviving after a grueling circle, a grueling position just like this makes it a good plan to just stay out of any contention, stay in the shadows. Is what they're doing right now, not even putting themselves within NRG as well as Star Esports. Wait, and NRG might be saying goodbye right now, but Jarisar from Stellar still making those shots on Biblical.
Yeah, sending the Fire Blast with his AWM, but the Fire Blast has little to no effect. That's not a leaf Pokemon or a grass Pokemon. That is definitely a fire type, because damage was there, just not a lethal one. Stellar Gaming now backing away, 11 eliminations in hand, taking the higher ground. They've got the lightning zone called upon the rest of their opponents here, so a massive advantage for Stellar as the circle starts to move. This is one of the big brain plays that we have seen from today.
I do agree. This is what we've been looking for. If we're talking about how other teams need to adjust with regions or other regions that's pulling all utilities within the game. But for Stellar Gaming, focus is on Goni, the solo player, the sole survivor of NRG. And it's Salami who cuts him up, cook him, and bring him back to the lobby. Now it's down to Moditos as well as Stellar Gaming. 14 against how many elimination? Only a few. I think it's only less than 5 for Moditos. But again, they've done good in the placement already.
Absolutely fine on the placements, I think. And Stella with some solid eliminations, but Moditos, without those eliminations, the placement points, even without that, Neptune, I feel like they have already picked up enough to stay relevant in this lobby and still make it into tomorrow, not get relegated today on our day 1 of the survival stage. No matter what they do to mess things up right now, I don't think they're going to be too upset about that. Stella, though, are not on that mood. They just want more points here for themselves. They want to make it a total of 18 as they pick up this Booyah, a 30 bomber for Stellar Gaming.
Yep, Stellar Gaming, stellar performance, and there's one thing that will bring trouble from some squads that is at the bottom of the leaderboard. But congratulations to the squad, and this is time for us to welcome back Lucifer to hear what he has to say about that fight, because we're getting closer to the end.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Waiting for it in game number 1, game number 2. We'll just forget about game number 3. It did not work in their favor. They got eliminated. But game number 4, they say, hey, that did not happen. Game number 4 is where we intended to. And they bag a Booyah, and a brilliant one. We could see clear control from them, right? Composure from them. They did not allow anybody to get close, and they kept everybody at a distance. And I think that was the big advantage that worked out, along with Neptune NRG also performing.
I mean, NRG is one of those that, despite of being brought down, I think they have calculated the risk already of what's involved. Like, what do we need to do? Just bring in a lot of numbers, and that's what they've done in game number 1. This time, they're just putting themselves a little bit high on leaderboard, and it's working. And if this has been a plan for them, probably they could have taken the top of the board, but it's not always the top. As long as you stay afloat on the top 9, then you're good for it, and I think they already pull away from that number.
Yeah, and I think, one of the best parts is the past 3 games, they only managed to secure a total of 8 placement points for themselves. Just managing a massive jump on the leaderboard now with the 30 bomber and 12 placement points just from the 1 game, thanks to the Booyah. Clearly shows that Stella earlier on just were messing around. They were not looking for that final circle. They were just going all out aggressive. This time around, they were focusing on their rotations a little bit more. And you can see that it's a very promising squad, because whatever they are thinking or strategizing in their heads, they're able to execute very well on the battlefield, Lucifer.
Yeah, I think they had clear-cut plans they wanted to deliver on, and they were able to. And so do round 1. You could see how well after game number 3, they have now become consistent. And I think that is going to be an advantage for them, just like on the other end. Same cannot be said for Shark Boys. Unfortunate for them, after their push down all the way towards the bottom 3, they've not been able to pick up.
Not at all. And I think round 1, we did talk about how they needed the minimum 50. They secured that with the previous game. This may not be the most massive game that we have ever seen out of round 1, but it's not every single game that needs to be like that. At the end of the day, you're just looking for the survival plays. And Chocolate Teens is one of those teams who need to focus a little bit more on that survival. I think they managed to play the placement points a little bit better this time round, but still not out of the deep end of the water just yet. They've got the young Gurkhas hot on their tails, and there's a potential that the young Gurkhas actually overtake them by the end of the next game if they're not too careful with it.
Yeah, Young Gurkha, they're very close by, and so were Star Esports. And I think Star Esports also understood in this game that they have to get a lot more eliminations points acquired so that they will stabilize their score on the standings. But before we jump towards the standings, let's talk about Charizard. This game you were mentioning about him being the fire type, and therefore he was still delivering one after another, even though there were challenges that opponents were also able to try and withstand his heat. He was there as the MVP for the team with 7 eliminations. And then now we are seeing, I think it should be the Iris, maybe a name tag here. But nonetheless, brilliant stuff to see an Iris at this point of it coming in from FFWS USA 2026 Fall.
Yeah, I think with what he witnessed, or from what the team has witnessed in most of the engagements, especially in final ones, glue walls are essential for the opponent. So why not take advantage of that? Even in one rush that Charizard was in, wherein he's not even using a sniper, he's just on an M590 or a Mag 7, I believe. He is just like utilizing the skills. Because you can shoot down on a glue wall, spot out or not mark out opponents, and then you know exactly how to move against those specific opponents that you're targeting. But against Mantiki, I think Mantiki has been nerfed after that amazing run that they have from the start. But I'm still loving that they can move up just like this. NRG, to be specific, after 2 games of failing with only 1 point.
I think this tells us one thing, AJ, that while the games are getting closer here in Group E, yes, some of the teams are not able to reach the top 9, but the teams who are already there in top 9 were also mixed around, shuffled around between the top 9, are now picking up in pace, and that is the reason their stats are also a tad bit closer. Yes, Mantiki, his stats might be lower on damage, but look at the number of assists and elimination as close as possible to Charizard, and they're bringing the game and the heat of this to get to the top 9 in round 2 as well.
Yeah, the biggest difference between these two superstars is the damage of Charizard, because Stella just tried to play a very aggressive game, and they were successful at doing that. They were just running around, tagging as many players as possible, and we saw a ton of knocks that Charizard managed to get in the game. Only problem is the recovery pacing of his opponents were really solid, very quick, and Charizard did not manage to convert all of those to eliminations. But did he pressure his opponent? Did he force a lot of utility usage like the glue walls and the medkits? That he most definitely did. But the overall elimination still stays at a decent 99. The teams here in USA are not getting out of hand just yet with their aggression, and I really like this. Things have finally tamed down in FFWS USA.
It indeed has, but one thing for sure, I'm pretty sure, Neptune, you would also agree, is compared to Group A, Group B seems to be a lot more chaotic, a lot more elimination heavy, and a lot more damaging to every team out there.
And it's more of how slow they're taking every approach, every engagement, because again, there's a few of those idle moments wherein they're just waiting for some opponents to come up, guarding the vending machine. So if in case they fail, there's a revive that will be happening, adding up to more of those elimination in the overall in the total elimination for this map compared to Group A, wherein I think we've seen that so much. They gun for a team. They don't even wait for them to revive. They just chase them out into the sunset until they're taken out completely.
It affect a lot for the teams in Group A, but hey, they had the safety net, and that is the reason we said the pressure is going to ramp up here in Group B, because there is a threat, and that is clearly seen in the overall stats. High on the damage, high on the elimination, high on the number of knocks they've been able to deliver, and it is helping some of the teams to get ahead in the race. But as we've now closed the distance between the first game when we started to now game number 4, which is done, the last game is the only one that stands. And before we jump there, we have to take a look at the team standings, and right as of now, another switcheroo has happened. Young Gurkha, because they've become consistent from game number 3, and Chocolatines, they've not been able to deliver. It is seemed that the additional elimination Young Gurkha were able to pick up. They get the 9th spot for the time being, AJ.
I mean, I expected this only in the final game. I did not expect Young Gurkhas to already overtake them. But that being said, they are tied with the 40 points. So it's just the eliminations having Young Gurkhas sit above Chocolatines at this point of time. So they can't ease off just yet. They can't take their foot off the gas pedal. They need to, in fact, just nail their foot right down, pedal to the metal, and burst their way through. How are they going to get that done? I have no idea, but the Young Gurkhas need to figure out a safe passage towards that final circle. And as I say that for the Young Gurkhas, obviously that applies for Chocolatines as well. Shark Boys and Paquettes, let's just say that it is now out of the possibility here for the side of Paquettes to make their way into the group stage, or at least have a chance to play for the group stage. Shark Boys could still have a miraculous run, but I know that's asking for a lot. It's just not an impossible thing to imagine.
it is not an impossible thing, but they have to become the ace predators here, Neptune.
Yeah.
Their difference right now stands at 15 points, but it will ramp up. If Chocolatines do not pick up points, then there is nothing to be worried about. But Young Gurkha, they've been adding points one after another after every game, and that is the race that Shark Boys need to make sure. They might swiftly swim around the water, but Purgatory is not the one they would have to be swimming around. It is going to be the action of which teams will challenge them. And Shark Boys, I think whenever they've been challenged, and in the previous matchup, round 1 were against them and they couldn't hold them at bay front. And I hope going to Purgatory, Shark Boy, if they have that challenge, Neptune, they better are ready with recovery strategies as well.
Yeah, I do agree. I think recovery strategy is something that they can work on. When they group up together, they are strong. But the moment that someone jumps in out of nowhere, and Purgatory is one of those, because like there's plenty of places for them to loot those coins in, and if they're bringing in some Suzy, you can buy that launch pad, and then that's when they can pull off a surprise on Shark Boys. That's what we want to ask for this squad if they really want to move up. Like, make sure that you look at the skies, target them. I'm pretty sure they have a sniper who will be able to pull that off. And in most cases for Shark Boys, they also go for the compound gameplay without covering some of those windows and doors, thus making it some of the squad easier for them to knock through those, and making Shark Boys falter in that regard.
Now, Shark Boys have this opportunity, but as AJ mentioned, it might not be impossible, but it is difficult. But reason this is becoming a little difficult is Chocolatines, they're at 40 points. Young Gurkha, they're already at the 9th spot, sharing the same amount of total score, and then is Sentinel Esports. So it's going to be a big jump in case Shark Boys need to make it happen. So there's a big problem in that regards, because any team that they look forward to after that 8th spot, AJ, is 50 and above. So that is not an opportunity they need to tag for. They have to make sure they recover 20 plus points, and it is going to be tough. They've not seemed good after the first and the second game. Nowhere close to the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking for impossible things to happen here, and sometimes we have seen the impossible happen, right?
Yes.
And what is this impossible scenario? Basically, Young Gurkha and Chocolatines need to get taken down without any placement points or eliminations, and Shark Boys just need to secure 16 points. 16 points is not crazy at all, right? But what are the possibilities of Young Gurkhas and Chocolatines getting taken down early here? I think it's fairly low, because we saw a rough start for both these teams, but little by little we've seen those repair being made in terms of the strategies as well as how well they survive. Like Neptune said, the barricading of those windows, I feel like the players on the side of Chocolatines have been doing that really well alongside Young Gurkhas as well. So Shark Boys, they need to go out on a limb here and really bet big. I think the biggest problem for Shark Boys so far in the past 4 games has been finding the circle. Finding eliminations has been not easy, but still doable for the Shark Boys. But they have just been horrendous, and their luck has been bad. Every single rotation has been cut off today, unfortunately.
Yeah, any time they tried, it did not work out. However, yes, we've been a lot towards Shark Boys because they're the ones likely having a chance. Chocolatines very close by, but the points are almost similar. Whoever gets the better in the last game will have an opportunity to get to the top 9. But while we were talking about how Rhino 6 ended up doing in Group A, and Fisher Tiger, they were the biggest surprise to be pushed out to the bottom 3. Neptune, this is to you. Do you think there is one team just like Fisher Tiger out there just randomly get pushed out, and all of a sudden maybe we end up seeing Shark Boys in?
I think one of those would be Young Gurkhas, because from what we witnessed earlier, Young Gurkhas, they did well in Kalahari. But there's a few of those strategies that still has some holes in it. If that doesn't get patched up, then definitely they might be pushed down.
I honestly was thinking that Sentinel Esports would be your pick, Neptune, because they are not too far away, just 5 points. Yeah, but I get exactly where you're coming from. I think Young Gurkhas have messed up a little bit more compared to Sentinel Esports, Lucifer.
Now with that, it is time for the very final game, Group B. This is the chance, do or die. After this, 3 will be eliminated and 3 will make it to the round 2. Let's see who it is going to be. Top 9 versus the 3 to be eliminated. Game starts now. AJ and Neptune, all yours.
Thank you very much, Lucifer. Neptune, like you always say, neither heaven nor hell. This is where you will be tested. This is where you will have to pay for quite a number of the sins you have committed already. And the sin that has been committed is the lack of consistency by the teams down at the bottom. The sin that they have committed is not actually annihilating their opponents, which in the actual world would be a sin on its own.
Well, that's one thing. Payment for sin is annihilation. So hopefully that is something that they can pull away from. But again, this is a rough map to end the day. Mostly if it becomes a rough flight path as well. Speaking of flight path, I'm hearing the plane already coming in. And judging from where it is located, it's not even crossing fields. It might be very close to Brasilia, but this definitely might look like a skewed flight path. Hopefully it doesn't force everyone or most of the teams to go in for the early engagement. Otherwise, we might be saying goodbye even before the day or the game is over. But Chocolatinas, one of those that is in our radar right now, who is possibly in trouble or who will need a lot more of that fight in them heading into Central. And I also saw a glimpse of Shark Boys in Fire Brigade. Not a place for them to be in, especially for Shark Boys who needs a lot of points. So that might be trouble time already.
Yeah, Paquettes, they obviously have got nothing to lose here, so they can go all out, but the young Gurkhas have got a lot on the line. And the Magician once again disappears from action as he's laid down on the ground. Flanky is there though for the trade out onto Chapito. It's a 1-for-1 on each side. Both players can still be picked up, and that's exactly what happened. And the Magician though, just picked up and right back down on the ground. But Paquettes are in a little bit of a losing end as the young Gurkhas overwhelmed them with the numbers. And one final player on the side of Paquette actually going and looking for a battle on the opposite end. I mean, I know they've got nothing to lose, but this one's just a little too much, Nep.
That is crazy. I thought Kevin was just finding a home wherein he can be alone and then revive the rest of the squad. Doesn't have the coin to do so, but does have the intellect to be able to play it through. But yeah, nothing to lose. That brings them more of that motivation, but it's just unfortunate that he couldn't get that elimination from that one guy that he knocked down.
Yeah, you don't want to get stuck home alone with this Kevin here, but the follow-up is on point. And the young Gurkhas want to make that 4-point completion here at the expense of the team that challenged them on that hot drop. The Cats on their final lifeline. And it looks like... Kevin! That's a trap that he laid out.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Out the window?
Out the couch. And even with that time turner, it's just unfortunately, now because of the glue wall, the stairs are too low for him to jump back in. And there you have it. GG's for the squad. And
I think he brought in the revive. Chapito is still in here. Kevin did it. The magician is actually Kevin.
So it's a revive timer. The moment that they got eliminated close to you, all you have to do is buy a little bit more time. And I guess that's one reason why he was so aggressive. He bought plenty of time. The rest of the squad is back in play. And the dream stays alive.
But honestly, he shouldn't have been aggressive if he wanted to buy time, okay? Because he would have gotten snuffed there. And the timer would have meant absolutely nothing. But Kevin, man, I expect nothing more, nothing less from the guy. But even the revive players, though, they are not really looking to gather up and play the pressure. Oh my goodness, this is a big fight. Young Gurkhas versus Chocolatines. I mean, if Young Gurkhas can put Chocolatines to rest right here, right now, we don't have to wait until the end of the lobby to find out which one of these two squads will survive.
Definitely agree. 5 elimination already on Young Gurkhas is already a lead for their own. And I don't think Chocolate Teams has found that much. Only 2 on the elimination, and they lost one of their players. Now, they are being forced to move away. Probably make a huge rotation outside of this area, but there's still a lot of risk once you do that. But for Young Gurkhas, Magician playing another trick, this time trying to get away with a horse.
Can you make the horse disappear, Mr. Magician? We'll find out later. Chocolatines down by 1 chocolate in their box. The chocolate's name is Trip. That's a trippy chocolate. Okay, let's not go there. Toby
Toby might have rubbed on a few chocolates on his eyes. Not sure if you saw that.
What?
I hope we get to see Toby again on that skin. Like, bro, his eyes is dark as chocolate.
This broadcast going somewhere else. But
yeah,
the young Gurkhas.
It's the time.
On the pursuit.
It's the time.
Carlos calls out a monster truck and therefore gives away his position. Magician pre-aiming at the driver's seat. Will not spot Carlos. Carlos pops out with the M590. And what is up with this Magician?
Bro, I mean, there's several kind of magician. This might be a mentalist, you know? They're playing with our minds right now. They're thinking that this is going to do this and then do the other thing. So, I don't know.
I am just confused. I am just confused, right? This magician needs to get his act together. Pun intended.
Well, let's see. The Pumas, though, they are slowly building up, especially with the move that we've seen from most from these games. And I don't think they are in trouble of being relegated. Thus, they are aggressive even outside of the zone. The pinch has been done. And even the UAV couldn't help the Leon to survive. And the Shark Boys, a team that is in need to catch up, is still in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paquettes, I have no idea what are they still doing in the lobby, but they're somehow still standing, still surviving. This has to be the best game for Paquettes at this point of time. Unbelievably so, because they're
doing
finally...
a 1NT, bro.
They're doing a 1NT. How unfortunate, right? But at least 1NT gets to play again tomorrow. Paquettes, man, they only get to mess around in this game. And I felt like Kevin was messing around a tad bit too much. But maybe that's the kind of spirit they should have brought in from the very first game in itself, right? Maybe if they were not super serious, they could have walked away. So I don't know what kind of advice to give them right now. Don't be serious.
Yeah. I mean, just go Supremo, whatever that team was.
Oh, no!
Oh! And here we go.
Oh, good save.
I mean, the chase is still on, but Carlos, I mean, this guy is crucial on a CQC. Toby definitely needs some help. Valiant Dash doesn't help, and Flanky doesn't need to flank at all. Head that smack against the opponents, and now they have 9 elimination. And even without taking out Chocolinas, I think they've done enough already to not even close the gap, like make the gap a little bit higher in their favor.
Yeah, but it would be nice to see them bring it to an end, right? Because this one has gone on for long enough. They're, at this point of time, literally just farming on the Shota team squad. 40 points is what they started off with. Oh my, and round 1, Wason Pupi just not finding it to be an easy battle up against the main Tiki. 4 eliminations in their guys' hands so far. And round 1 are outnumbered in this compound.
Yeah, round 1... definitely needs a lot of rounds of revival for them to be able to get back in play. And Wazon will be back. Now, NRG, 8 elimination. And there you have it. Paquettes finally being taken out. No offense, Paquettes. It's just that we need a lot more out of your gameplay. And hopefully we see them on the next season. So that they will be, not just Paquettes, probably an entire package instead of just packets in these matches.
Yes, absolutely. Probably the lost packets on download that affected them. Too high on the ping. Now, Muritos are going to be pulling out the lightning zone here, Nep, as to find a little bit of an advantage in this battle. And they will find exactly that up against these boys of Energy Esports. Urel down on the ground already, not Sensi, taking himself out with a grenade that was not part of the plan.
I'm loving this kind of counter for the lightning zone, for the bolt maker. Just pull out that heal UAV. But Moditos, I mean, they deserve that top spot on the board right now. And even NRG couldn't really put a fight. But NRG, I mean, they're not really in any trouble at all. Even before this match, they already have 62 points tied up with Star Esports. So I think they're good enough to rest for now.
Yeah, and Muritos They're just on an ego child here. They want to overtake Stellar Esports in the #1 spot. And if you guys want to overtake your friends on the leaderboard, what better way to do it than to do it in style? The Buriram Champion Bundle will be coming your way very, very soon. And I think it's under 2 weeks, so please be on the lookout for that. 10th September is the date we have been given, so at least we know exactly when to look forward to now.
Oh, yes, sirree. And we're looking forward and eyeing for that, similar to how Moonbuzz is eyeing for some of the squads within the area. But Young Gorkas right now going against Stellar Gaming. A couple of trades that's going back, but Charizard, you see how well he played. But CQC with AWM, I think he needs a little bit of wit. But Young Gorkas, they are failing in a magician. God. Not only is himself being banished, but a whole squad in there. What a final act.
The greatest act, I have to say. Beautiful stuff. But I hope they don't disappear from our competition because they did not pick up enough points. Because the last we checked, Chocolate Teens are still in it, Neptune, and this one could just get rough here for the Young Gurkhas if they don't find that recovery. If the Chocolate Teen squad does not find a little bit of a disaster out there. As I talk about them, the disaster is what they find in the name of Shark Boys.
Well, there's still a few more players for Chocolate Teens right now. Catch-up game for Shark Boys is not yet over. There's plenty of time. It's only 11-minute mark. And as we expected, because of how well survivability is and how well they're not risking at all, it's becoming quite a slow-paced game compared to what we've seen in the previous one, the earlier one. But Star and Stellar, both of them heavily bodies. But hopefully, you will see some of those bodies hit the floor right now, especially with the high ground that is being taken by Stellar Gaming, one of which has been eliminated already, but they're not losing it for the moment.
Santi looking for an angle here. That should be down on the ground. Kane out in the open will be marked up by the Moko. That's going to be trouble time if someone has got the M82B on their side. Riptide Rhythm is going to be sent the way of the Stellar Gaming squad, and their defense is broken down, but that's not going to be something that they are going to be too worried about. They just take a few steps back and pull out a couple of more glue walls to barricade themselves, and the ones who are going to be in trouble is the team of Star, because now they're stuck outside the zone being gate kept by Stella.
Hey, definitely is in trouble, X-Kane right now. Well, I don't know if he can use that heal pistol to heal himself up, but there you have it. Eliminated, tagged out, and now this is Stellar Gaming making, I don't know, a trick to make them think that they are not focusing on them anymore. But look at that, Carlos going solo right now, playing for survivability. I think Toby on the other side is trying to go for a revive. Not quite sure if that's successful.
Toby. Just unfortunate as the whole squad of Stella collapses in onto him to pull away more numbers here. Stella understands that Muritos might be looking for that #1 spot, and they want to make sure a lot of distance is put between them and Muritos by the very end of this. Shark Boys on the other hand, 3 players left on their side. Stella looking for one, and Charizard finds the Popeye, and the Shark Boys, they took the bait.
Yep, taking the bait is something that you don't want to happen, especially if you're coming out of the water. De Leon, or the Lion, as I would say it. So what is this? A lion shark? A lion shark being tagged up from across the board using the heal UAV, but his zone's closing in. He needs to heal fast. I don't think this will last that long, and the next step would be out in the open. He's just buying some time for that stealth bite, but he gets tagged up and gets eliminated. Shark Boys out in 7th.
Oh, advantage here for Valens. VSK, and he sprays down Charizard right out of the vehicle. A little bit of a misplay there by the Stellar player. And Chocolate Teens are finally out. I wonder if or not they had some eliminations on their side. We'll have to wait for the final leaderboard later on to confirm exactly what the situation is between the Young Gurkhas as well as Chocolate Teens, but we did see the Young Gurkhas pick up a decent number of eliminations, just placement points not on their side for this lobby net.
Well, let's see if this is something that can change in a bit. For Stardo, They thought they are safe, but the reflex and the blue wall, not so much. Don't be surprised if we're going to see that Star Esports being eliminated on the banner, but for Muditos, they will be taken down. Final player, Papacito, will be saying goodnight.
Okay, good rotation round towards the right. Still having the hill as cover. Playing out those glue wall melters first, anticipating a rush here from the Pumas E7. A double, triple glue wall melter laid out alongside ice grenade response from the side of Pumas E7, but sidestepped by Aimamo Fat. It is only a 3-player setup here that's trying to go in for the attack. And Pumas E7 actually rotating round towards round 1. I don't think that was the great idea that they should have gone in with. Wasan Pupi puts an end to their run. I mean, talk about out of the pen into the fire there for the Pumas.
Oh, the Pumas right there, being blacked out, being taken down. And now it's a 1v2v3 situation. If one of the players from round 1 will not be picked up. And there you have it with that monster truck. No one had a chance of surviving in Stellar Esports for the final Puya of the day.
What a game! Estella manages to pick up a stellar victory here for themselves. And this is what you expect out of a team that is very, very capable of pulling away games like these, Neptune. I mean, we saw the crazy climb up to the top for the squad, and now they pick up their second booyah of the day just to solidify the #1 spot here for themselves. But of course, let's also welcome Lucifer back in. As we are approaching towards the end of our show already, we need to hear more of your voice, Mr. Lucifer.
This is getting a little doubtful, a little suspicious. We are not too sure where we are heading because of Young Gurkha getting eliminated. Chocolatines, not sure how much they picked up. A lot of question marks, but on the other end, a back-to-back from a stellar team in a stellar performance. And in a stellar fashion, they managed to pick it up. And also ended up becoming the reason for many of these teams who are looking for to make it to the top 9. Missed that opportunity here, AJ. That's going to be tough now.
And round 1, the back-to-back-to-back performance, right? From being absolutely nowhere, down in the dumps, to now climbing up. I don't know where they're going to sit down here in the top 5, but it was definitely more than enough for them to make that qualifier, to play tomorrow in a confident manner. And obviously, we can expect a lot from round 1 by the end of the day. But the fight between Chocolatines as well as Young Gurkha, we did mention as well, Sentinel Esports are one of those squads that are in trouble. Now, I think, Lucifer, you spotted something that I didn't spot alongside Neptune during that game, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it where the game started, there was 11 teams. I was wondering which is that team that was missing, and that was none other than Sentinel Esports. And before we started it, they were at 45 points now.
Yep.
Did that come under contention? What do you think, Neptune?
I mean, it's tough to call, but I guess if they didn't really play, and some of the squads out there who's trying to chase up on their spot has already done so much, like Young Gurkhas as well as Chocolatines. So I think like Sentinel Esports is in deep trouble, unless they really want to be in that trouble.
I mean, you got to look at it from this perspective, right? If Sentinel didn't even join the lobby, they could not pick up any points. And there was 5 points difference between Chocolatines as well as Sentinel. The exact same 5 points between Young Gurkhas as well as Sentinel. Young Gurkhas got way more than 5 eliminations, so we know they make the clear. Chocolatines, on the other hand, I did not see their eliminations, but they survived, I think, up until the 6th or the 5th spot, which is a lot of placement points, bro. I mean, even up to this point where we have 7 squads, that's when Carlos got taken out, but Chocolatines was still on the board. So I think they got enough placement points. So GGWP, the one team that we guess Sentinel Esports making their exit, might have just been the ones to see the door.
We were talking about it. Just like Fisher Tiger, Neptune, maybe we thought that somebody could be there, and it seems like they could be the ones.
Yeah. I mean, I have them on my sites, Sentinel Esports, but I was not really hoping that this happened for them. But let's go away from that for a moment. Let's go for good news. Our MVP. You go ahead and read this, Lucifer. I think you can do a better job than that.
My Mo Fat is going to be the MVP from Stellar Esports, and it's a little surprising to see an AWM when he is having Oscar as his active skill along with Dreki. But this is what we've been seeing, right? Teams love to mix and match when it is needed, and maybe that was one of his weapons along with maybe an M590. But brilliant stuff that we've been seeing. I think Stellar Esports, maybe the initial first 2 games that we ended up seeing, they were not picking up a lot towards a booyah, but once they had an opportunity to get a booyah, that was game number 4, they managed to pull off a back-to-back AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very interesting to see the AWM in the hands of a Russia. And that's one of the key points here about Stellar Esports. They understand that the meta of the snipers is not one that you want to just let go that easy. Even if you are one of the front runners, even if you're one of the Russias, it's always advisable to have a weapon that can play the engagements from afar as well. And this man's weapon of choice just happened to be the AWM. Gave him quite a number, but the overall eliminations was still fairly low in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something that I thought of, especially that all our first 4 games were closer to the 90 mark, some of them even reaching 100. But this lower end of eliminations and a team missing and an opportunity for teams making their way into round 2, Neptune, this looks very interesting as a stat.
Yeah, I guess at this point, probably it's because, well, not only the missing teams who didn't join, so that's 4 already, that makes it up to close to 90, but there's also a few squad that we saw get a few, more elimination that didn't get that much because they're just playing it safe. And one of which was NRG. The same goes with Star Esports. They are trying to do it the other way around, especially for Star Esports. Trying to play it with placement, and then that's when they tried to get elimination. That didn't succeed.
Tough luck for some of them, even Celtic as well. They did not get much. They were the first team to be out. Then we ended up seeing Paquettes. Paquettes tried their best. You guys were talking about it. Multiple revives, one after another. They were trying to see if there was a last hurrah left in them. But I'm pretty sure, NJ, it was a little too late, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, man. I mean, obviously a tad bit too late. You want to be catching up very early on in these games. Like we discussed at the start of the day, just focus on your averages. And if you understand that you're not really a team that's great at the mechanical plays, just focus on those rotations. If you don't know if you are great at the mechanical plays, then you got to look at your first 2 games and really understand exactly where you sit in the lobby and then kind of navigate around. And I think that's exactly what the young Gurkhas did so well. Chocolatine's as well. They understood that they were not meant for the big fights. And you just saw the survival plays come through from both the young Gurkhas as well as Chocolatine's. And that's the main reason why they survived. And as we anticipated, guys, Sentinel Esports gets pushed down to the 10th spot. They, alongside Shark Boys and Paquettes, will not be making it through to the group stages. Instead, they will get eliminated right here.
Ouch. Neptune, this is going to hurt. I mean, last game, we had Group A where the cutoff was 44, but here Sentinel had an opportunity to add more, but the opportunity missed is opportunity lost.
Definitely agree on that, and it's a different approach from what we've seen in 1NC. They tried their best in the final match, but again, at least they tried. They tried to make it in the first. They didn't make it in the first game, but they tried to catch up slowly but surely. This time around, Sentinel Esports just let that ball drop. But it's good because we're going to see more of Chocolatines as well as young Gurkha. And, well, as much as we want to see Shark Boys and Paquettes in there as well, we only need a few to be able to continue this run towards tomorrow's battle.
While we did congratulate the teams in Group A that they made it into the group stage, yes, we give credits and congratulate the teams from Group B as well, but they've not made it into the group stage. They have another obstacle. They've just taken over one and conquered it. So Stellar, Round 1, Muritos, Pumas, Star, NRG, Celtic, Young Gurkha and Chocolatines. These teams head towards tomorrow's round. That is round 2. Joining them are 3 teams from Group A who managed to be in the bottom 3. Therefore, that becomes the 12. They'll be playing another set of 5 games tomorrow to decide who our top 9 will be. But Sentinel, Shark Boys and Piquettes, as you guys mentioned, we spoke about it because this was the loser bracket. This was Group B. They don't move ahead. Their journey for FFWS USA 2026 Fall comes to an end. Tough luck, but the games were even tougher, AJ.
Absolutely. Fish and Tiger P Esports Academy as well as 1NT, the last minute 1NT, gets to wake up tomorrow. So the top 9 that we just saw from Group B will meet these bottom 3 teams from Group A, and they'll do battle across 5 games tomorrow. Lucifer, I really hope these teams who were just waiting for the later end just start waking up early tomorrow.
Yeah, I think especially 1NT, they did show us in the last game, but it was not enough to see like how we saw round 1, who completely went all out after game number 3. So tomorrow we're going to see 2 1s, maybe end up adding to 2, and it works out for both the teams. A number change, but I'm not too sure. Neptune, do you think it's going to do anything?
I mean, at some point, if that would happen, probably some math will be mathing. But I do agree with you, AJ. It's not only us who need to wake up during that time for tomorrow. These teams definitely need to wake up because they need it a lot. There's only a few more chances, or like 5 more chances for them to make it into the group stage. So let's see on how that unfolds.
Tomorrow is going to be absolute cinema. That's all we can say because it is 12 teams, we said, but only 5 games. They don't have any more stress of, hey, there's a round 1, there's the round 2. Tomorrow is the only round they play. Forget of whatever happened today. The score sheet will be completely reset. Your standings will come down to 0. You start again new with another set of 3 teams. 9 they'll be used to, as we spoke already about Stellar, round 1, Muritos, Pumas, and all of them from Group B. But the 3 joining are going to be the heavy hitters who were in the top 12 when they made it from the qualifier. So there should be something to be worried about here for the bottom or the last 12 teams who've managed to play in the Group B, but joining together. Who do you think could be the hot pick starting things off tomorrow? Is it 1NT on your cards, AJ?
I think it's going to be round 1, bro. Round 1 this time on the first round in itself. I'm expecting the heat up to come on through. I don't know if I'm actually expecting a lot out of 1NT, although I do know that they are a very capable squad. Probably not, super capable to dominate our final 12 teams in the finals or whatever, but good enough to make it into the group stage, I'm sure.
Tune, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm going to, how I am when answering this, I'm going to wear the safe route. So it's either Muritos or NRG Esports, because we've seen the firepower. I'm not going with the usual suspect like Stellar Esports, because we've seen how they played. I think they can continue that for tomorrow. So for those tough contenders who failed and succeeded in some matches, that will be my pick.
Okay, so I'm going to go with one from AJ's pick, that is round 1, yes, but then I make a choice of Pumas E7 because they've looked like the beast. They've not awakened completely. We've been seeing them in battles dabble around, but they've not gotten a booyah yet, but they've always been around the top 4. So it could be a strong contender moving tomorrow. It's not going to be an easy run, however. There's a lot weighing on their shoulders. We have to wait and watch on how it works out, but wrapping things up, quickly asking you your day 1 of survival stage, FFWS USA 2026 Fall. How was it, AJ?
I think it was everything that I expected it to be, and I am a tad bit surprised as well that it's even better than whatever I expected, right? I expected high-octane action, we got that, but there's so much more discipline, there's so much more better, tighter rotations coming through from the squads. The region as a whole is growing, and there's just nothing more we want for these teams, Lucifer.
Hands down. Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with AJ, and we've seen a lot of stuff in here from both ends of the spectrum. We've seen aggressive squad, we've seen some of those passive, and we've seen the difference of Group A and B as well. Hopefully that's not the reason why they ended up in those grouping, in those specific position, because if we're going against aggressive and some of the passive, put them all together, then definitely there will be a lot of chaos that will be happening.
There's going to be a lot that we will have to look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of the survival stage, and tomorrow will be the decision of which those last 9 teams will be joining the 6 who are already waiting and the 9 who made their way to the group stage, all unveiled tomorrow. But for now, it's going to be me, Lucifer, along with AJ and Neptune, signing off on day 1 of FFWS USA 2026 Fall. See you tomorrow.